Testing. Are we live? Wait for it. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. Unfortunately, you're watching you're watching the recap. But the good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts bootcamp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, CPI is going to be released in about 7 minutes. I got a couple of things to go over. You got a couple of analysts now talking about it. The expectation is about 8%. The core is expected to go to 6.1. We were saying it all day yesterday on the watch list. All you got to do is look for the core. A lot of people are saying if you watch a 7-handle print, it could be a little bit bullish. So we'll see what happens. There's going to be a couple of other factors, and we are going to go over it. So I hope you're ready, and it is going to be a fun one, my friend. It will be a fun one. So let me get a couple of things. And good morning. I'm going to get you your good mornings in a little bit. Literally, we have a whole nother hour. So we're going to have some time. But right now, let me get you a couple of these. So here's a quick forecast of what people are expecting. Month over month is expected to come in at negative 0.1 versus no change last month, year over year. Oh, that's second alarm, backup alarm. There it is. Consumer Price Index, year-on-year change, 8% versus 8.5 last time. CPI excluding food and energy, 0.3, which is the core, and it's expected to go to 8.1. Let's see. The breakdown of the U.S. CPI release. What is this? Point-in-time zero coupon swap versus U.S. CPI. So I guess this is looking at bonds versus CPI and what it's saying for inflation. That's an interesting first one to start with. Let's see. CPI is the third most moving market data for a major miss or beat in expectations, with the 10-year Treasury median move about 6 basis points, one standard deviation away. But pretty much ISM has moved us more, and so is payroll. But this is our third largest. The 10-year makes a move of what? 6 standard deviations every time there's a big miss on the CPI. So that is good. That's always good to hear. Ira Jersey, he's talking about the headline CPI expectations expressed by the 2-year swaps. When expected oil performance is taken into account, the market is pricing for CPI to stay above 4% over the next 2 years, which say they continue to concern the Fed and cause the central bank to maintain the policy rate at the terminal rate. Traders are currently primed for a jumbo Fed rate hike. While we will watch monthly core CPI, it's hard to see rate market shifting. And that's it so far. Okay, I'm seeing if I missed anything. So they're not talking about it too much yet. We got a couple of things. Again, it's in about 5 minutes. Let me get this. The market will close. What tickers? I would be watching financials again all around, and like we said, you're gonna get one big move right away. That's what we're gonna be watching pre-market. We could even trade the futures if we want, but then that first hour of the cash open, that will do its own thing, in and of itself. So how we move from here, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's going to be big. It all depends, honestly, on the scope of the miss or beat. Again, core and good news and good news and bad news and bad news. So we will find out. 50-50, Habibi. What time for Biden? Let me check. Twitter whistle panel, White House news briefing. I don't see. Oh, wait, a Biden event celebrating passage of inflation. I can't even make it up. That is the title of it. It's going to be at 2:50. It's literally called Biden host event celebrating passage of Inflation Reduction Act. So that is going to be around 2:50 Eastern. So there you go. Yep, we have it. We actually have it. So Again, let's see here. All year, inflation has been the driver's seat on both politics and policy fronts. It is certainly the driving policy, with Fed officials having all but queued up a third straight rate hike. On the politics front, it's important that we may be waning somewhat on gas prices. It's a tidbit from the Washington Post for the weekend about how 1 in every 6 GOP advertisements mention gas prices in July, but only 1% of such ads mention them in early September. So gas prices dropping. A little bit of a market move here. If we get the drop in month-on-month prices expected, you could bet there will be another political messaging spat in Washington. Republicans blasting President Biden for claiming that there was zero inflation in the July reading, which showed zero, and they focused naturally on the 8.5 surge on the year-on-year. Biden is going to be speaking Tuesday afternoon at the White House about Democrats' Inflation Reduction Act, which Congress passed last month. He will surely tout any moderation in inflation he can, with an eye to be critical for the November midterm elections. So the core is clearly the market's focus today. Projection scenarios, we could see if core continues on a path to 25 month-on-month increase. It will be at 4.5 by the end of 2023. A path of 0.5 would see it at 6.3 at the end of Q1. A path of 0.5, again, 6.3. The Fed not continuing to hike in 2023 if we are on path for the red dot. So pretty much if it comes in higher than 0.3, we go on any of these scenarios. If it goes lower, then people are going to see core moderating. So you see how important core is right here. Pretty much the difference between 0.25 and 0.5 increase on core, I mean, it has a range of outcomes, or again, how the market will be pricing it in the future. So that's an interesting one. So here are some big things to watch. We got about a minute, Chad. Used vehicle prices, they've gone from contributing 1.4 percentage points in February to 0.3 in June and July. Rent of shelter, this is the biggest component of the core inflation rate, and it's really going to become the most important once again. And then everything else, the contribution of goods excluding used vehicles year to year. Pace of decline in June and July are about half of May and April, and those will be important. And yeah, get ready, Chad. Get ready. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one. Are you ready? I'm excited. I'm excited. So let's go. This feels like Mo. Like M-O, like Altria. You got 30 seconds. God bless you. Like the video. It is going to be coming out now. And let's see what happens. Again, you're going to have a whole nother hour. So if you already made your plays, you should already be in there. Unless you want to trade some of the futures, which we can do. So let's even have the futures up here. You are at 4164. Futures are up 0.75% coming into this. So there it is. Hold on. Uh-oh, we are down. It looks like 8.3. Uh-oh, what? 8.3. And then core doubled. Oh, CPI month over. Oh, fuck, that's negative. Nah, that's negative. Jesus Christ loves you, Chad. Oh, my gosh. How did that happen? Oh, how did that happen? Oh, my gosh. Consumer. All right, August consumer, 8.3. Estimate was 8.1, so it still dropped, just not as much as anybody was expecting. Consumer prices month over month. Yo, check this one out. It was negative. All right, honestly, how much are you down right now? Dude, that's already 1.5%. I'm going to short the next bounce. But U.S. consumer prices was 0.1 month over month. Expectation was -1. August consumer prices, 6.3. Estimate was 6.1. That's the core. And then month over month core is 0.6. So remember, I was showing you 0.5 on that chart. That's it. That's negative. Wow, that's crazy. In other words, the worse than expected inflation point. This is not good for the Fed or Biden. That's the first headline after that number. Headline CPI also failed to decline. Dude, that's crazy. That's crazy. So that month over month shit went out the window. I'm shocked. So technically, we still have not had a month over month decline in all of 2021 and 2022. Oh, my goodness. That's crazy. So look at this. Here, I'm going to show you this right now. Well, tell me if there's a big bounce there, but oh, my gosh, that's crazy. Oh, man. I mean, we're just going to have more volatility leading into PHILO, but take a look. Energy, so literally, even with the gas prices, that knocked us down, but somehow we still managed to go positive. So you could see it all across here. I mean, this doesn't look like really that big at all, but nah, even headline went up. This was supposed to go negative, but that is still positive right there. And then again, the core went up to 6.3. So now I believe core has hit a new peak. Let me get a double check on that for you. Okay, no, you're safe. Core peaked at 6.5. That would have made it even worse. So I guess it could be a little bit better, but again, for the most part, that one was really bad, Chad. That one was really bad. The dollar turned around. Bloomberg spot index is now up 0.3. Bond market is getting hit hard by selling. 2-year jumps to a new cyclical peak of 3.6. Stocks Europe drops 0.4. Fed swaps show 75 is fully priced in, and Treasury yields have done an about face with 2 yields rising. Stock futures just cratered. And there you have it, Chad. My goodness. Wow. They finally let the food and rent in. I don't know what we're going to find out. I'm getting all of that in now. I'm just checking right now, just off of the basics. Nah, it's just looking hideous. All right, I forgot I need to get these up. Tesla, AMD, AMAT. No, dude, I'm surprised. Again, it still came down from last year. The year over year, but month over month didn't decline, which is shocking. Again, it still came down, but it wasn't negative. And again, core right there, core at 6.3. I mean, let me see. I think I have the chart up here. But like core is just getting right back up there. No questions. It's going to be interesting at Biden's celebration now. I'm surprised because the White House didn't warn. It's not like this was a bad report, but I mean, honestly, it was, because now it's just like everybody was priced in for CPI to really come down on the month over month, and the fact that it didn't. Again, here's core now. Here's the peak. But the fact that it didn't, I mean, I feel like that's it's negative. Again, you were priced in for a negative month over month, and you were even priced in for core to, maybe go 0.3, but core doubled, and then month over month at 8.3. It's just not good. My goodness. So here it is by Ira Jersey. He says the yield curve bear flattening knee-jerk reaction make perfect sense. The stronger than expected CPI across the board, we continue to think the Fed will hike to over 4, which should ultimately bring a retest of the curve's cyclical lows. Out of 67 forecasters in Bloomberg's survey for core monthly, only one person nailed it again. Everybody else underestimated. The winner was Berliner Sparkasse, a regional German savings bank. Oh, we're fucked. That's it. Literally, again, it happened again, the fourth one in a row. Only 1 out of 67 priced this in, and the only guy to get this was a German regional bank. So that's literally, we're talking nobody on Goldman, nobody Credit Suisse, nobody, any bank you could think of, Bank of America, no economist, no other major forecaster. It was literally a German banker from a regional bank, 1 out of 67. So the no pivot is coming soon. This demonstrates the breadth of inflation. The August reading of 70.1 is increasing. So here is the diffusion index. Remember, I have showed you guys this one in the past, but essentially it's came down, but over 70% of categories on the CPI were above 4% inflation. So that's still the negative part. There's the market again. We're down about 1.5 since that release came out. Here are some takeaways from the Labor Department. They say the increase in shelter, food, and medical cost index were the largest contributors to the broad-based monthly of item increases. These increases were mostly offset by a 10.6 decline in gasoline. The food index contributed to a rise, increasing 0.8 over the month, which the food at home rose 0.7. Energy fell 5% over the month as gasoline index declined. The index for all items less food and energy rose 0.6% in August, a larger increase than in July. The indexes for shelter, medical care, household furnishing, and operations, new vehicles, new motor vehicle insurance, and education were amongst those that increased. These were the indexes that declined in August. It was airlines, communications, and used cars and trucks. Everything dumping again. Let's see. Omar Sharif, founder and president of Inflation Insights, says the CPI data is a reminder that one soft core inflation print, likely July, isn't nearly enough for the Fed to feel comfortable again. The Fed will need to see several months of disinflation before they could take their foot off the gas. 75 hike is a done deal in the market. We'll likely price in odds of another in November. Interest rates futures are now fully priced in for 50 basis points at November, and that's it, Chad. I don't think do you get what's happening now? So we already had Fed futures priced in leading into this. Mother effers are already pricing in November. That's it. So literally September low-key doesn't even matter anymore. We're going to see how this plays out. But this is, again, this might move the longer end of the curve. Yeah, watch the 10-year is exactly what I was going to say. Because, again, they're already moving November now. So keep your eyes on that. But that literally right after this report, September was already a done deal, and now everybody is just saying, okay, that's it. It didn't even come down. I mean, I'm even shocked myself. So full speed ahead for the Fed with 75 next week, says Win Thin, a global head of currency at BMW or BBH. 3-quarter rate hike is done. Deal for September. The OIS contract is now trading at 75. Terminal rates suggest via the March 23 spreads, it has surged to a new cycle high of 4.1. It was just above 4% pre-CPI. So, again, a lot of factors. We might see the 10-year hit that level here today. Bonds are already down. Let's see. I think that'd be like 100. That'd be like $300, dude. It's already down 1.5 on the futures. Man, that one's already wild. But here's the breakdown for the sticky components. Again, the sticky contribution up 0.28 from 0.4 in July. So again, this has to do with sticky indexes, includes food away from home, household furnishing and supplies, infants, toddler, personal care products, miscellaneous products. Again, that's going to be in the blue and everything else. So it wasn't even that sticky compared to last time. This was just weird. Nah, man, we've had a lot worse reports. I think this one was just real estate hitting a little bit harder this time around. Real estate and healthcare. The PPI could definitely help, but we are coming down again. It's already down 1.5. It's going to be a 3%er. It might be. I mean, at this point, I still think you might have one wicked bounce in store. I mean, you got to realize, like, right now, the European markets are still trading, and we have a long day ahead. But, I mean, again, dude, it was a done deal that inflation was coming down. It was only supposed to be core. So you got to realize, not only did core end up doubling expectations with one person only getting it correct, but now the month over month still didn't decline. So everything I was telling you leading into this week where I was like, wow, coming into today, this would be the first month over month decline since May 2021. That has not happened. Everybody was ready to put peak inflation behind them today. And unfortunately, that report does not give us that. So that is the problem, is that right now, this idea that inflation has peaked, you would have been able to confirm it today, but now we're dealing with everything else, and we were still expecting a hawkish Fed and everything, but the thing that you had priced in legitimately just did not happen. Everybody priced in a real decline on CPI, a real coming down. You know, again, we were talking, go watch this video once it posts after hours. We were saying if it shows up with a 7 handle, it could be extremely bullish, but the fact that it didn't, it just is, again, this was completely the opposite of what anybody could have expected. Again, I'm kind of like, I thought core would have been bad, but even myself, I didn't think month over month was going to go positive. Like, what just happened? So again, this release comes hours before Biden makes remarks at the White House touting inflation-fighting measures in the Democrats' climate bill. This puts a damper on that event. The White House economist surely will be sifting through to find some scraps of good news, perhaps on hard-specific items that they're seeing lessening inflation pressures. Here is a look at CPI components within the headline. The color of the box on the month-over-month and box size are the contribution apparent. Shelter price dominated with OERR up 71. That's owner's equivalent of rent, contributing 0.6 to headline. RPR up 74, contributing to 0.5 a month-over-month. It's not even hot, though. Do you see this? So, like, airline fares dropped. Some recreation commodities, again, owner's equivalent of rent. Usually when I've shown you these have been a lot redder. So again, the color is supposed to highlight kind of if it was a hot move or not. So you could kind of see that, but again, we've seen a lot worse. We have seen a lot worse. Hotter inflation means more Fed, and that is pushing real yields to new peaks, tightening financial conditions further. Both the 5-year and 10-year TIPS yields have now risen above 1% for the first time since late 2018. Not good news for holders of inflation bonds, and of course, equities and credit markets that certainly felt the lash of surging TIPS back in 2018. Julio Coronado, president and founder of Macro Policy, quote, "The ongoing surge in good prices defies recent improvements of supply chain functioning and facing demand and highlighting why the Fed is reluctant to call victory. The rent components were up big. A blended average of owner's equivalent rose 0.72. Wow. Interest rates will go up. Watch the 10-year now. Again, bonds have already moved. We talked about this yesterday. Watch 4.0, but even in general, I'd wait for Euro close. We even have to wait till our cash open. We have another hour here, or about 45 minutes, but I would be watching November rate hikes now, and then that's it. Even then, maybe 100 basis points might come into play because they are already pricing in November now, which is wild. Top of the morning, Chad. It's a wild one. So here are the top 5 subcomponents. Who was the biggest one? Remaining contribution. Shelter was biggest. And then look at gasoline. Dude, gasoline knocked off about 0.5% from CPI. Everything else contributed. But so literally, even if you didn't factor in gasoline, we still had a pretty outsized inflation, per all of these components. That's wild. That is crazy, because you guys got to realize what happens if gas price goes up again. That's the scary part with all of this. You mean to tell me all of this decline was only enough to bring us one good CPI? That's fucked. So we're going to see gasolina. We're fragile. I don't think we're fragile. I just think this one, I don't know, man. I'm surprised the White House didn't warn on this one, because this one it's just surprising. That's all. I think this one just genuinely caught a lot of people with their pants down. Again, like I was getting defensive coming into today, considering that rally we got and what was expected, but I just think everybody got caught with their pants down. Again, this just highlights the point that we've talked about already in the past. I hate to break it to you, but this is another economic data set that is very important. And then sure enough, once again, every single economist has missed. So I don't think you realize like the odds of having 3 or 4 reports now where every economist, and only 1 out of 67 is right. That's like hitting the lottery twice or something. You know what I'm saying? So here's a chart of the breakdown of 4 major categories that comprise core. Rent inflation is accelerating. Used car and trucks have stopped. Core goods barely moved, and service, excluding rents, is reaching new highs. So do you see it this time around? Literally, used car prices were the only decline there. There's another one right there. That's commodity. So here's commodity prices. Here is used car prices. Everything else is just skyrocketing again. Rent is getting out of hand, and then that's it. Sam Stovall, chief investment strategist at CFRA, he has said he is surprised by investors by rising despite a sharp decline in gasoline. These hotter than expected data points likely remove a 50-point hike from the upcoming FOMC and guarantees a third successive 75 going forward. However, Action Economics expects a sharp moderation in year-over-year gains for inflation, though second half of 2022 will trim pressure on the Fed to rapidly remove policy, specifically AEC's headline CPI slipping to 5.9 by year-end 2022 and 2.5 end by 2023. So some people are still getting bullish. They think it's going to come down. Here are the largest price increases across all components. So literally food at employee sites went up. Damn, that was the biggest one. That is crazy, actually. Do you see that? 20% for food at employment sites. Margarine, butter was the second biggest move. Laundry equipment went up 6. Frankfurters, I don't know what that is, went up 5. Motor vehicle repair 3. Eggs was 2. Remember, eggs was the one last time. Tomatoes went up 2.3. Potatoes, girls apparel, bread, energy. Again, even energy went up 2% somehow. Fats and oils, motor vehicle repair, pet food. Again, every single one. The lowest contributing factor was 1.6. That's hot dogs. Like hot dogs went up 4.9%. Bro, food at your job and schools went up 20%. After going up 24% in June. This one is like kind of offensive. Look at this. That means food at schools did not start moving till June to now. Literally, from June till today, food at schools is 40% in 2 months compared to last year. That's wild. Even hot dogs. Hot dogs are just been going crazy. But even margarine, butter is on the rise. The SPY TLT, well, they're moving now. We'll get it up in a little bit. I think the dailies need to play out. So BI, Mandalos, and Jerseys, they know that core and services, excluding rents, continue to make new highs, replacing the Fed's terminal rate higher. The core inflation trends are usually stickier and may keep inflation above 2%. And even if housing and energy ultimately roll over, strong wage data and tight labor could keep inflation up. And that means once the Fed reaches the terminal rate, it may need to hold them for longer. So again, looking at rent of shelter and core services, excluding rent and shelter, what they're saying is that this is the problem with core. Not only was that the X factor today, the fact is if core keeps going up, it is harder to bring down core than it is to bring down headline. Again, even if you remove shelter, you'll see we're still going up. Isn't that crazy? So even if you removed rental and shelter from the equation, this shit is still going up. And then here, the price decreases. Treasury yield curve is inverting harder after the CPI punch. Front-end yields higher by 11. Inversion trades will be buoyed by the increased risk of a harder landing. The Democrats have been enjoying a notable revival in polls in recent weeks off of the Biden administration's legislative wins and angst over some social elements. But you wonder if this report with the GOP will get a bump as the midterm election approaches. This will be just one more CPI report ahead of the vote. So here it is. Here are the decreases. So the biggest decrease was gas. Everything was gasoline. So let me get to the first non-gas. So everything dropped 10% on the gasoline. Airline fare was the only non-car automobile related category, and that dropped 4%. Women's dresses, those got 4.5% cheaper. Public transportation dropped 3%. Televisions dropped 3% again. Again, televisions have been dropping all year. Men's suits have gone down 2.3%. And then the lowest other thing was other appliances and personal computers. They dropped by 0.5%. So again, the biggest declines were either energy, motor fuel, gasoline, oil, and then energy, and then airline tickets. And that is about it. Delivery services dropped 0.71%. BS. So Kathy Jones, chief fixed income strategist at Charles Schwab, she says there is little doubt that the Fed will hike by 75 at this next meeting. The Dutch may show estimates of higher peak rates by some Fed members. It was a disappointing number for those expecting sequential decline in inflation. Yields will move higher, but the yield curve is likely to keep inverting on expectations of more aggressive Fed tightening. Here is the move on the 2-year note following the report. If you guys see it, let me get it up. Frankfurt. Frankfurter. So here it is again. Following the report, This isn't the S&P, bro. This is the 2-year bond. So again, this directly is inverting the yield curve off of that move. But that's what they're saying. They go, again, this was a knee-jerk, surprising reaction. So let's take a look at services, excluding rents. So here's services including rents because people are going to focus on a sign that inflation is broadening out and becoming stickier. These are 7 core categories of core services inflation, and 5 of them are flat or declining. The 2 biggest ones are transport services and medical cares that are driving things higher. So this is actually kind of important. I would take this as a positive sign because everything else is flattening or declining. It looks like this time around, transportation services and medical care, that is the thing that jumped us up here. Tesla down 3. Yeah, the whole market is down almost 2%. Again, your futures are down 1.8. You're actually down 2.5%. Literally, you are up 0.7 about, 30 minutes ago. 30 minutes ago, you were up 0.75 on futures, and now you are down 1.8. Big move. So Robert Dent, senior U.S. economist for Nomura, he says this is a concerning report across the board for the Fed. Not only does this lock in 75 in September, it will likely raise the other 75 hikes at November. I think Fed officials are going to be hard-pressed to find another silver lining in this morning's data. Again, not one person is positive about this. I only read one guy who said inflation is still going to come down to 5% by end of the year, but this was probably the worst thing that could have happened. Bullish on Frankfurters. Another low, Chad. Another low. This one is crazy. What do you mean by price in November? They're going to be pricing in the Fed futures for November now. So, and we've been talking about, what the Fed futures have been pricing in for the meeting here next week. But now that the 75 was already a lock, and after this report, we might start pricing in 100 basis points, believe it or not. But now, after today's report, people are already on the bond saying, yeah, I guess the Fed is even going to have to raise 75 in November. Prior to this report and leading into it, it was at 50 or even 25. But now that's it. This changed everybody's outlook coming into the end of the year, or it at least delayed it by a month. And now you just finally have you don't have you were not able to put a sequential decline in inflation. So it's like not only was this supposed to be the month-over-month decline, it went up month-over-month. So again, this is now still a 2.5-year streak of month-over-month increasing every time. But now, if we went negative today on CPI, it would have been 2 reports in a row of CPI coming down. This just threw that out the window. So literally, since 2019, 2020, you have not had 2 inflation reports in a row come down. And again, this was just not what anybody was expecting. Again, I was even fairly confident that month over month was going to come down. And the fact that it didn't and then core doubled, it was very, very negative. So here's more from Nomura's Dent. He raises the concern that part of the reason inflation is remaining high is in fact because inflation expectations have risen. That's the worst nightmare for the Fed. Core service inflation was strong as expected, but core goods surprised to the upside considering the improvement in supply chains and import prices. Core goods should be moderating, and the sustained strength raises the risk that inflation expectations are starting to feed through the measured inflation. Again, to drive it home here, we got to drill it down, look at what's going on with transportation services. The big driver is that their public transportation component, which is volatile, dominated by volatile airfares and motor vehicle insurance. Both of these historically have not been pro-cyclical. Motor vehicle maintenance repair is also starting to contribute in a big way, though this will be interesting to watch. Nisha Patel, director and portfolio manager at fixed income at Parametric, she says the recent inflation print, one of the most important reads ahead of Fed September minutes, has has reconfirmed the need for at least another 75 hike. Don't be surprised if the Fed's hand is forced to do 100. The idea that inflation has peaked has been dispelled, and now that the likelihood of a soft landing for the economy has only decreased, expect long bond yields to come down, leading to a September meeting at a recessionary risk increase. The reset in the market's terminal rate expectations above 4.2 should give the Fed room to push the 2023 dot plot now above 4. Classic risk off, yields are down, and more, my colleague Elaine Chen points out, speculative assets like Cathie Wood's ARK are now tumbling. So again, we are already down 2% on the Fed futures. Man, bro. This was CPI coming in hot. That's it. It ended up moderating, but let me just show you the numbers overall, man, and you'll see what I'm talking about. But, oh, wait, hold on, let me get you a better one. This is wild. This is wild. Again, even wages even dropped, too. That's how you know this is bad. So, like, here's the fucked up part, is that wages even went down on this report, and nobody's even I haven't saw that brought up once. Usually they would. But again, CPI month over month, this was expected to come in negative. It came in positive, hotter than expected. Year over year was expected to be 8.1. Some people were even hoping for 8.3, and that didn't happen. And then again, core, excluding food and energy, this one wasn't supposed to go up by 0.6. It went up. It was supposed to go up by 0.3. It went up 0.6. It was a bad report. Again, nobody was expecting this. I am shocked that even what's her name didn't even warn at the White House, because even though it's not the worst, it's just Wall Street. This was where this got the best of Wall Street, because now you guys got to realize Wall Street was pricing this one in to be a good one. You got it like that. This was Wall Street definitely paid for it. I don't know. Maybe the White House was excited about it, but it gets rid of 2 sequential drops. But like, damn, Wall Street. I definitely think Wall Street. This one got the best of them all. You said you were walking away. I know I did. Remember I said I'm going to retire because it shouldn't come down. I did say core. I was skeptical on core, but nah, man, I'm shocked. I'm utterly shocked. I am historically shocked, and you should be too, because this is not. That just was not there. Again, this is the 3rd or 4th meeting where we have had 67 economists miss the estimate. Like, what is happening? And now it's just like, even coming into the White House thing today, it's not a good look for them. And now, again, you have Powell next week. It's bad. It got rid of, if this just highlights how misguided even this rally was. I don't think y'all feel me. Because, again, people were talking Fed pivot off of one inflation report coming down, thinking that we were going to string together 2 of them. You couldn't even string together 2 declining inflation reports in 2022, and the month-over-month decline is still on a 2-year streak. So that means this rally was even 10 times more misguided, with that being said now. So it's pretty wild. It is actually pretty wild if you think about it. So per Dent's point about November, interest rate futures have now started to price in 75 basis points for November. A 1.5 percentage point figure would suggest they're fully pricing in 2 basis points, 275 basis points in the next 2 meetings. Anna Wong's bold forecast of July 5% terminal rate now is looking increasingly plausible. Goldman Sachs upgraded the year-end upper bound forecast to match hers in 2022. We could see how the market has gravitated towards the Bloomberg economic forecast since the beginning of August. So here was the market implied. So this is where the market thought the Fed was going to be. This is where the market futures were, and this is where Bloomberg, and I believe, I think she works with Bloomberg. This is where they were pricing in. And now after today, again, all the Fed futures are bringing up this today. It's wild. It's absolutely wild. Again, we're hitting another low. You keep going down. More from Ira's jersey. The 6 basis point move in the 10-year Treasury aligns with recent market moves following CPI, though the ISM manufacturing has moved Treasury yields more than CPI. This will continue to be the fixation of the market. In fact, given relatively poor liquidity, it wouldn't surprise me to see a knee-jerk reaction actually increase on surprise inflation data in the future. Stocks have hit a fresh new low for this session with contracts on the S&P down 2%. Look at the 2-year Treasury yields up almost 14 basis points to 3.7. Pre-CPI, the implied federal funds rate now is at 4%. We are at 4.23 coming into March 2023. That is crazy. So again, the whole yield curve is inverting and moving up right now. This is really, really wrecking the bonds. Let's see. We already went over Anna Wong. Dude, this is wild. So Veronica Clark, Citigroup, she says not only did core CPI surprise to the upside, but strength was in key components like shelter and medical. That indicates very strong underlying inflation. A 75 basis point from the Fed next week is all but solidified, and there remains risk that the Fed could still pursue larger rate increases at future meetings. So I'll give you a little recap. Consumer prices surprise more than forecast. Core CPI is more than double expectations. Markets are fully pricing in 3/4 basis point rate hike, and stock futures fall and bond yields are soaring as the dollar is rising after this data. Wow, Chad. Wow. How do you feel? Man, bro. This one's crazy. History. No, it really is, bro. I don't know. I'm like contemplating retirement right now, or contemplating that my puts might come back to life. I don't know how I feel right now. So, I don't know. There's a lot. There's a lot to take in. Again, I mean, I was expecting everything to just come into Powell, because that's what you guys got to realize now. I'm gonna go out on a limb right now. I'm gonna start getting crazy, but it's quite simple. I think half of today is gonna be about how far down do we go, where do the Fed futures take us. But legitimately, you have Powell by next week, next Thursday. I think if this gets messy, we might start pricing in 100 basis points real quick. And then that's where it gets a little wild. But like I said yesterday on the watch list, all about today was whether or not, if it was going to be positive, which we're definitely, like, again, we had the exact opposite. Like, bro, today was like turning 16 and you thought you were going to get a car. And like, bro, you didn't even get a bike. Like, they gave you a Colgate toothbrush, the disposable electric one. You know what I'm saying? So that's where it is. But again, we were saying if you were going to get a car, it was going to go up to 430 leading into Powell. Then Powell confirms it. Boom. If not, it was going to go down to 390. So again, you're already halfway there now. But really, between today and the end of the week, and then again, I would be watching Fed futures like a damn hawk. Watch the TLT and the bonds. But it's really about 390 tests now, leading into next week. I don't know if we'll break below, but that's what I'm saying. If we start pricing in more than 100 basis points, I would be out on lookout for that one, because that one would be absolutely wild. Not even rechargeable. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, bro. It's not good. It's not good. It is not good. So according to John Velis, FX strategy for Americas at Bank of New York Mellon, expectation or hopes of Fed policy pivot have to be locked away now. We are now fully expecting 75 in September, perhaps another in November. Evidence is clear that inflation, especially in core, is sticky and won't edge down anytime soon. You wonder even if September 21st is the time for the Fed to go full percentage when you've gone by 75 twice in a row. If you want to make a statement about seriousness, there surely is an argument for going stronger. Again, everyone's going to be talking about it. I think today, maybe we go to the end of the day before we price in 100. But even then, by tomorrow or the end of the week, just be on the lookout. We've done this before. So remember, anytime we have had a surprise, the market does a temporary 100 basis point freak out. Just keep that in mind this time around, because again, if the only way that happens is if bonds move, so that means we're going to get a lot of action. Gregory, where's Gregory? I just lost Gregory. Gregory Farinello, head of U.S. rates at AMER event, he says there's no question the market is wrong-footed here. The Fed goes 75 next week, and the question is, are we going to go to 4.5 or higher? He adds, if it keeps the heat on the Fed in the market, in the grand scheme of things, rates are still low. 2 months ago, the White House was dismissing the big year-on-year increase in consumer prices as out of date and backward-looking because gasoline prices were coming down. That was true, but the continued high year-on-year just aren't coming down the way the administration would like. And again, it's going to be tough messaging for the Democrats today. Zachary Hill, head of portfolio strategy at Horizon, says the initial market reaction makes sense and is likely to run given that liquidity is still low and shorter-term investors were positioned for an improvement into this number. Investors across equities, fixed income, and currencies are setting up for a bigger fall of CPI than consensus, and nothing about that print is optimistic. Inflation was broadly felt across major categories, and a breadth of price increases deteriorated in the context of the Fed that only cares about inflation side of their mandate. That was a bad number, and that will necessitate more tightening. 75 next week is done. In our view, we expect the updated September to be hawkish versus market pricing, especially in the context of 4% rate hikes. The bottom line from Neil Duda, head of U.S. Economic at Renaissance: inflation remains hot, financial conditions have seen some improvement, and the labor markets are humming along. If the goal is to slow things down, the Fed is failing by its own standard. Peter Scheer, head of macro at Academy Securities, he expects 75 next week, but is still bullish. He says, I would buy this dip. There are bigger issues facing us, but this seems like an algo-driven response to the data, chasing our recent week long, so I'm a buyer of stocks and bonds here. March 2023 meeting OIS is near 4.24. According to John Velis, we already got that one, and I think that's it. Nah, this one is wild, bro. So again, I think we've gotten out of like maybe 20 analysts and 20 fund managers, I would say about 2 of them have said this is bullish. So it's good to hear. I mean, some people are still liking it. But again, your initial reaction to all of this is about 2.75%, Chad. So futures are down 2.2 right now. But again, it's literally you were up 0.75. You said you're going to short. I didn't have time. I mean, we caught the first one. I said I was going to short here if we had a bounce. I don't see this as really a bounce, and then we just kept going through. But again, I don't know if it's on screen. Let me get you my other play. Remember, we still have the other ones. So here are the other old plays that we're holding. Again, I like I said, I was positioned for a lot of shorts in general. They all got away from me, but I held them because I told you guys, no matter what happened today, I was keeping in mind Powell, but this one, they all turned. So I'm up on the AMD. I'm up on the AMAT now. My Tesla, I've got half of it back. And then some of the other ones are now just all moving back in my favor. And then we'll see. Hopefully the IPOs could come back up. I forgot. Is there one more? I think I have 2 more plays. AMD. Is this bullish for oil? I mean, oil was up, but it doesn't even matter. Like, that's what today's report shows. It's just like, dude, every single one of the largest declining factors, every single one of them, they were all oil related. So if you mean to tell me oil has dropped as much as it has in the last 2 months in a row, and we can't even do a negative 0.1 month over month, I don't even know. So I honestly, in a weird way, oil is just dangerous if it goes up, but it's not giving us the pressure on the downside. Like, you see what I'm saying? It's not helping us on the downside, but it's only hurting us if it goes up. Again, in just the fact, like I'm saying, I think a lot of the rally we had a couple months ago is very misguided now, and it just puts us in a weird spot. So the White House press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, previews this afternoon's Biden event while avoiding direct comments on the CPI. She tweets, the Inflation Reduction Act is one of the most significant laws of our nation's history. It's further proof that the soul of America is vibrant, the future of America is bright, and the promise of America is real. No way. So I think she literally just tweeted that out right now. So again, White House press secretary has already commented but has avoided mentioning anything about this. I'm double checking. Yeah, wow. You can't make this up. No, it's real. Mm-mm-mm. Anything else you'd like to include? That's it. Scott, just one more. Just one more for that. That's it. That's it. I mean, they're pumping it. Either way, they're pumping inflation. They don't care. They don't care. That's it. White House, I think they're just going to try to ignore it today. I'm surprised. It could be a good move, could be a bad one, but they're literally, again, you mean to tell me 5 minutes after this report, stock futures have moved 3% in the last 45 minutes. And they're like, yo, man, the Inflation Reduction Act is very good, and what it's going to do for the American people is great. So we'll see. But as far as Wall Street's concerned, bro, the biggest fight we've put on, all of the reserves we've dumped on oil, everything, and we cannot put in 2 back-to-back sequential inflation declines. That's wicked. Cameron Brandt, Director of Research at EPFR, he says it's a good reading for the Fed and that the headline number is moving in the right direction, but not so fast that the markets can quibble with another 75. The later number does suggest that the structural component, supply chain issues, war in Europe, tight labor, are going to extend the process of getting CPI back to an acceptable level. Morgan Stanley's economist, led by Ellen Zenter, quote, this month print does not raise difficulty for the Fed to manage an eventual step down in the pace of tightening, which we expect to happen by November. More sustained core pressures, though, in particular rents, could see the Fed contemplating a longer tightening cycle and a higher peak rate. Rate expectations for next week's Fed meeting are showing 78 basis points, down from an earlier spike of 80. With the Fed silent until the meeting, the market debate over 100 should maintain pressure on the Treasury market front end. Lower gasoline prices, which everyone anticipated, were just about the only good news in August CPI. Rapid pace of inflation in both core and services shows higher wages are beginning to feed into prices. The Federal Reserve has a long way to go until inflation reaches a high or it approaches target. Let's see. That's it. Lower gas. So that's all we have so far. So, man, what a day, Chad. What a day. All right. What time is it? 6:13. Man. I'm going to say, should we go into the news or should we keep going with these headlines now? Because there's a couple more, but they're slowing. I mean, I think we already know what's happening. Like, I don't think it's rocket scientist at this moment. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we should get into the headlines. All right, Chad. Wait, headlines only, like inflation headlines, or do you want? What do we want? What do we want here? Man, Apple, dude, everything's dumping right now. No, you could. I don't know. I wouldn't call it circuit breaker, but it depends if we go lower on the futures. Again, we've already moved 2.5. Yeah, so you're down 2. That's 3% already. So you're halfway there. That's it. It depends on the first hour, but I mean, I don't know. I just think that everybody was just caught with their pants down on this one. I'm shocked. Again, it was not supposed to be like this. I mean, respectfully uninviting myself. That's good. That's good. You could buy the inverse. I mean, it's going to be tough. Pretty much, I think you might get a couple of bounces, but I don't think you're going to get any meaningful bounce. Dude, this is bad. So, I mean, it's going to be a long day, but actually, here it is. Again, so here's just a slight recap for you. Let me get you some pre-market movers, and then let's get into the rest of the news for the day, Chad. Good morning, baby. How you living, Chad? Good morning. I haven't been able to say good morning. God bless you if you're here, if you've been spending time. I have no idea. I have not checked into any of that. Usually I get a lot more hype, but we are glad you're here, and I hope you're having a beautiful morning, Chadadonia. Okay, so good morning, all my real ones. If you're new, God bless you. Stick around. You're probably going to watch a historical day today, but here is the recap from the CPI. The report was a lot worse than expected in a number of respects. Headline: CPI defied expectations for a decline on the month. Increase in core CPI was double what forecasters as expected. We knew used vehicles and rents were going to be key, and that proved to be the case. Prices for the former barely edged lower, even though many were looking for substantial declines. There was bad news in goods and services. Former, excluding vehicles, edged down a bit, but is also normalizing. The latter is being driven by transportation, which aren't pro-cyclical. The Fed will certainly be moving forward with a third straight 75 hike next week, and investors are now pricing in a chance they opt for something bigger and more in November. This will also probably add fuel to the political fire, which has been cooling off in recent months. And stock futures have fell sharply after the data release, with contracts on the S&P down now around 3%, and two-year yields have already moved to a record. So, Chattadonia. There you have it. So, again, that's everything from the CPI. Actually, I know we have a little bit of news. I think we'll be good. YPSX. Actually, I'm going to have to go to the bathroom here in a little bit. I haven't taken my morning piss, So we gonna have to do something, but let's get into it. Again, U.S. headline: inflation eased. That's the headline, but not as much as expected. Everything else was bad. Markets took it badly. Futures slump with stocks in Europe. Treasury yields jumped, especially at the short end of the curve, and the dollar rose for the first day in 3. Oil erased earlier gains. Gold dropped and Bitcoin fell. 3-month Euribor hit 1% for the first time in a decade. Before the print, J.P. Morgan's Marko Kolanovic and his team predicting inflation will resolve on its own, and the Fed overreacted with 75. We'll likely see a Fed pivot. That should boost cyclicals and small caps. Also predicting a Fed U-turn. The IFF Robin Brooks 3-year ahead inflation expectations are back down to completely normal. Team transitory wins. So some people are claiming victory off of this. Investors are fleeing equities en masse under the specter of a recession, with allocations to stocks at record low and cash exposure at all-time highs. Bank of America survey showed a high of 52% of respondents were underweight equities and 62% were overweight cash in the week through September 8. Twitter will feel the heat today as whistleblower Peter Zatko is expected to tell the Senate Judiciary the company misled its board, investors, and users about the security of their platform and the prevalence of bots. Peloton's latest shakeup: co-founder John Foley is out. Chief Legal Officer Hasayo Kusi is headed for the exit. A KKR-led consortium ditched their $14 billion offer for Ramsey. Bayer quietly started the search for a successor to CEO Werner Baumann. Saudi Arabia's crude production surpassed 11 million barrels a day last month, exceeding the symbolic level for the first time in 2 years. Increase corresponded with a pullback in crude and adds to a bearish outlook for fuel. Earlier, Morgan Stanley cut its price forecast on recession fears, and China COVID policy said a rally isn't imminent. The EU is mulling capping the power generation revenue of renewables and nuclear companies at 180 to 200 euros per megawatt in its emergency package, People Familiar said. European Commission, which will unveil today a plan to stop the energy markets or step into it, will also propose a temporary levy on companies in oil, gas, coal, and refinery industries of at least 33% of their extra profits. U.S. brokers are building a crypto exchange that mimics how other asset classes are traded. Crypto faces a new threat. Treasuries offer a similar payout for a lot less risk in a rare reversal. Crypto yields are below the 3-month U.S. yield, giving institutions that flock to tokens less reasons to keep them. The Fed is driving up rates everywhere except in the crypto world, where yields and volumes collapsed and confidence was shaken by Terra's implosion and Celsius's failure. Damn, that's crazy. It's true. A 3-month bond is offering higher yield than some of the coin staking. That's disgusting. 1 p.m. U.S. to sell $18 billion of 30-year bonds. 2 p.m. U.S. August budget statement. 3 p.m. Biden and Harris speak on the passage of Inflation Reduction Act. OPEC publishes monthly oil market report. Primaries in Delaware, Rhode Island, and New Hampshire. U.S. Census Bureau releases 2021 income, poverty, and health insurance statistics. U.S. General Assembly opens in New York. And that's it. Dollar peak. U.S. small business optimism improved in August by the most since June 2021. Primaries in New Hampshire, Delaware, and Rhode Island wrap up the season. New Hampshire's GOP race for a potential spot will be closely watched. Lindsey Graham is expected to propose federal legislation restricting abortion across the U.S. The plan, which has little chance of making it to Senate, may mirror earlier proposals to ban the procedure after 20 weeks. BlackRock Investing Institute joined peers from Bernstein in fretting about impending recession in Europe. German inflation was confirmed at 8.8 in August, in line with expectations. Spanish inflation came in faster with a preliminary reading at 10.5. Equity traders in China are positioning for a rally in the onshore market, said Morgan Stanley's quant strategy. Oh, I forgot. I talked to some crazy dude who is shorting like 100 million on the yuan. I forgot. I asked him some questions. I need to talk to you guys about that one, but where is it? 6:20? All right, I need to go to the bathroom, Chad. I love you, okay? I love you. I'll be right back. I know we have a couple more things. I got a couple plays. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. But I love you. I'll be right back.
I think the disinflation trend is going to continue, but for today, it's definitely going to be ugly.
John, we're getting in the numbers right now. Peter Bookfire has one of the isolated incidents, health insurance up 24% year over year.
Services
is the distinction feature.
Without a doubt. Esty, with that in mind, we've got this tug of war between financial conditions and what is happening with the data and how the Fed is responding to it, and investors who are hoping all of this goes away and next year it's smooth sailing. What's your message to people that still doubt the resolve of this Federal Reserve?
Well, there wasn't going to be a pivot, and there clearly isn't going to be a pivot anytime soon. I think Jackson Hole dispelled that idea completely. Anything close to a pivot would just mean we're going to stop hiking, and that happens at some point in 2023. And how many more percentage they get in before that? That number is going up, of course, with the November expectations rising as well. But the Fed isn't going to blink. Inflation is gradually coming down, slower than anyone would like, but their resolve is going to be very firm.
Mm-hmm. Esty, where do I hide? Just as simple as that. My head is spinning. This report wasn't what I expected. Where do I hide to drag myself into 2023?
So I think it's a bit too early to say that the entire end of the year is going to be bad. I think at some point we are going to have some improvement in markets. For the time being, it feels really like the dollar is a great place to hide. The Swiss franc, you were talking earlier about the Swiss National Bank coming in with those hikes. So Swiss franc probably is another place to hide, but you're making something in cash. And
not if the yen gets crazy.
A lot of investors are going to be happy to sit in cash and wait for the picture to improve, hopefully over the next couple of weeks.
Nah, man, this is wild. This one is wild. So, Chad, we got a couple more headlines. There's a couple of more movers as well, too. I mean, do I even need to ask you what your first play is for the day? You know what I don't know. I don't know if I need to at this. I feel like everybody is going to be bonds bearish, Tesla, a couple of I don't know. I feel like you already know. I don't know, or even sit down and chill. But today it's already wild again. So far since everything has gone down, this is almost a 3% move that we have experienced here in the hour before this. So a couple more. We're going to get OPEC updates, oil and natural gas. Definitely watch them in the process of all of this. Let's see. Nintendo surged. They sold 3 million units of a game. Oracle rose as analysts cheered it. Rent the Runway got clapped. NetEase gained after one of its games hit the list of 73 domestic games approved. Mercedes survived a lawsuit to stop selling polluting cars. Americans are losing ground against retirees of other countries. King Charles amassed his own empire before inheriting his mother's. Are you ready to upgrade your iPhone? Jean-Luc Godard, film director, heading light a French wave of movement. New wave movement has died at 91. The Boston Marathon will welcome non-binary athletes to the race next year. And then on this day in history, in 1899, Henry Bliss was run over while getting off a trolley at West 74th in Central Park in New York. The real estate dealer became the first American killed in a motor vehicle accident when he died from his injuries the following day. His skull and chest were crushed. according to a New York Times report at the time. Wow. That was great. Okay. I guess they started it gloomy today with giving the market. But Chattadonia, it's a crazy day. We're going to have a crazy day. And what kind of day would it be without the pledge, man? Here at the Cult, this is just what we do. We got love for everybody out there. And before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And that is the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you and thank you for doing what you have done. And shout out to the police officers, the firefighters, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, all the other public servants out there as well too, baby. God bless you and thank you for your service. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or nah. Oh, it's going to be a crazy day, Chad. It's going to be, I hope you're locked and loaded, baby. So, got a couple of minutes. If you got any plays, feel free to post them. Let's source that information. I'm going to have a couple of plays and news for you. I mean, really, everything I was watching in the morning has just changed. But I will be watching a couple of different names. There's a couple of movers that we already have. I will be watching banks and financials. Again, I think those are probably going to be really important here, maybe the most. What else is there? Goldman, Bank of America. I'd watch bonds. AMAT from yesterday. AKRO. That is a biotech doing its own thing. And then SQQ and UVXY, man. SQQ and UVXY. So let's see. We got about 2 minutes, Chad. And get ready. Get ready. I'm kind of excited here. I don't know what we should expect. I mean, I want to say a big bounce could still be in store, but this is already pretty bad. Again, I'm saying that just in the sake of volatility, but if you're just tuning in, the CPI report was bad on many, many levels. So a lot of people were feeling the same way. A lot of people were shocked by it. So keep that in mind. Stay nimble. Call out anything, and just it's going to be a long day. And like I said the other day, yesterday on the watch list, just be careful for that first hour and a half of movement. Again, the first hour and a half, 2 hours, we are probably going to get the most movement, and depending on what levels we hit from there, I mean, we are really going to have our work cut out for us. So I'm going to have the SPX and some of the other levels here. We should be ready to go, but let's just see where we open up and get ready. It's going to be around 2%. Yeah, puts on everything. I mean, again, I'm like I said, I don't even think I need to ask anybody the place today. You're either going to sit or you're going to go for the puts unless you're already in them. But that was bad. Again, I think watch my Euro close as well too, because even Europe flipped on this. Today is America Day in the sense that we're kind of leading the news flow. So just that being said, watch Euro close. Get ready. We got 40 seconds before the bell, Chad. I need you to hit the thumbs up. Please keep it positive, and let's have some fun and call out any plays and just get ready for a lot of volatility. And yeah, White House will be celebrating around 2 p.m. Eastern. So we'll see. Oil is going to do its own thing today. I mean, commodities are going to trade a little bit weirder, but we're going to find out. Uber pays $100 million to New York drivers in misclassification case. Costco does have meat on the bone. I'm still in that one. 15 seconds. Again, there's a couple of earnings like Oracle, Microsoft. Again, I would watch Apple too. See if they get destroyed off this safe haven. Who else was there? There's going to be XLF and banks. Round 1. Fight. So official open is about 2.2. Not bad. And then minus the 0.75. Again, you are already at 4020. So, wow. That's it. We're back to this level. Next level is 401, taking us all the way down to 390. Honestly, there is a little bit of meat on the bone. There's honestly a little bit of meat on the bone if we are going to play but then again, that's like 2% lower than where we are at now on anything. Again, if you see any play that's still green or not moving down as much, again, you could go for any of those laggers. Like McDonald's is only down 0.9. Again, the Dow Jones is only down 1%. NASDAQ is down 2.7. And SPY is down 2.0. So tech is really, really getting clobbered. Apple 1.4. ECL, those AMATs 100% up. Yeah, I'm up $200 on the shares. I got $4 per share from yesterday. That's a big one. And then my AMDs went positive. SPY to close green, MOX dividend. Apple is already selling off. Again, SPY going up. I think you're going to have some value plays kind of move up here because some aren't doing that bad. $403. I could still go up to 406. So in between here, but then if you break 4019, it could get ugly. So that's kind of what I'm waiting for and what I'm going to try to play here. But other than that, again, I mean, I went from having too many shorts to now it's actually coming into play in my favor. But that's where I'm going to have to find the finesse if I want to add more or just hold out. But I think I'm going to push some of what we have a little bit more. Again, chip makers are down 3. Apple is down 1.8, barely moving. Where is Netflix? Remember, we made a couple of moves on that one. Netflix is at 227. I don't know. That's a big drop, though. They're already down 3.8 again. SPY's coming back up. I think 403. What is it? Is it 403.4 or 403.5? Give or take. I still got the VGKs, yes. EWG as well, too. I think we got one more, 1.95. Let's see. Let them go. Come on. Oh, 4046. All right, I shorted a mini ES 4046. I think there's a lot of risk in it. I'm a little bit willing to push it here. 4046. Let's see. So we went with that one again. We have the other trades. I'll throw up the MES. Again, the AMD positive, the IYT. And you check the Tesla. ARK is up too. That's good. Watch Netflix. Again, Apple's selling and Apple is low-key. It's underperforming relative. I mean, Microsoft's there, but like, dude, Meta's down 5%. Again, Netflix is down 4%. The NASDAQ itself is down 2.8. So keep that in mind. But Apple has a little bit more meat on the bone. Again, I think we could still move up quite a bit. Again, the range today is already big. The fact that you've moved 2%, even though it's a bad day. So I'm skeptical on that play I took. I think if you are holding puts or holding shorts into this, you got the benefit. But any fresh plays, you're gonna have a little bit of volatility here. So keep that in mind. Airbnb is going up for some reason. Take a look at XLF and just watch out for the banks. They're not doing too bad. Yeah, just follow Apple. For real, though, it is coming down. XLV, they're not down too much. I think 100 basis point, either by the end of today, the Fed futures will start pricing that in, or by tomorrow, we're going to have to deal with that debate. But it hasn't hit the market just yet, but people are talking about it. It's on the way. I mean, pretty much, we are not going to make it till Powell without those Fed futures pricing in 100 basis points at least once. So, and that's going to be a little bit of a market debate. We're going to go back and forth, and everyone's going to argue it. And then coming into the meeting, we're going to see where it's at. Yeah, so like that will be the next debate. And then just watch out for the 10-year. Again, bonds absolutely clobbered on this. And if you see that 10-year hit those levels, we're gonna have a problem. 401. So again, we're coming down now. We made that trade there on the MES. So again, this is the next level, 4015, and then we just start getting into this is again all the gap up move from about what 2 days ago. So we're gonna get to like I think that's Wednesday's level, last Wednesday. Again, it's 4017, 4018. You're at 40192, SPY 2.2, NASDAQ about to be 3%. Again, a couple names hitting the low. Apple is already starting. Big tech is getting clapped. Again, the chip stocks in tech right now, it's just not pretty. The put's pumping. I mean, I'm up $60 on the future. Like I'm saying, any new play is going to be a little bit more difficult. Whatever you were writing should be able to give you some cushion, but it's still it's a little tough one here. 3%. My Tesla short is coming back. I'm still down like 300 on it. My AMD one, I'm positive on that one, and then the Tesla one, I need that one to come back, and then AMET, we have $200 on that. Any plays? I opened up a short right here on the third candle on the future, a mini ES, but that's about it. And then again, remember I was getting squeezed on my shorts leading into this, so that's why it's like I just had plays come back for me. But then I just opened up another short, but I'm worried about it because we're already down 3%. So I mean, any meat on the bone you're trying to squeeze out of today, that means we're gonna have a 4 or 5% day. So just watch out. I want to see how we trade at this level. It looks like we're breaking 4017. So SPY hasn't gone below, but SPX is now breaking. The next level from here is going to be literally 399, 4,000 flat. So again, a whole nother point. We might butter, and then we'll see where we go from there. No way, SPY doesn't break 3.9. Just watch the first 2 hours, though, because, again, we've had big sell-offs, and then we go down 4 or 5%, and then you bounce by the second hour only to close down 1%. Do you understand what I'm saying? So even though it's a big deal right now and we're moving big, this is going to be a long day is all I'm telling you. And just keep in mind that you could sell off big but then recover most of it by the end of the day, and that will give you your, give you everything you're looking at for the most part. This is kind of looking like Jackson Hole Day. Again, that was one of those big ones, but this one, Jackson Hole, was hard to interpret initially because you were trying to figure out what Powell was saying. This one was just bad. Again, this one was just clear cut. The knee-jerk reaction was negative from the start. Everybody's kind of on that line of logic already. I think the question is how far do we really go? Because, again, you were already down 3.1 on the NASDAQ, 2.4 on the SPY, and 2% on the Dow. AMAT, there's AMD. Oh, AMD's about to break 80 again. Well, last time we went 650 on the NASDAQ. Yeah, well, that at this point, that would be a lot. That would be a lot. We're still dropping lower. Again, I would just watch 4,000 flat on the SPX. That's the next level. And then 3,980 and then 3,950. But I think if it gets really bad, 3,983, 3,984, we might chill over there. So we'll find out. Why is it bad? Because core doubled, and core is a lot stickier, but then month over month was expected to come down. So that's it. Even though the month over month, we were expected to get 2 declines in a row, and that just never showed up. You're getting a little bounce there at the bottom. Kind of a good sign. Again, you just broke the 4,000 level, and you're trying to bounce there. So it's either going to hold up, and we're going to dance around here, or it's still going to keep flushing. So keep your eyes out for it. That's a little bit better. If this goes red, it's going to be ugly. But if we could kind of slow down, maybe this gets a little bit more control. A lot of things are just trying to bounce right here. So just be on the lookout. Like I'm saying, it's not, even though it's a lot of negativity today. Just there's also we've already opened 3%. So there's a lot of things at play. Apple. Meta, dude. Meta was down 5. Dude, Meta's still going down though. So again, every company's kind of doing its own thing. They've failed miserably over and over. Yeah, and again, a lot of times I think the Fed this makes sense with what the Fed has been saying. I think it was the market who was getting too optimistic. But again, this report doesn't reflect well on anybody. Like I am going to call this the humbling report, because this shit on the market, it said, market, you have no idea what you're pricing in. It's saying even the Fed failed miserably, and then even the White House. Again, I don't even this does not reflect well on anybody, from market participants and economists all the way down to policy and everything else, and even Powell. Everybody just took an L on this one. This was not what anybody expected, and it was a different type of reality check, more or less. So we're bouncing up here. Again, I'm still up on some of the shorts there, all from the morning, and the future is still slightly up. FSLR. See if you could get a bounce. I'm watching the financials. Watch tech. Surprisingly, in a weird way, names like Tesla aren't doing too bad. Meta is still selling off, though. Bullish oil. Energy in general. I mean, I liked UNG yesterday, but we'll find out. Oracle. Oh, yeah, because they're up 3. So if that one flips, that could definitely be good. Yeah, UNG might go positive today. UNG is going to respond middle of the day. You're either going to get like a 2% candle up or down on that. They're having this CPI party around 2 p.m. We're bouncing up a little bit. You were getting back to the opening candle in VWAP, and you were getting back above the 4,000, but not to the 403 or the 404. So 403, 404, you have to hit a new high on the intra-market day for us to get to the next level. Is this bullish or bearish? I think it's more bullish for energy. Because I even think, like I said, I think today just kind of shows that I don't think energy is a problem anymore. But it's a problem, if that makes sense. So, again, you've had the last quarter of energy and fuel declines, and the fact that we are still in this scenario where we are even reporting what we're reporting and getting this data, it's just, that's it. So, if anything, I mean, I think this just highlights to more elevated inflation. And that being said, you know, energy is gonna play its role when that's all said and done. It's gonna be awkward. Well, again, White House press secretary, she already tweeted in the morning how excited she is, and they declined to comment on anything related to the CPI. LMT is green. So again, VWAP move. You're not getting much out of it, but you're right above that level. I would just keep your eyes out for that one. Rivian. We're sitting, yeah, we're in a weird range. I mean, we have to either go higher or lower. I mean, at this point, with how the market is traded, we have so much time. It's only been 15 minutes, but let's see where this first move takes us. But we have been very comfortable around 2.99. Watch out for the bonds. Again, it's kind of like yesterday. Bonds are coming towards the low. Stocks aren't responding just yet, but you see it back and forth. No one is buying this. I mean, again, there was a couple of bullish people. There were some people who, and you had a lot of bullishness yesterday, but I don't know what they're going off of. Again, it's just like yesterday you had a real good bull theory if you were able to drive it home with today's data, but now it's just awkward. That's the only way I could describe it, because clearly we have to wait. There's just uncertainty now. It's like today was bad, but it's not like it was absolutely the worst. But just now the level of uncertainty, the bonds, what Powell is pricing in, again, even what Powell is going to do, it brings up a lot more questions now. And it just, how did we not print lower, dude? I'm telling you, everybody. Again, this was another data set where 67 people were all wrong except one guy. This time, it was a regional banker from Germany. Bro, the guy at the damn German Coast Credit Union was the only guy who was like, yeah, core inflation is going to go up and month over month is actually not going to go negative. He was the only guy at literally Germany Coast Credit was the only guy who knew. Are you kidding me? That's crazy. That is crazy. This was bad for everybody. This was absolutely bad for everybody. But you'll notice banks took a little bit less on the head, but they're kind of in line with everything. So right now, the best performer on the day is energy. They're only down 0.3. Utilities are down 0.7, and then consumer staples are down 0.9, and then everything else is down either 1.7 to 3.2, from industrials all the way down. So even financials are 2%, but tech, communication, discretionary, they're all down 3. And then industrials are down 1.7, healthcare 1.8, and then again, financials around 2. So we came down a little bit after VWAP. We're like right in between the ranges. I don't know if we're above 4,000. No, we're below 4,001. 4017, that is a level. So it might chill around here, but keep watching. Circuit breaker is at 7%. We're halfway there on the NASDAQ, but you need a little bit more from everything else. I mean, it's possible today. I mean, at least it's still early, but give it another hour or so. But if you don't make a big move in an hour or two, I would take it off the table. But, I mean, quite frankly, anything could happen right here. Yeah, Meta's clobbered, 6% down. They got killed. Anything that was even a little bit more vulnerable, again, in the tech space, they really, really got murked. UNG, yeah, wait for the random pop, like I said. It was only down 0.5%. The Fed tool, I mean, right now, just like we said, just get ready for the debate here for 100 basis points. It's on the way. What is that? 3.781. My computer does not like that website. It was tripping out. Will circuit breaker price in 100? It already is, yeah, a little bit. But circuit breaker, I mean, we'll see when we get there. I'm more worried about the next couple of days. Again, we're either going to 430 or we're going to 390. And by the looks of the data and this response, I mean, it seems like 390 is going to be more. Why did my VWAP just get mollywopped? So that just broke my VWAP there. Do you think hyperinflation is here? No, not at all. But I think this was a mix of, I think this is just the confusion of inflation. This is what we've been saying. We've talked about it a lot. I told you guys every time, I'm like, it's going to show up in waves, and this just highlights it. Every economist was wrong again. The White House fucking planned a celebration one day too early. Everybody in the market was talking about Fed pivoting over the last 2 months. Like, what? You know, that's it. I think everybody was just, this is just highlighting how confusing and how off base everybody is and the insidious nature of inflation, like we've been discussing. But that's it. Everybody is flat out wrong. I mean, that's it. AVYA. There's another one that went up 100. Apple bouncing. So is Microsoft and Meta a little bit. Saba running hard. Oracle. Saba ranks. Or are you saying Sava? Sava. Yeah, Sava's up 5. That's a biotech. That's going green. I wonder if these IPOs are going to go up. Or any of the hype plays. Spy's trying to make its move up there. Is that Honeywell? Honeywell's outpacing a little bit. UNG is green. About to be. That's great. But watch out again. I believe we were like right at VWAP, right above the 4017. PPI tomorrow. Yeah, like they said, ISM will probably move bonds more. And don't forget, too, you're going to need to watch the bonds in the process there. They just hit a new low, but they're kind of bouncing with the market. But just keep in mind that was one of the biggest moves. Dollar's still up, but it has been fading. So market might get a little bit of that positivity. But let's see. What do you think this means for the real estate market? The same thing it did. I mean, in general, I think it's just going to play how it is. I mean, rates are going to be higher. The more real estate slows down, the more it'll threaten the consumer. So, I mean, honestly, at this point, when we're looking at recession, inflation, and what the Fed is doing, I mean, the way it's looking to me is that you're really going to feel it once real estate finally feels it too. That's it. Pretty much if real estate feels it, everyone's going to feel it. That's kind of the last leg. But this isn't good for anybody or anything. Again, literally, like one of the best things you could have been doing right now, sadly, was you're either fucking shorting assets and dealing with margin, volatility, and the risk, or you're holding cash. But right now, it's just like this was bad for everybody. And again, I think real estate's obviously more liquid and slower, but the fact of the matter is, if all of these trends continue, and again, the Fed is just going to keep raising and raising and raising and raising, that's going to kill demand. But by the time it kills that demand, by the time you probably see real estate go down, I think you're just going to feel it in every part of your life at that point. Mm-hmm. It get crazy. Rising rates is like chemo. It kills the good and bad. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I eventually, it's just like this is gonna affect everything, even real estate. But it's just like you'll feel it at that point. But again, this just is not. This was an overall failure by everybody, from like I'm saying, Wall Street down to the White House, down to the Fed. This wasn't. Everybody got the expectations a little bit messed up. But again, it's even myself. Again, I don't know. I don't know how that came in that hot. That means there's the fact that the data is supposed to even be wrong, and the fact that we can't even string together two declines in some pretty skewed data. I mean, that screams a lot. Real estate coming up. I mean, watch out for some of the REITs. They are actually recovering. It's corn. They came down a little bit, not as much. Spy's fighting. He's trying to get back up. Again, if you could get to like 403, 404, that will be the level there to the upside. But TLT's dropping. Again, the thing is, though, the dollar's coming down right now from the high. So I think the dollar slowing down is easing up, but then the bonds are just rocketing. Again, the divergence, it's pulling it apart. Due to China making things. That's the supply chain stuff for sure. But like we're saying, it's just like, though that's what we saw today, but it's also things like rental cost, again, food away from home. That was a big one. But it's just like all of the sticky factors of inflation are going up. This is why today is bad. This is why today is scary. It's one thing that we missed all the expectations. It's one thing that everybody was wrong. But I've showed you this chart, every single CPI. This is the problem right here, is that it's sticky. Now, you mean to tell me you've dealt with 3 months of your gas going? I saw gas go from $7.60 all the way down to back to $5. And you mean to tell me inflation is still going up, and it's all of the other factors? Again, even if you exclude real estate, more things than not are hitting 6%. And that right there, that means your inflation is spread everywhere. And even what they brought up today, even though we've saw some supply chain pressures ease and a lot of other things calm down, what it's getting people to say is that maybe inflation expectations have become unanchored. Because now, even though we've saw things come down, if people are expecting more inflation and paying for it, and companies are raising into it and not lowering their prices the same way, that means inflation is becoming part of your personality, more or less. And that's what Powell did not want. That's why I'm saying this is an overall failure. And if we went from, we were about to get our first month-over-month decline to now we are talking about how sticky this is, that means this was a fork in the road, more or less. But it just means inflation is getting sticky, inflation is getting entrenched, and you have evidence of it now. You see what I'm saying? It's not even like we were trying to get evidence to string together 2 drops, but now the evidence is just saying, hey, everything even beyond gas right now is going up, and it's staying up, and that right there is kind of probably the biggest concern for everybody. Yeah, everything's dropping. Good call out on Apple, Chad. You guys notice that one's dropping faster. Again, Meta is already in the pooper. So there you go. Tesla is rebounding quite a bit though. So Tesla's outperforming there on that move. Rebuffing issues. Again, we are on like the lowest kilobits, so it shouldn't even be a lot. Tweet YouTube or something. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't know why it would be lagging, but we love you. SPY, it's selling off. Again, we need to get below 400 flat, or like 401 on the SPX. Yeah, again, like 4,000 flat is really going to be the next level. Apple, Netflix breaking, AMD, again, those are already down 5%. Even AMAT. Max Payne, I think we're going to I think it was like, what, 390 or something? I think we're going to go to like 398. I think 398.3 would be the worst, if not like maybe 399, 4,000 flat. But it's like we're already there. So I don't know. Honestly, I don't even think, who cares? It's just, this is a like, we have to wait until coming into Powell, but this is one day and it's already bad. And what I mean by who cares is that this isn't going to be a one-day move, right? Like this is going to keep factoring into everything, and we're going to watch this kind of lead us into, again, Powell is next week. The bonds and the Fed futures are all over the place. So we got to kind of we got to factor that in. It's like this is not going to have just by the end of the next 6 hours, it'll give us one move, but there's so much to this now. Yeah, banks are fighting. Again, a couple names, even AMAT is going up there. All right. I got to take profits on something. All right, I closed the AMAT, $4 per share. I'm going to hold the AMD and I'm going to hold the MES. But I like the AMAT because of that tech news. But, I mean, I literally caught a 5-6% move from yesterday. What at 92.60. Biden will take more time and resolve to reduce inflation. It's weird he's even commenting that early. I'm not even making a joke. Again, you saw the Jeanne Pierre comment, and she didn't say anything about it, and now he's adding that in there. Again, they have a literal celebration plan today. So, again, like I'm saying, just how this reflects across the board. We might see more of that, but keep that in mind. Again, Biden will be speaking a little bit today. They might be changing the speech low-key, but that's weird that they're addressing right now. Again, you're just barely holding on there. Hey, Matt, that was good. We bet what Biden will say. I mean, again, does it matter? I think they're going to ignore it. I think they're going to, again, highlight the positives. But unfortunately, this is a major L for everybody. Again, Powell, Biden, midterms, damn Wall Street again. This was just an L for everybody. So watch if bonds go lower. SPY is here at the low. Apple is already into the low. Amazon, again, I'd watch some of the sectors that bounce like XLV, XLF. If those keep going down, and then even watch Tesla because they are outpacing, but we're slowly coming into the lows. NASDAQ is down 3.3% right now. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you.
To the U.S. trading day on this Tuesday, September 13th. Here are the top market stories that we're following for you at this hour. Prices just too hot to handle. Inflation jumps higher in a surprise reading that showed an increase in everything from shelter to medical care to goods. And that leads to jumbo hikes. The market's fully priced in a 75 basis point hike from the Fed next week and increases the terminal rate. We're going to look at the likelihood of 100. So just forget about risk today. Get out your safety playbook. Equities and bonds hit hard. The dollar surges. From New York, I'm Alex Steele with my co-host in London, Guy Johnson. Welcome to Bloomberg Markets. And an uncomfortable statement from the White House guy talking about how, yep, inflation, we're going to bring it down. It's going to take time. This is not the print that the president would want to have seen.
Yeah, this is not the print that the president certainly was looking for here, was it? This is going to be good news for the Republicans. They'll be able to use this into the midterms. The president has got to put some spin on it. He is certainly doing so in this statement. It will take more time and resolve to bring inflation down, which is why we passed the Inflation Reduction Act to lower the cost of healthcare, prescription drugs and energy. A lot more wood to chop on that front then. This is an inflation number, Alex, that is ugly, ugly, ugly. The president's trying to put a spin on it that is positive. The market, not so much.
No, because it's not going to help rents. Rents is one of the biggest problems there. And also you can make the argument that in terms of markets, we were already sort of priced for something lower. We were priced for something good. Therefore, there's a lot of position readjusting right now within the equity market and the bond market.
Absolutely. The equity market, I think this point was made a little while ago. You can kind of understand the equity market after the rally we've seen over the last few days. But the move at the front end of the curve, the move in the 2 years is
insane.
Pretty sensational here. This is a significant repricing.
It's insane. Dude, I'm telling you, even the bonds reacted. And again, she's saying it's rent, but like I'm telling you guys, this is deeper than that. We've brought this up every time. I have every screenshot. If you've been watching any of these CPIs, man, this is sticky now. It's starting, like, I don't know if they're going to call it now, but it's starting to look entrenched. And again, watch out for that 10-year if it starts hitting that 4% or that above 3.5. But again, we have hit a new low, 4,000. I believe we are almost there, right on the dot. A little bit. You got about 3 more points on the SPX. The SPY is there. So we'll see what's going on. Again, things are kind of slowing down. Yeah, my platform's being, you see how it's moving a little slower here. Oh, man. Oh, man. Everything is right. Energy is the best at 0.49. UNG came down. So that one's interesting. Oil plays, they're barely down. AKRO, that was the biotech up 100% this morning. Flash crash, not really unless this gets away from us today. Again, like we're saying, I mean, it's only been 30 minutes. We really have a lot on the table here in the sense that you have so much clock left that it could go either way. Services also went up too. Some of them stayed flat, but it was like transportation services and medical services. Those are the ones that went up, and that's what people are worried about. But other things came down, and then cost of food away from home, that was the biggest increase. It was a shocking increase. Again, that metric doesn't really move up too much, or it hasn't even since like 2020. But again, even if you exclude rent and shelter, every single thing went up. Yeah, car insurance, that went up a lot too. Again, anything related to transportation, medical, beyond real estate was the problem. But even then, if once you factor in real estate, it was a problem. YouTube said they paid the music industry $6 billion from July 2021 to June 2020. Bro, what a day. Oracle flipping, good call, Chad. Did it? Oh, on the downside, yeah, you probably, that was 3% just from the top. It's at break even. That is actually a good hit. Good call on that, Graham. 8.3 is scarier because that's cook data. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not only is that, like, we already know the data is skewed, and the fact that it still came in like that, and this is the second to last CPI before the midterms on the day of a Biden celebration for something called the Inflation Reduction Act. I don't know. I'm like, man, maybe this is really bad. I'm like, dude, this is done. This is a dagger. I don't know. I'd hate to say it, but I'm like, dude, you're done. Whoever, like, dude, Powell, like, bro, this isn't good. Biden, you're done. This is not good. Again, Wall Street, economy, you're done. This is not good. like that's just kind of like, it's just, this was everything was primed to, like, today should have been the window dressing. You see what I'm saying? It's like you would have expected today would have been the window dressing. Today is where they wanted to make appearances, where the data, but it's like if it came in like that, it's not pretty, man. No, we're at a key level, though. That 4,000 level is pretty strong. I mean, the market is somewhat just fighting it more or less. So let's see, though. But, I mean, again, we're probably going to have a long, long day on our hands. No, we are landing. We're definitely, again, that's what I was saying the other. I was like, no matter what, we're landing now. This whole idea that it was going to be a real soft landing. I mean, it's just it doesn't look like that if this is the case. AMD, AMAT, that one's holding. PPI, it could give us some stuff, but again, I'd say the next thing, PPI and then ISM, those would be the big ones to watch for bonds. Again, even PCE, but at this point now, everything is about next week. Again, this is Powell, and in the meantime, I think the market is going to respond to whatever the bonds do. If it hits that 3.5%, that 4%, as well as the Fed futures, and everybody is going to, in the next coming days, even today, we're already pricing in 100 basis points. If that starts to hit a majority, yeah, exactly like Noble is saying, the market won't like that. But that's kind of where we're at with it. But it's all about today, leading into Powell. How do the futures move, and where does that leave us coming into all of this? But that is going to determine it all. That's it. But there's a lot of we need to take a couple of steps back from a couple of days ago and reassess. And I feel like everybody is going to be doing that. I believe it. I think it'll be 75, but again, the fact that the data is just not, you can't string together consecutive yet. Some people might call for 100. Again, who knows? Again, you could say 100 is too steep, but the fact that we have yet to have 1 month-over-month decline in CPI, is 100 really too steep? Again, if anything, this one calls for 100, because now you're like, I never agreed with it in the past, but now it's like, yo, if anything, this is saying 100. If 75, 50, 50 wasn't enough, maybe 100 isn't that far off now. But then again, what that means to everything is just it's clapped. Yeah, we did get hosed. Everybody did, bro. Or get that 200. Okay, now you just want violence. Some people just want violence. Sell puts or buy calls. If you really don't have an inkling on either direction, I would wait. That's it. I mean, if you feel it, you got the budget for it, and you kind of feel there's opportunity on both sides right now. If you get a wicked bounce, we're already down 3%. You could pull out something from this, but then also too, by the end of the week or even by the end of today, how it develops. I mean, if we really get a flush from here, it's not just going to slow down. So you got both, I think. But if you don't have like a clear cut, like if you're not like, yeah, I want to go for this dip, or yeah, I need to short the shit out of this, I would wait. completely. Just you're in the thick of it right now, and you're right in the middle. So if you don't have a desire or you're not leaning towards a direction, I wouldn't hit any of this without any conviction. Was there no decline? There was a decline on headline, but it wasn't the month-over-month decline. It was still hotter than expected, and then core doubled. So what we expected to happen on core, it did twice that. Tan on the high. Renewables are rocketing for some reason. So hold on. That could lift up the market again, even if energy and stuff like UNG gets a bounce, but they're coming down. So watch out. That tan's not a coincidence. Like I'm saying, if you start to see bigger industries and some leaders start to wake up, that could be good. Again, energy's still down 0.48. Utilities, financials down 2.2. Consumer staples sold off another 0.5%. Tech, discretionary communication, all down over 3. Yeah, oil went negative. That's not pretty. That 10 one's interesting, but Apple flipped off that. Apple not playing along. New low on Apple before new low on SPY. NVIDIA, all the other ones. Airbnb's on the high, so amen to that. Pins bounce. Yeah, Pins is doing good too. There's a couple names that are moving up, like Roblo, Airbnb. It's actually interesting to see. They're definitely underperforming here. Where's Tesla, though? Tesla's going up. Tesla's holding on. Hold on. My AMAT, I closed it out. I made $200 from yesterday. My AMD, I am no longer negative on that, and I'm up 100. And then I have 126. I'm only down on the Tesla and the IYT now from last week. And then, of course, the Yosh. That was just its own IPO play. Let's see. TLT's coming down, though, as they're trying to bounce. Durbin need to establish standards on certain issues. Meta's still dumping. Yeah, you're getting a lot of dump. D-Walk. Meta's just hitting the low again. Watch Tesla and Apple and just watch any name that's kind of holding up here. There's a Citron twit on Pins. So Citron, usually they short, so it's interesting that it's up. Circuit breakers would be at 7%. You're at 3.3 on the NASDAQ and 2.6 Dow and SPY. So you need about double the move here that we already have. So it's possible, but probability is still wavering right now. Again, we're almost 1 hour into the day. Let me give you a volume check. Oh, fuck, you're at 24 million. Yikes. So volume is almost double the average. I mean, again, a lot of people have reacted so far to today. 398, I believe, would be next. 3993. I have 3997 and 3993. Again, and those are all the levels on the way up here. Mavis, MO still dropping. Shorts are covering. SMMT going positive. I'll take it. Again, there's a couple of names moving up here. You see it on the day, so we will just see how this all plays out. Silver down. Again, remember, silver ran up 5%. SPY bouncing. AMD, big bounce there. Pinterest still moving up. Roblo on the high. TAN, a couple of other names are moving up here too. Even Square. So there it is. You got to bounce there. We're not going any lower to the 3993 or the 3997. You just barely even went below the 4,000. Mavis, big green. Rivian. Mavis is up 4%. Pause breakout 395. Why is oil not crashing with this? Because oil already crashed. And then again, the fact that oil crashing has not given any benefit or material benefit to inflation, I mean, that's it. Apple not playing games. Again, we came right back down. Apple hit a new low off that, bro. Again, you got a lot of things fighting here. It's not as if everything is moving all at once, but it's like you got a couple things trying to break out, couple things hitting highs. But then Apple, I mean, at least it's not doing the safe haven move, but you're definitely battling. At least bonds are trying to come up though. So let's see if those could level out. Let me check the dollar. Just be careful if the dollar starts climbing up again, like we saw here. Oh, even the yen went down. I'm sure dollar's up 1% though. Yeah, everybody, even all the currencies look exactly the same. Twitter snitch live on CNBC. Watch Apple, watch Tesla. Tesla might break out into a new high here. PPI will be bullish. I think it might cause a big reaction, but everything is, all bets are off. It's going to be hard to say at this point. But PPI and ISM, they do cause big moves in terms of the bonds and market sensitivity. But right now, I mean, if you really want, the next major event is next Wednesday, next Thursday with Jerome Powell, and that's it. And then how the bonds move in the meantime. Again, so if that data moves the bonds, if that data moves the Fed futures, that will be the most important thing. But that's literally it. Otherwise, now we're gonna have to deal with a lot. Tesla puts, not necessarily. I mean, I'm short on the Tesla already. We're making back some of that, but. I mean, if we do really sell off, watch the ones that are outpacing, but I'm just calling out what's kind of doing its own thing and underperforming or outperforming. ChargePoint, I mean, I think a lot of hype plays that aren't as sensitive to like actual earnings and kind of move on their own accord. I think those are the ones kind of going up today. Or they're just doing their own thing. You've seen this before. I mean, market gets extremely volatile, and then segments and pockets of the market, they just rush to small caps to kind of stay away from the drama where it doesn't get as affected the same way. A Meta on the low again, dude. Meta is getting clobbered. Oh, there it is. UNG. Right in there, 52-week lows. SPY fighting for the bounce. Tesla going. Meta even with the bounce. App, everything, dude. A green shoe all across the board. So there it is. Twitter whistleblower live. I listened to it, but let's see just where we go from here on the market. I mean, the Tesla stuff or the Twitter stuff it's its own little event, but I mean, right now, who cares about Twitter? This is a wild one. Is there gonna be around? I mean, again, it was as 24 hours ago, Goldman Sachs people were talking about a fourth quarter rush to get any of the upside here. So, and it's wild. Or correct, great hit on that. Great hit on that one. BP just went green. Nice. Yeah, September is historically rough. Even it sucks that my VWAP keeps tweaking out. I mean, the crazy part about crypto, you got that crypto thing tomorrow. You literally have the merger. I don't think it'll have a direct, like, immediate effect, but, I mean, it's still going to be a big change. I wonder if it'll change, if anything happens. That's the risk for tomorrow. That's the tinfoil. You guys want the tinfoil? I got tinfoil for you. If you could give me 100 likes, I could give you a tinfoil. I got some. Oh, that's on the 2 days. 2 days. I got 2 days. 100 likes. 100 likes. I got great tinfoil for you. Let's go. Josh getting these dates wrong. It happens, man. You'd be surprised. You know how many dates I look at every day? Again, I give y'all a lot of dates. You know what I'm saying? We bring up a lot of stuff that most people, you don't really, any date slips through the crack, I got you. Just don't forget. You remember the WASDE report. I got you, bro. I got you. I got you. Oh, wow. That was 200 likes. All right, here it is. Here it is. Here's your tinfoil. Ethereum merger, low-key could be Y2K. So don't go crazy. Just hear me out. But here's the tinfoil, is that when they complete this merger to the new Ethereum, it shouldn't cause anything. But one, people are worried about an immediate failure, or if it causes things to get tied up, it might pull all the money from Bitcoin and other areas, and then that's it. But essentially, the merger for Ethereum, everything should go fine. No one's expecting anything bad, but it could be the Y2K event where everyone tries to shift, and if anything goes wrong and it gets any money stuck in anywhere, or it pulls money from Bitcoin, that may just add, that might be the last thing we need coming into this. Yeah, it would already mess up the liquidity, and then that's it. The computers sketch out, and that's the end of the crypto world. So yeah, that's the tinfoil. So be on the lookout. It will increase the liquidity. Again, that's if all goes correct. The tinfoil is that if anything goes wrong with the merger, anything unforeseen, then you'll have a big problem. I mean, pretty much if the Ethereum merger plays out like CPI today, we have a problem. That's it. Again, if you don't realize, today was one of those days where what can go wrong will go wrong, and that's seemingly what we got. So again, we're selling off. That bounce is not holding up as of yet. Everyone can unstake now and sell. Let's see, man. I thought you were an Ethereum bull. I am. I've always been. I mean, I just, again, I don't get why, everybody in the market, you got to be able to question things, okay? And just because someone questions something or brings up a point, it doesn't mean you're like against it, or somebody is trying to like attack you. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, you just have to, like, bro, I own Snapchat. I called it out from the beginning. We rolled that bitch up to $80. It comes down. Again, you're not going to watch me flip-flop on it, but at the same time, every bad earnings, I'm telling you that it's going to be a bad earnings, right? You know what I'm saying? Or if it's bad, I can't say it's good on there, but I could question things. I could know what to go for it. Again, I have owned Ethereum from $8. So, for me to question it, I have a lot of money in it, even after that other sell that we did at the beginning of the year. But it's just like, at the end of the day, we're just bringing up the risks. Again, I did this with staking, and people got mad at me. Look at what happened 1 year later. So it just understand the risks of anything. It's just like, you're living through a lot of real big technological changes. I'm rooting and I'm supporting Ethereum, but at the end of the day, it's like there's a lot of risk on it. Like right now, look around at the world. They are making the biggest change to Ethereum since they did the fork. So it's like this, and again, this could even lead to another fork in Ethereum, believe it or not. That's what people have talked about. So it's just stuff where you gotta know what your assets are, and like, you shouldn't really be afraid to talk about them, even if it's negative. I mean, I will talk negative about any asset I support or own, especially if it's furthering an idea of something to think about. You know what I'm saying? But we are coming right back down. Boeing on the low. That's a weird one. Paris update. I did not look into that one. I just know Ethereum merger is a big event, and it's a huge change. And again, with changes and with complex systems, there always comes risk. You see what I'm again? You guys should look into Nassim Taleb and some of that one short I posted. But go read some of his stuff. He has cool interviews on it. But it's just kind of one of those things where it's like, yo, you got something big and complex occurring, and with that increases risk and excitement too. I'm just excited about a lot of these events also. We're going down again, bro. So any of those didn't last. Again, even Tesla paid a little bit on that one. Watch out for Apple and Meta. I think those are the biggest decliners. Again, energy is dropping, though. Energy dropped 0.25%. Utilities have sold off another third. Communications are about to drop 4%, and discretionaries are down 3.5 right now. So let's see. We're staying pinned here. We might dance for a little bit. This does feel a lot like Jackson Hole. It just feels a lot like Jackson Hole. But the problem is, Jackson Hole, we weren't down 3% this early. So that's the only difference of everything going on right now. It's unclear when Ethereum will allow staking withdrawals, but it's likely 12 months. That's what Chad has said, not me. But I'm just waiting for the thing. Like, I just keep watch. I mean, the next 2 days, it's kind of crazy that Ethereum merger is literally going to occur in the middle of everything else we have going on right now. So that's what it is. I mean, my risk, I don't have any risk towards it except because I've been holding Ethereum forever. So whatever is locked away and lost, I'm holding. And then again, we already cut out the YouTube one. I told you I was waiting for my time to get back in on that, but we've been holding a lot of cash for a reason, and we need Powell to calm the hell down. I said we need the rate hikes to stop after we've gotten past the first one. Index to check the 30-year. I just look at overall bond rates in general and get an idea. Again, that's why I like TLT, but usually if I want to know the mortgage rate, I just look up the mortgage rates, but the primary bond that I look at is always the 10-year. The heat map is showing strength nowhere. There's a little bit, but most of it is dead. Anything even showing strength is like it's still down on the day. It's like it's just moving up. So kind of like Pinterest, kind of like Tan. Like Tan is one where it's moving up, but you're not going to see strength on a heat map because it's still going to be red. You see what I'm? So there's a lot of those today, and that's what you got to watch out for. So things can still come up. Again, we are fighting here. It's just there's just a lot of pressure. We're at key levels, and like we said, today was just bad news. All EV companies, again, companies with different betas, stuff that's a little bit more unrelated to what's going on, more hype plays, more higher growth plays. This is a common theme. You see this. Market crashes, everybody ignores everything and then just focuses on hype stocks and penny stocks. That happens a lot, especially when there's a lot of traders. So keep that in mind. There is plays like that will emerge all day today. So we're back up to 445. Again, we have yet to break the 400, or we did a little bit right there, but we were bouncing up every single time. Yeah, like Yosh, honestly, I think Yosh could be one that could come up there. Again, like Yosh, SSMT, like legitimately, this is what people do. You watch this every single time where you don't remember the market crashing and AMC being up and GME. Again, I think they have their own thing, but even then, I think they're doing a little better. Like GME starting to pop, but that definitely is a play. So just watch out for it. We'll see what happens. Meta still selling off. SPY trying to come down there again. The VIX, it was just crazy. Again, I think I would watch the other factors. I think the dollar is kind of a more accurate VIX like we've talked about, but yesterday was a weird event with how it closed. But I would just be watching for the bonds and the fact that now you are hitting another new low on bonds. Anytime we've done this, the market has been hitting a new low, except for this time around. Look at Solars. Yeah, Tan is killing it. Josh, there he is, up 1%. Oh, wow, there you go. There you go, my friend. Maybe today's his day. First Solar's on the high, too. Again, Pixie, that was another one of those hype plays. They're starting to do their thing. You see what I'm saying? So I would not definitely keep this idea in mind. Oil dumping. I think the future is not the oil companies per se. Again, keep an eye on UNG. It hasn't really done its move today. No buys for the long term yet. Let me check. So JP Morgan, our last purchase was $117. Uber, our last purchase was $24. Airbnb, our last purchase was like $124, $126. It's slightly down. Abavacious, still $140. Let me check MO. Maybe if MO dies in the next coming days, give me like another flush on MO. That would be the only thing I could consider. Yeah, maybe MO. That's about it. Again, last time we purchased was May 9th. So our last long term was like around here, give or take, maybe around here. And that's what I'm saying. Last time bonds broke through on TLT, every single time was a market low except for this time around. So, I mean, you either do the math or something changes. It's either we're going to catch up or it's going to change. May 9th, my B-Day. Happy birthday. Happy past birthday. Bye. Wanna be a game for you. I caught up in this game of the CPI. You may hate me, but there ain't no lie. Baby, CPI. Okay. 3995. 3995, 3996. HYMC. Not too familiar with that. SPY. Doing it slow. What was I going to look at? NVIDIA. I like NVIDIA if it could go. I need it below 130. Maybe like, I'm very like cheap on some of these. Like I would like them a little bit lower. Dude, you're bouncing. You're about to test the other level. Then another green shoot, bro. You've been doing this for a long time. Tan popping, Max N, huge pop. Again, watch maybe the day trading stocks come back to life here. Bounce, then bigger dump. I mean, it's just, dude, you're just playing along. You're playing the game right now. Ain't no lie, baby. CPI. Just got up. Inflation was probably, the CPI was probably the worst report we could have gotten after all the positivity and expectations, thinking inflation was going to cool down and give us our first month-over-month decline. It did not decline, and core inflation went double expectations, and people are starting to realize everybody was wrong and that inflation may be getting entrenched and we might have a problem. Double, yeah. So core was expected to go up 0.3. It came up 0.6. And and then again, I mean, I have it's the same charts we've brought up many times. You know, I've showed you all of the factors. That's why every morning, you know, the last couple months, we've made sure on CPI to really dive in depth with all of this. However, it's just like now all of these are breaking out, and the factors of entrenched and sticky inflation, it's awful. And it's came through, but that is what we're dealing with now. And now, leading into Powell, the next debate, bonds are going to be moving, and then we're going to be debating 100 basis points coming in everything. And that's the next meeting in a week. So watch out. We're approaching key levels here too. Again, we need to get to what, like 3996. You actually broke that one. Next level 3993, and then if you go below there, it's going to go to the 3980s. So again, I think if we break, I think like 398, if you break that, you might start to widen up the range and you could see some bigger flushes. Real workers not getting attention. I feel you. I brought that up on Monday on the watch list coming into this week, and it hasn't actually hit that. So I feel you. But there was updates, like they had some preliminary agreements, but definitely I do think it is something that could have big effects. So just watch out for that. Again, we're hitting the level I need to see. Yeah, just 39. What is that? Is that 39849? Yeah, one more point. 398 is the danger zone. I'd say it's just getting right back up to here of last week. I want to say we could go one more day. Like, I want to say you could get here at like what, 397 at the real low. So watch out for that. We're coming down again. I like Yash. I mean, I'm still in it, but like I'm saying, if today keeps getting ugly, people keep piling in. I mean, we're already in it. So it's just one of those where you get safety in the day trades, again, that immunity, but just keep eyes on it. But again, I mean, just don't get twisted. Don't get it twisted. I mean, the bigger focus right now is these levels. It's the bonds, the expectations, and where we go from there. Just make sure you keep an eye on Fed futures. If you notice 100 basis points moving up, if you notice bigger moves in the dollar or bonds, that will probably guide us a little bit more than not. Yeah, it's only been an hour. So again, you're 1 hour in, 30 million in volume. You're almost triple the average. How you feeling? I'm feeling good. I mean, it sucks because I have puts that I held that I got squeezed on and they came back. So it's like I want to take profit. Again, we even hit that ES trade pretty good there in the morning. But it's kind of the dilemma between I want to push some of these out versus, taking profits. But it's just, I mean, there's just so much on the table. So I'm being a little more patient. Again, you've seen me close some of these day trades a little early. But, I mean, again, at the end of the day, I was kind of committed to hold a lot of what I had up until Powell. So I'm just going to ride it out. But it's kind of just playing it and seeing where we go from here. Apple slice in. Just watch if Tesla. Again, Tesla has had a lot of strength. Boeing, Netflix, they are on the lows there right now. $3.99 again. Watch for like $398.50 or $398 flat. AITIA for sticking to my gut feeling. Am I the asshole? 320 is the new real bottom for end of the year. No, you're not. It's just low. You just got to understand what it is. Like, that's all. Like, I'm, from a basis of like sophisticated investing versus not, most new investors are like, if you're going to act like a rookie, it's just going to be overestimating something. That's it. And again, the funny part is that you watch even the pros do it now. So take that with a grain of salt. But it just kind of, you got like, it's just like the cash balance. Like, remember yesterday I was showing you, we have 10% cash balance, and that's with our portfolio down 10%. But, and like some people, I'm like, dude, I'm telling people 10% cash is a lot, because guess what? If your stocks go up 10% and you go positive, that 10% is now only 5%. And then if it keeps going up, your 5% is now going to be 2%, so on and so forth. Amazon's selling off. Amazon now hitting the lows. Some of the bigger tech. Apple is not, but a couple of other names on the discretionary side are hitting lower. You're down 3.5 on the NASDAQ, 2.6 SPY, 2.5 on the Dow. 60% cash. Yeah, but if your assets move up, then your cash balance is going to go lower. But then again, that's where it's saying. So it's like, in a weird way, just don't overestimate what it could do. So again, like, give yourself time. If you're going to go for like a very low level or you think the market is going to be there, just make sure you don't overestimate and move in a way where you could be accounted for both sides. Don't make the Fed's mistake. That's it. Just kind of make sure you could answer the question, what happens if this didn't occur, or what happens if we did overestimate? So you're not the asshole as long as you could answer the question, what happens to your plan if it doesn't go to 320? Do you have some contingency, or how can we get there, and how can this make sense assuming things may not go as planned? This bleed does, oh wow, big volume in on there, so watch out, ladies and gentlemen. This is that level. You broke the second level. Next level is now 3986. So again, I think the SPY will get there before, but like literally it's just like 398 on the SPY, 3986 on the SPX. And again, I think this is like one of the day twos of Jackson Hole. I think Jackson Hole was what? This was Jackson Hole right here. So again, we were halfway through. It's the second half. We're below the second half. I mean, to get an idea, this is where we chilled out. I mean, maybe we get some, again, like 398.15 probably. I think that's good enough. But let's find out. Twitter mishandled email addresses, 39894. But that was big volume. TLT is going up, though, which is interesting. The dollar is rocketing, though. Again, a couple of things are fighting here. That was just a nice little flush. Dude, everything is moving so slow for me. Only green. Even Tesla's starting to come down. Yash is still holding. The VIX or VIX. I couldn't tell you. Again, even since yesterday, the VIX has just been weird. And that's kind of been the problem. So it's hard to say. I just think that's just the nature of the volatility, and kind of there's so many things going on. Honestly, just watch the dollar and the bonds. I think that'll give you a true indicator of really how market participants are feeling right now. So 398.7467. Again, I think maybe at 3,950 we could flush a little bit below that, but I do think it might get some support there. Nope, it's flushing 39667. I hope I bought it back. Make sure I don't make the same mistake as last time. All right, it's closed. All right, I closed out of the future. $200, I mean, from the morning. Not a bad one. Closed that at what? 404.6 to 440 points on the SPY or on the SPX. And then I still have AMD and Tesla IYT short. So again, I still have some downside. Again, I think this might be a level we chill out, 400.675. Or at least even, we might even close around here or just craters. That's it. Pretty much, I think we close around 398.50. Otherwise, we close at 390. That's kind of how I'm viewing it right now. Yeah, 401 SPY. 100 basis points, 17. Oof. Oof. That's crazy. The celebration starts at 2 p.m. So again, we covered I got $200 out of AMAT, $200 out of the MES. We're up on the AMD. I'm still pushing that one. My IYT's coming back, and then we have all the other plays that we're working, and then hopefully my Tesla could give me some. The pump on Yash, because it's a major down day. That's it. Again, all of these, I love it. Ride it. I'm telling you, I've been in it. I said I'm waiting for my green day, but I mean, it's working on one of these days. You've seen this before. It's not just about Yash. Again, we still have like the SMMT, but give me another name and you'll see it. There's literally a bunch of names right now that are just doing their own thing because they are not related to the market. You see what I'm saying? Their betas are low. Nobody cares about it because this is just what happens. People want to go, they ignore everything, just go trade something that isn't going to get pushed by Fed futures or anything of that nature. Again, DWALK is up. A lot of these are up. So I'm down with it. Again, I'm still down on the play too. Well, we're getting some of our losses back, but I'm down to ride this all day until the volatility chills out. So we're going down lower, even Apple. There it is, $3.99. And again, I might go for another SPY futures short. I just need a bounce here. But like I'm saying, I think we might get most of it here. Let's find out. New Zealand dollar 2-year low. White House party is going to be like someone's birthday. Just died. Nah, I don't know. I mean, I think just don't underestimate the ability to get gaslit. I promise you. That's it. You go. I'm telling you, they're going to ignore it all. That's it. After seeing the tweets and like the immediate panic response from Biden, I mean, the worst thing that happens is what's his name? Peter asks a question, but they're not. I mean, that's it. No matter what they say, this was bad, bro. This was a dagger for everybody. I'm telling you, this daggered Marko Kolanovic in the morning. This daggered Powell. This daggered Biden. This daggered everybody. We'll find out, but it's just at the end of the day, it doesn't even matter what they say. It's just kind of ill timing when it's all said and done. It's just now the bonds are moving, the Fed futures, and that is what is going to push people. And now, I mean, let's see how easy people regain confidence on anything else from here. Yeah, UNG, now they're doing their flush. Oil's coming down, so everything's dropping. This is where today gets ugly unless tech bounces, because now energy's down 1.5%. Energy was only down 0.3, 0.5 earlier in the day, so a lot of this was energy and oil. So keep this in mind depending on where we go from here. The Fed has already risen to what, 2.5, 2.7 in the last 9 months, and that was not enough. And that's why it's like 100 basis points it might start looking light at this point. I'm telling you, it's wild. It is wild. I love how Apple's still up from the last couple days. Hello, hyperinflation. Not yet. Hello, entrenched inflation. That's what you have to realize. The CPI shouldn't have shown us anything today, and it showed us what nobody wanted to see. The real evidence that you have is that inflation is becoming a part of your world, and it is becoming so entrenched that it is even showing up on a CPI, which shouldn't even show it till much, 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 much later. So the whole logic that you have here right now is that inflation is being factored into everybody's expectations, from consumer all the way down to producer, from a service all the way down to a product. It's everywhere. And that right there is kind of the danger. So 398, we're holding it. It could still flush. Again, I've closed out AMAT in the SPY future today. And then we were still holding AMD, and I'm hoping that Tesla hits a low and gives me something from here. I never expected school lunches. 20%, 40% in the last 3 months. So the price of for some reason, I don't know why, but you have to think about it. For some reason, the gauge of price of food at school in the last quarter has gone up 40% after not moving for most of the last year. So new low, we broke it. Again, another new level is bro, you're double broke? Oh my gosh. So this is that 3,980. I don't know what to tell you at this. I mean, the low just gets us down to 396. That's it. We either flush 2 points or we stay here. Again, to give you context, it's just you're going to hit the low right here, 395.37 on the SPY. It would just be coming into the low of Thursday. You are now coming into like the lows right before the close, and then the close of Wednesday is around right here. That's why I kind of like this price, or we could go a little bit lower. But anything below there, I'd watch 395.30 or low 395s, and then watch for bounces back up to right back to this price and a little bit higher. You say school and work. Could have been, I thought it was for school, or it could have been at the workplace and school. Sounds more logical, but I mean, we have all the data. So it was food at employee sites, school. So, and it's just subcategory school, but food at employee sites, but for schools in general. Again, this is what I'm saying. Look at that, 40%. August and June, last 3 months, 40%, and just look at. It never moved since October, last month, or last year pretty much. So again, going a little lower, about to break 396, 395 is the next level. Won't they compound? It's the same way, just again, compared to last year. Where again, that data is on Bureau of Labor Statistics. All of that is there. Again, I have pretty visuals, but all of this data is available on BLS.gov. The Department of Labor Statistics, they will have all of it. Said UNG, it could pop midday because it didn't have its move, but now that it's sold off, this might be the move. So if you ever watch UNG throughout the day and there's a lot going on and it's only moved like 0.25%, expect it to move like 1.5. So it's already moved down. I was saying that earlier in the day. The fact that it came down, then there you go. CFVI, again, another one going green. Like we said, a lot of these hype plays, they are coming back to life here. Again, you hit another little mini low before that other one around 396, but you're barely above 396. Again, 395.30. That is the low you got to watch out for. And if we go lower from there, we'll see. But like I'm saying, it's either we really flush to the low 390s by the end of this, or we hold around 395-ish, which would be the next level that we hit below here. UNG pop. Even the SPY, watch if oil names lift us up. Interest. NRBO, I think that's another hype play. Again, this thing's up 250%. NRB unhalted. Pinterest. Again, Citron was saying that Pinterest could be bought out by Google. That's why I went crazy. And UNG hold key levels. I think it depends on a lot of other factors. Again, that European stuff. I hope you guys realize, ever since the video on Friday with Europe, they haven't even agreed on anything. So everything they move slow. So there's a lot of other factors kind of in place that we're going to have to factor in. Oracle Snow, Small Pops, Battleborn, baby, supporting the chat. Oh, 5 free memberships, baby. Amen. Oh, no. Oh, wait, I hit the wrong one. I hit the wrong. Okay, there it is. Amen. Let's go, baby. Amen. So, Spy, maybe we get a bounce. Yash, oh my God, dude, they really do not want Yash to go up. So they just sold all of that one off. Jeez, I don't get how that stock they dumped that one, bro. I honestly think they hit that one a little bit harder with the IPO. Watch, because TLT's coming down again. That's not pretty. Ours refunded the last gifted subs. That's because that means everybody was already a member. So, or the other people who aren't members haven't turned on their gifts. That's what I was saying the other day. It's like, dude, most of everybody in here is a member. And we love and appreciate you guys. And I'm glad you get that type of value here. And thank you for supporting. So, yeah, but turn on your gifts. That's why I'm saying if you want the membership, just go off of mobile and do it on your computer and then turn it on. But like I'm saying, man, Chad supports Chad. We love y'all. That's why some people I'm like, hey, man, most of everybody here is a member. So it's like it's not even that offensive if we go to members only. And like I'm saying, if you're missing out, I'm sure somebody got you. But either way, you're not on members only now. But shout out to members. Thank you, Battleborn. Shout out to the S&P. And screw you, Powell. And CPI and Biden and Wall Street, man. Damn it. It's crazy. What is the move? All I did was short SPY futures, and then I closed it out pretty much right where we are now, and then holding in my place from yesterday. So I covered AMAT from yesterday, $4 a share. Then I shorted the SPY right at the morning. Then I covered for 40 points, made like $200 on a mini, and then that's it. And then just writing in everything else I got. And then like I have AMD and Tesla puts that I was negative on. My AMD went negative or positive, and my Tesla is still down. And then so is my IYT, but these plays are starting to come back to life, which is great. Next level on the upside, I mean, it doesn't even matter. I wouldn't play. The levels are too small. Wait till we break 4,000, but you want to get above here, and then even like 401, 401.7 or 4,000. I think those are the only levels to the upside that matter. I would re-short around there. So like you give me like 401. Pretty much, right. Give me a VWAP bounce, I'll short it. Upside, what? Why not swing a mini, more downside? There is. That's what I mean. I'm still short on Tesla shares and all of that. I just wanted to take profits and, again, use that flexibility. I mean, pretty much if I need to hold it, I will. But if I could take good profits and then wait till I get a bounce, then I'll go for it. Yeah, we're going to stream the White House party that they're throwing. Yes, 100%. 100%. I'm going to start calling you Josh the Trader. Call it what you want, but either way, I call it often. That's what Uncle says. So obviously, I'm not that much of an asshole, but that's Uncle quote. But Chad, I need to go to the bathroom. I didn't trade it at the SPX pre-market. It moved. I wanted to see. I was like, it moved so big. I was like, I don't even know. I'm surprised I even squeezed. I can't even believe I got 40 points on a SPY future today after gapping down 3% by open. That one got me. PPI can have an effect, but it's really how does PPI affect bonds? I'm telling you right now, it is all about bonds and Fed future pricing leading into Powell next week. The bonds and the dollar, they are back in business, but don't underestimate it. The bonds control your life right now. I know it sounds a little weird, but trust me, it's true. It is true. Biden breaking out the champagne. They were supposed to. Again, we're gonna hear it, but today was a sad day, bro. Like, yesterday was a sad day for the world, for the coal. I mean, there were so many things, man. But it's just like, this is sad. Today was like this is a bad day. It's just everybody took a loss to some degree, even if it wasn't financially, but for your plans and everything. It was just bad. So let me go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. Say what's up to the chat. Say hello. Greet each other.
Bloomberg
Amen.
Markets,
Amen.
European
Amen.
Close with Guy Johnson and Alex Steele.
So stocks are down. We know that. It's not as bad as it is over in the United States, but Europe's already priced plenty of pain in. I think the action is here, right in the middle. The buck is back. The dollar is surging. It's having a very, very solid session today on the back of that CPI print. How much further does it have to go? We'll discuss that in a moment with Marvin Barth. The problems mount up, continue to mount up for the Bank of England. We've got a move higher in yields today, 3.1 on a 2-year. The timing is just now more complicated. You've got the Fed. The Fed looks like it's locked for 75. Where does that leave, Alex, the Bank of England?
Well, where does it leave the equity market here in the U.S.? It leaves it down. You were mentioning how the U.S. market's getting hit pretty hard. Just look at this here. S&P is up by full 3 percentage points right around the lows of the session. The NASDAQ, though, getting hit the hardest. The NASDAQ 100, those large cap tech stocks, down 4%. Part of the reason why is the Triple Q's ETF saw about $2.6 billion inflow yesterday. You made that trade, you're really hurting today, and that's part of that story. You were mentioning what was happening in the bond market. We see a huge jump, a 16 basis point jump in the 2-year yield, an unbelievable move. A week ago, Ira Jersey was talking about 4% on the 2-year. We might have thought he was crazy. Now, probably not as much. JP Morgan also one singular stock to watch out for. Off the lows of the session, though, we're getting some read-through on what their revenue is going to look like. Trading revenue for the third quarter could be up 5%, but their investment banking fees could be down anywhere from 45 to 50%. We're going to break that down throughout the hour, Guy.
Absolutely. Let's get back to that dollar story for now, though, Alex. The buck is up, certainly. The dollar surging after the latest.
This is phenomenal, Guy.
Was significantly higher.
He's shocked
than anticipated.
I see it. I see it in his face today. He's just like, he's the European host, Guy Johnson, and he is just like, he looks so just like just surprised by everything today. He's just like, this is bullshit, man. The dollar keep going up. He said, sensational. He said, nobody. Why? I'm telling you, man. It just did, dude. This was like, you heard me, bro. I mean, I'm shocked. I'm just as shocked. I mean, you heard me coming into this. I told you. I was like, bro, if inflation doesn't come down, I said I'm gonna quit. I'm gonna retire. That shit didn't come down. I don't know if Yellen is trying to take me out right now or something, but I'm telling you, this is actually shocking. It's just like no exaggeration. I know Josh gets excited sometimes. I know I could be dramatic, but like this one is like truly just like, wow. What could have went wrong absolutely did go wrong today. And even as it leads to everything else. Agriculture, yeah. Agriculture, even oil too. I mean, they're kind of unrelated. Oil's starting to pay the price a little bit throughout the day. But, I mean, it's like this is going to affect tech stocks. This is going to affect the bigger equities. This is just all about the Fed now. And even then, again, what this means for, like, the economy. And surprisingly, I mean, the word that I have not heard a lot, tell me they're not. At this point, I have tinfoil. You guys want tinfoil? I got tinfoil. I got tinfoil for you. HMC. Oh, Big Pop. Honda. Yo, what's going on with Honda? Let me know. You give me some. Give me like 50 likes. I got something for you. Honda considers listing electric motorcycle business. So EV news, they're popping. Yeah, Honda to go big with electric initiative. I don't know how much it'll hold, but it's already up about like 1.5% off of that. Nice, you liked it? All right, here's the tinfoil. Do you know what word you haven't heard a lot? And my tinfoil is that they don't want to say it because now it's getting more realistic. There's one word. We've heard a lot of words, but there is one word that we haven't got. Not transitory. Not recession. You've heard a lot of recession. Look, I'm not even seeing anybody say it. There it is. Somebody said it. Nah, it's real, bro. It's really real. You know a word I'm looking for? The word that I'm looking for is stagflation. All of this is just screaming stagflation, and nobody is saying it. And literally, take a look. In purple is the amount of news topics on inflation. But you'll notice June was the peak for stagflation when you hit the peak for inflation. But now, as all this has gone on, I mean, pretty much people are talking less about stagflation than not. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. I think stagflation, I don't know if we're going to see that more or not, but we might, and I think it's well warranted at this point. Job market is still strong, though. Well, yeah. I mean, again, that's kind of part of the whole stagflation thing. It's until once we start seeing that pull back, if the inflation is still going up and is still elevated, literally, your core inflation is still going up. So it's not as if even with whatever's happening with jobs, it's like inflation hasn't even changed course. Oh, and neither has the peach. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, even if you're new, you got to see this right now. Bradley Frizzle and the peach has arrived. This is a big, big deal. Oh, my gosh. Horna. Wow. Oh, my goodness. That's amazing. Holy crap. Wow. At the lows, too. Peach came in at the lows. That's amazing. So let's see, Chad. Let's see what happens here. This is actually wild. Oh, my gosh. We're about to wage spiral this market, corporation, and passing on the cost. Well, just everything just gets a little more real right now in the sense that what this could lead to as well. HMC not holding, Starbucks selling record demand in the U.S. and around the world. So Starbucks giving a little bit of a guidance. I think they have a business plan that they're supposed to release in the next day or so from Howard Schultz in their investor day. Gig workers, I think they're transportation services. I'm not too sure. But I know that was one of the areas that went up very big with prices. Yeah, Yosh pooped himself. Kind of sucks. Again, even like GME and AMC, any of the, what's the other one, NRBO? That one just halted. That's the one going nuts. Starbucks, Howard Schultz speaks at Investor Day. Yeah, so get ready. They're supposed to unveil a lot. Google is hitting a new low. Hold up. Watch out here. We might drop a little bit more. Google is hitting a low. Apple is right at the low, but watch out right now. Intel at 30. Oh, man. Yeah, even AMD. Shit, I didn't even look at the AMD. But, yeah, chip makers are selling off big. IYT. That one's not even coming down. Where's Tesla? AMD still flushing. SPY new low of the day, ladies and gentlemen, or about to be, excuse me. I thought it was, but it's doing that little slip. Bonds are coming up, which is chill, but dollar is rising, which is not chill. And then again, I mean, it's just 397 all the way down like 395.30. That just, if we really do start to break, we have had not one bounce at all today. Every bounce, I mean, it's even coming shy of VWAP. And then 22 minutes till Euro close, so that will also be its own little catalyst. And Tesla is now coming to the low of the day finally. Yeah. Oh, God, we love you, Wesley. God bless you. So I kept my puts. At least I know I had the right idea. Maybe play smaller with shares. Again, if I was on the puts, I would have got crushed. But, I mean, pretty much like I think 2 out of 4 of the plays all came back, and I was able to exit with a profit. And then I'm still holding the IYT and Tesla. But shares and flexibility. But even then, just keep in mind, we are going to get a lot of back and forth up until Powell. We still do have another event and other things. The question now is, how do bonds and Fed futures and all of that lead into that? Again, a lot of the factors we even brought up, like the 10-year and even looking at the 2-year now, but all of those are coming into play. So where is it? Yep. Again, just pay attention. All of the volatility, new high on the 10-year. We're about to hit the 3.5. That's it. You're 1 day away. You're 1 day away from danger zone 1. And then if we get past 3.5, to put you into context, last time we were above 3.5 was 2011, and that was like 3.6. I think last time we went straight to, you go straight to 3.75, typically. Again, just looking at 2003 to 2009. So we might just go back straight to 3.75. Regen there up on the high. So here is the inflation meme for today. Thank you, Nightco. They don't know inflation went up. That's going to be like the White House party today. That's going to be us in the corner. And we're going to be like, but I don't. Oh, SPY flush. There it is. 398 has been broken. 397.97. You're coming a little bit lower now. Dollar is looking ramped up. Again, watch Intel and chip makers right now. They're getting clapped. Even Tesla now is hitting a low of the day, which is wild there as well, too. Over here, Bidonius question the accuracy. No, I don't think he is. I think politically they got a better chance sticking with their original script and making you feel crazy. Again, it's already bad. That's all I'm saying. Like, it's just not. This was the dagger for everybody. That's it. It's all about how they want to play it from here. But this was bad for Powell. This was bad for Wall Street. This was bad for Biden. It doesn't matter. Everybody lost. Everybody. That's what I mean by I'm like everybody got washed on that. It's not. There's nobody. Now this was the one where everybody is just looking around like, oh shit. It's just not. There's no winner. There's nobody. You can't really even point the finger to the next guy. Nah, the Bears won. Not really. Because, again, like I'm telling you, last time TLT broke through any of these lows throughout the year, the S&P hit a new low. This time around, you actually didn't. So the divergence is actually very, very real when you look at it. So, they did win today, but to a degree, but it's like you're still high. Again, look at every single peak of the TLT dropping. The SPY was at a brand new low every single time for the last 12 months. So it's like this time around, that means we either have a fat day in schedule or next coming days are going to get really bad. Otherwise, in a weird way too, this did leave even the Bears. They still have not caught, and it could lead to a flash crash. But we need to see the ugliness of it. That I want to see the SPY butterfly. Damn, we got $270 on that. $300? That's technically 3,000% if we paid. No way, we paid nothing for it. So if you guys haven't seen this play, this one's a cool one. Literally, you could see my trade price is $0. We paid nothing for this play, and it's up $300. We have October SPY puts for the next month at $360. So 40 points in a month will make $20,000 off of nothing, off of literal nothing. Infinity percent? Wow, I've never hit infinity. I might need to close one. I made a video about it on the main channel, so shout out to you if you've been following. I think it's called like free option trade or something like that. how we did a butterfly we broke the back end of the butterfly and we spaced it, and you have to put up collateral. There is cash secured against the position, so it cost me $6,000 technically of collateral, but the cost is zero. So it was a debit. This is a debit spread where I paid nothing for it technically, where it should have cost me money. But even though I paid nothing up front, I have about $6,000 of risk if the market fell, I believe, to like 350 or 340. It would have to go more than 14 points or 5 or 6 points below where it is. I think it's called my free 20,000 option. It might be that one. Tesla is now selling after leading. SPY has not hit a new low, but Tesla is. There will be a live event with Biden in the celebration of the Inflation Reduction Act. It's literally called Celebrate. It's literally what it's called. I'm not even like, but I wish I was making it up. I really do. I can't make, dude, I'm like Epictetus will say, like just be happy with how things played out and not what you wanted. But like, I'm shocked that's even the title. Here, let me just show you. Fuck it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, this will bro, that's what it says. Biden host event celebrating passage of Inflation Reduction Act. They have a literal celebration plan today over Inflation Reduction Act on the day that inflation is proving to not be reducing and proving to be entrenched and going up. Even if you exclude gas, energy, food, and real estate, it is still at 6%. But that is today at 2:50 Eastern time. So, but that's what it's called. It's a real celebration. I'm just telling you what it is. I said yesterday, I was like, I don't know if they're going to do it. And I was like, I heard about this. And then sure enough, on the calendar, that is damn listed on the calendar as a celebration. So, yeah. Welcome, my friends. Welcome. Glad you're here. 170. Remember Joe telling Peter inflation is good? It doesn't matter. This is just, when it's all said and done, though, I'm like, everybody lost, bro. We're all holding this L. Because the funniest part about all of this data is that no matter what the data was yesterday and the day before that and the day before that, it's what everybody has said, and it's what all of you know. Regardless of what that CPI comes in at, you know how you feel inflation. You already know it's not coming down. Even if the CPI said it's going up or coming down, all of you are just going to say, well, I don't know. I still feel something else. I still have it in the real world a little different. Everybody. So that's why it's like, just put that as the cherry on top, is that even with all of that being said, even the data is telling you what you feel. And that shouldn't happen, given that this should be very, very delayed. So that's what I'm saying, bro. Everybody's the loser. We are the loser now, too. This is, again, for the inflation scenario, price stability, everything. Powell, Wall Street, Biden, everybody is holding an L right now. Just because even what you're feeling is being reflected on something that shouldn't reflect it, considering how bad it has been at reflecting everything else. So we're coming down there again. Tesla is breaking down. A couple of other names. High ticker's kind of trying to move, but Apple's coming down. TLT's hitting a high, and the dollar is coming up even more, but it chilled out, so watch out. But we have yet to break it. Again, 398 is a big level. 397, we might flush to 396. 394.30, that is the low point of the day that I am assuming. But if we break lower, I think it's possible. I don't know if it will, but if it does, that could lead to a lot of other problems here. But I would just watch out. And again, I mean, everybody's eyes are on the market right now and where we are at hanging near this low. So again, you could see it. It just there's a big ocean below here, but it's another point or two, and we're already down 4% on NASDAQ, 3%, 3.11 on the S&P, 2.89 on the Dow Jones. Man. Easy. Let's see, 100 chip makers. They might show. Again, we're just doing the pin here, though. Ban on stock trading Congress is the narrative for them to cash out. I don't know, man. I'm just telling. This is an L. I don't know how anybody is going to get around. Honestly, the next level, my real next test is I want to see the next bullish event, and I want to see how if the market gets crazy with Powell again. I want to hear Powell give an olive branch, and I want to see how if the market actually takes it now. Because this might create the boy who cried wolf scenario where it just, again, when everybody was this wrong, it could hurt investor confidence is all I'm saying. And that's why it's like I want to see the next upside, and I want to see now if the market really does ignore the Fed. Does the market really get exuberant again, or is that over? Again, I think with Powell, now, like I said from the beginning of the day, it's a wicked concept to think about. 100 basis points maybe 75 really wasn't that big, which is wild to think about. But now this even puts evidence. Now we have to debate 100 basis points all over again, and that's where it even gets crazier here. So we have a lot, man. We have a lot. What confidence? I'm at all-time low. Everyone's bearish. No. Again, I mean, you know what confident. You lived through this, and you've lived through it recently. This was investor confidence. This was everybody and their mother showing up. Literally, even right here, this was a 14% move in 4 days. And again, most people were basing it off of this idea of this pop. Yeah, Starbucks has a big pop here. Again, Investor Day, Howard Schultz, he is speaking now. But it's like there was confidence. Again, even Goldman yesterday was saying prepare for an early fourth quarter squeeze. Like you had confidence. You had people take the littlest of Powell and one little inflation data coming down and took this thing back up to the level of March 2022 and financial conditions by literally August, the middle of August, financial conditions, or is that July? Excuse me. No, that was August. Financial conditions were literally at the same point of the beginning of the year before the Fed started to do anything. So it's actually there was confidence, and that's why I'm saying, will the market do that again? Let's find out in the next 3 months. And bro, SPY staying pinned, Starbucks pop and lock. I don't know what he said, but it is moving. What's your question, Jay? Tell me what you got. Watch oil on the bounce. I mean, watch UNG2. Even watch the SPY. Watch for any big leaders to lead the way lower. Nobody wants confidence crushed. That's your view too. Yeah, I agree. I agree 100%. And that's whether it's little, whether it's small. It's just like today was a day everybody got crushed in some way, shape, or form. Everybody had to reassess something over the last quarter, and now it's kind of, it leaves us a lot more shaky for the future. Yeah, Euro close is coming in 7 minutes, so be on the lookout for that. That could either cause the flush or the bounce, and we are staying relatively pinned leading into it with I say slight downward bias. Obviously, all day has been down, but you just see like from here to here. I just want you to, I'm talking literally like right here. Just zoom. It's a slight downward bias, but we are relatively pinned coming into it. Starbucks sees return to buybacks at some point. Yeah, he says continued strength in same sales growth. So Starbucks is low-key giving out guidance right now. I don't know if it could get immunity from the market, but just keep that in mind and keep an eye on it. It's the grind down, yeah, for now, though. But again, euro close, 7 minutes, 6 minutes. It could change things. You know, we always seek discomfort and believe in love. I'll tell him. It said Jamie, but I thought it said Paul, baby. You know what I'm talking about? Or not. Let's go, baby. Yeah, euro, dollar, everything. Everything. Well, dollar strengthened, so everybody got clapped, even the yen, 1%. Amazon selling off. Tesla again. SPY 397.80, so you are below the 398. It's just not buttering per se, and it's kind of holding on. So just watch out. Literally 5 minutes, and let's see if euro close rockets us up or flushes us down. SPY dumping 397.60. It's kind of, no, that's 80. I'm blind. It's 87. It's a quarter point. It's not real butter yet, but it's about to. But it's just doing this. It's just dancing right now. What's your theory? My theory hasn't changed. I mean, again, like I even told you yesterday, I said core is the only X factor. I said core could bring us down. I said if core is good or core beats, we're fucked. That's what we had today. But then I said I thought inflation on headline was going to come down. I was wrong on that. But like I said, either or, I said it doesn't matter. I said even if we had a positive gain off of CPI going up, I thought we were going to sell off on Powell once he does 75. But now we know 75's coming, and now we're about to argue for 100 basis points. So that's really the only new thing, is that now I think my 10-year moving past 3.5 and other tests are going to just happen a little sooner than I expected, and that will be 390 coming into Powell instead of 430, which we put on the watch list yesterday. Yeah, 100 basis point. Watch. If that goes above 40 or 50, start calling that one out. Pool on the low. Pool Corp. I don't know if that's the pool supply one. 4 minutes till euro close. How do I stop being greedy with taking profits? If you have more than one, if you see what I'm doing, take one, leave one. Take one, leave one. That's it. And then eventually you're going to take all your profits, and don't be mad about that. You got paid. You see how this market plays out. It will go against you very, very quickly for no reason. So you got to be content with it. Be flexible so you could keep moving around, and that's it. But realistically, mine has just been trimming and taking one and leaving one. Let it move another amount, take one and leave one, and then that's it. But eventually you will run out of taking stuff. And then at that point, though, just take your profits and then reassess and wait for a bounce. Oil, natural gas. 3 minutes. That 100 basis point. Yeah, even then, forget the 100 basis points. You know, that's a Fed future. Go look at the actual 2-year bond today. That's the guy who's like, it's sensational. It's actually crazy. The 2-year bond rocketing up like that inverted the whole entire curve even more, but that was even worse. Again, Fed futures are one thing, but look at that. That's a 50% move on the inversion today, and that's, again, the 10-year moved a lot, but above everything else, it's coming down to 0.31. It's just like the 2-year rocketed, and that one shouldn't have happened. Still holding YCS. No, I took profit. I took around. Oh no, I still have YCS. I took profit on the actual yen trade. So yeah, I am in YCS. We're up still, I think, just about 100% or just under. But yeah, we're still in that play. And if dollar keeps strengthening, it's going to keep running. Again, I cut out of the yen short to what's it called? I cut out of the yen short. And then I held YCS because I'm going to get back into the yen on the futures. I'm just waiting. Oh, the won guy. Dude, I forgot about that, but I feel excited. I reached out to some guy. I heard about a guy yesterday. He runs a hedge fund, and out of like 150 million, every year he puts 10%, about $15 million. He puts $15 million on shorting the Chinese yuan. This guy thinks the Chinese yuan is about to collapse, right? So I hit him up and I had a little chat with him. I'm surprised he even responded to me. And I told him about my trade in 2015. And I said, hey, let me ask you a couple questions. I was like, what are you looking at? I was like, why do you think, I even said, I was like, do you really think the government is going to let that peg go through? Do you really think the yuan is going to crash? I said, what are you looking for? I asked him about the reserves that I showed you the other day, and he said the reserves are not as bad as 2015. So he said, keep watching that. But I asked him what to look for, and I said, is there any other reliable leading indicators? And this is what he told me. I have the screenshots of it. I'll show it to you. But he said interest rate differentials, reserve requirements, foreign direct investments, reserves, and current account. And Chad, we've already been looking at all of that. So I felt very, very good about that, hearing that. But maybe we have a plug in the future. But either way, this guy has about 15 million short on the Chinese yuan right now. And he's not really looking at anything different than us. The only thing I would have to include would be the interest rate differentials, pertaining to China. I've only been looking at that pertaining to Japan and the United States and UK. But then also FDI, we've been looking at it. But again, because I brought up the trade balance to him too, but we're on the right track. So I was very, very excited about that. And Euro close is in the bag. So get ready, Chad. Give it 1 to 2 months, and we'll see what happens. Or not 2 months, 2 minutes, excuse me. I said 1 to 2 months. That's how you know I'm in long-term mode. Not Kyle Bass. I think his name was like Kyle Smith. Interest rate differentials, reserve requirement changes, foreign direct investment, reserves, and current account. So, like, literally everything on there is on trading economics. Like, we've gone through everything except for, like, interest rate differentials. I've not dived deep to show you that pertaining to China. But you guys, we've talked about every requirement change. We brought that up. We've gone through the prime rates and everything else. We've talked. FDI is related to trade balance, foreign direct investment, and current account. They go hand in hand. We can analyze FDI a little bit more. And then investment flows and reserves, we've gone over all of that. I was literally showing you the China reserves, last week. Interest rate differentials is like the difference between interest rates. Like, so what is the yield on a China bond? What is the yield on a U.S. bond? Let me show you. There was one that came up. I might have it for you. I think I saved it. See. Oh, where is it? But like pretty much like if you look at there's like China bond, like right now too, like even the interest rate differential between a China bond and US bonds, it's never been this wide in history. Oh, where is it? MMND poppin'. Yeah, so like here's one of them. This isn't the one I wanted to show you, but it's good enough. And again, this is happening right now. This is all of this is recent. This is what people are talking about, but you could take a look. This is investment grade in blue in US and then investment grade China bonds. And you're like, people are noticing the spreads now are wider on US IG versus China. So this is stuff like that. Again, as factor in the money, the current account, all of that stuff. It says China is trying to control their collapse. Think about it, just how we control it, the bonds get controlled too. So as the interest rates, as they start moving and then we see a difference, pretty much wide changes in the differentials, and we need to go a little deeper into it, but those could be showing you stuff as far as when China is going to get clapped. But all of it's overall interesting, but that one was that one came up kind of randomly yesterday. But I think some of you would be excited to know that we're kind of on the right track with how we're looking at it. But obviously, some people they're betting on it way heavier than we are. Apple, no, I sold out of those for like 200%. I sold out before the bounce, so I'm not in those anymore. Why will their yuan collapse? Just the nature of everything. The guy, so he's been following it since 2014, and it's just like the nature of China's economy. Again, and then especially what they have going down from the shutdowns to even looking at economic production, the real estate debt, the real estate collapse, the energy issues, all of that. Twitter above open. No way. Wow, Twitter is rocketing. ARLP, oh, they're on the downside. Same thing. Arch, it actually went up today. Again, we're kind of coming back up here. So Euro close, 5 minutes in. We have not flushed out AMAT. I covered AMAT today because I'm deciding to hold the AMD, and I got so much more on that one. So just be careful with that. But AMAT, I think we're going to hear a little bit more from that stuff. They have Russia investing, so shouldn't that help stabilize it? They can only do so much. I mean, that's all. Either way, though, just look at what we just talked about. I mean, it's not like it has to happen, but again, me and that guy as well, too, it's like you look for it. It's just like if certain things occur, then it could say, yeah, China's there, but it's just like at the end of the day, I think a lot of people understand or like you think it in the back of your mind, China's weak right now. It's not a secret. But the question is, are they going to reach that all-in moment where they're going to have to do something or something is going to snap? Again, just like Europe in energy or just like even kind of like today, and depending on if it leads to a more aggressive rate hike or whatever it may be. AMD. So good, little mini bounce. Let's see where we go from here, but it's kind of chilling out. Tesla bounce. I'm still down $300 on the Tesla. We made $300 of it back, but damn. And then Yash came right back down. UNG wants to come up. That's weird. It hasn't moved a lot today. And then the oil plays are coming down. Oil already dropped. Twitter's still going. NVIDIA having a candle towards the low. Have you ate Yash ever? Yeah, I've probably had Yash like 20 times in my life. Again, I talked about it yesterday. I had my thing. Uniper mulls damage claims against Gazprom in Sweden. Interesting. That's from Reuters. That means maybe the energy stuff might heat up a little bit. Because, again, Uniper is owned by the government now, and then they want to sue the Gazprom arm through Sweden. The Chinese yuan is playing everything else. I don't have any active play on it, but there is many other ways to go about it. And I mean, pretty much last time the Chinese yuan kind of snapped, that was my 2015 play, but that's where you had a big flash crash. So I mean, it's a matter of letting it happen, and then once it does happen, it would lead. That would just be a global play. I mean, that's pretty honestly at that point, it would mean everything is clapped. Apple small pops, no climbing. It's kind of right where I closed the future. BLD FXI is how you play it, and nobody thought that's fishy. If China gets clapped, do we get clapped? Most likely. I mean, especially at this point. I mean, again, it's not as if we're not all fragile. Oracle calls if you think we bounce. I don't think we will. I like the idea, but I'm chill. I think I might just push. I want to take the AMD short because I'm doing good on it, but then I kind of want to push it, but then I'd still have the Tesla short to come back to. Otherwise, I'm kind of just thinking chill. I don't really want to. I either want to just take a little more profit or I want to do absolutely nothing. Just because I think a little bit of time here, it's not over. Just like we have so much in the next coming days. So that's about it. If I could get a real bounce, I want to bounce to short it. No. Yeah, I'm thinking taking profits. I'm not thinking of adding. I'm not gonna, like I said, if I was gonna add to another short, I needed to get back up to like 4017. Would be where I'd be comfortable taking another short. Otherwise, do I take the AMD after 7%, or do we just kind of push this out here? This won't be over for months. Yeah. I mean, even then, I see there's end of this week and then Powell, and that right there is going to, again, I think this week lets us at 390 or not, but then it could go lower, but even then Powell will be the dagger to take us lower or get us back up, but we'll find out. Senate Judiciary resumes Twitter whistleblower hearing. Money is created through debt. How is the interest created? Through people for debt. Time. So that's why time is where you generate anything, and that's how anything actually makes sense, and that's how you determine risk. So duration. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. That's why, because people are investing to get a return, and the idea is give the money, put in a return with enough time, and then investment should increase productivity. And then if you're not able to, then that's it. That's the problem now when companies raise a lot of debt, spend a lot of money, then they put in a lot of time to not bring out productivity. That's what leads to death and failure of the company, or a zombie company at that point. Oil, I think we got a little bit more to deal with, again, with Europe and everything else. But, Chad, watch out now. 15 minutes since Euro close, and you are about to hit a low. Again, 397972 is the low on the SPX, but just watch out from here. It's going down, and now this is post-Euro close, almost 15 minutes. So they even have their own little after hours. So just keep that in mind. Starbucks says staff turnover peaked during COVID. Gilead price target raised. And we're coming in a little bit lower here. Bro, NVIDIA 190, 133. So at least NVIDIA is even lower there too. Is that we're still up on the week? Yeah, I mean, bro, from last week we moved up 14%. Tell me that ain't insecure. Object of an ETF sounds so secure. Long term, 20 years, gonna kill it for sure. So I'm like, okay, I'll just stay down hovering on the radio when it all falls down. I feel you, bro. I feel you. SPY is flushing. I don't know if SPX hit the new low. Yep, new low of the day on that 1 minute candle. The railroad strike, it will, again, I brought that up on Monday. There was good news on it yesterday, and then we have a plug in the Chad who does a lot of logistics. He emailed me about an hour ago, said every big company we work with does not see the strike happening, or at least for import containers coming from major ships like MSC and Hapag. So I think it's a big deal. It seems like initially we've gotten good signs of it, but until we get bad news on it, we'll see. But if there is bad news, it would be disastrous. Again, $2 billion a day is the forecasted economic impact of that. I'm a railroader. We're striking. All right, there it is. But it is important. I mean, you guys will, if you do go on strike, you will clap the rail. I agree. I mean, I brought it up on Monday. I was surprised yesterday. There was good news. And then remember, literally yesterday, JP Morgan and some of the other big banks, they upgraded every single railroader because they said they don't think it's going to happen. So I'm kind of in the middle. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm watching it, but you guys are totally correct that if it did lead to a strike, that it's like a gray swan maybe, but it would have a big deal. It definitely would have a big deal. I kind of have inside info. It's going to happen. How do we play it? I mean, if your inside info is just living by the railroads, I don't think it's inside. It's a risk. Unless you know exactly from the unions or whoever's organizing it, it's all a toss-up. So if it is going to happen, I mean, I would short the shit out of railroads again, or even some other like auxiliaries, even container ships, anything related to it or anything related to transport, even FedEx, UPS, they would be at risk. So I'm short on transports too, just in the nature of the economy as well. But yeah. It's not flushing, and that's why I think it's calm, but we're about to hit another low. 3978.71 is the low. I don't want to be short. I don't want to be a short no more. I ain't short. I just trade a lot. No? Okay. Yeah, it's not technically insider, but being close to the situation is really good. Yeah. So it's a risk, but it's important. If it happens, bad news. It's kind of like today. It's literally just like today in inflation where I was like, hey, if core is bad, we have a problem, right? It's the same thing. If they strike, we're going to have an economic problem. If not, then that's it. I think I have exposure. IYT is the transport index. Remember, I was shorting that from last week on other reasons just related to like the leading factor of the economy. Again, it's just right in the middle. That's why I liked it kind of a little bit here. But you could either go, if you really think it's going to happen, you could short IYT, or you could just short any of the individual railroad companies. Again, or like maybe anything else related to shipping, FedEx, UPS. So IYT has FedEx, UPS, CP, all of it. It's just an ETF of all of it. 90,000. Did no one hear about that? Again, I mean, if you were watching the watch list, we brought this up on Sunday night. So it was a big deal since Sunday. It just most banking people have talked it down. So most people have said good news. But that's what we're waiting for. So I don't know. I think it's hard to tell. It's just a matter of if it happens, react. If not, then there you go. Some people are already pricing in a more positive reaction than not. We would just 8:47. Let's get it, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watches and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendation, stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. SPY is still at lows. I need you to drop your shoulders, relax the shoulders, fix the nerd neck. Nobody is attacking you. Chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, and boom, baby. I just want to say you looking good right now. You looking tall. You looking way better than the S&P 500 right now, bro. You looking way better than the S&P, way better than all of the Wall Street economists. You looking way better than Powell's estimates, and you looking way better than a celebration for inflation reduction when inflation is not going down, even after excluding food, energy, and real estate. I'm just trying to say, you looking good, baby. You looking good right now. Wow. So there you go. Relax the shoulders, legs in front of you, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, and boom, baby. I love it. I love it. Now, finally, relax the jaw. Go, breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue around and do the dragon breath. Stick your tongue out. Go, Oh, you're afraid to tip in? Why, man? You don't know what's gonna happen. It's gonna be 2050. The year is 2050. You go to Starbucks to order your meatless coffee, right? And as you're ordering your meatless coffee and you go to pay it, they turn around the little iPad metaverse thing that's in your contacts, and then it says, would you like to tip 90%, 100%, or 300%? And then you only tip 90%, and then the barista looks at you in shame and says, how dare you? Yeah, that's going to happen. I'm saying, what? You know, I'm just saying that meatless coffee is going to be a trend. Y'all laughing now. Wait till I go public. They going to love meatless coffee. I already see where things are going. They going to love this shit, bro. Are you kidding me? I'll stick with your Folgers coffee. Yeah, too bad you can't, because we're going to ban coffee machines after we find out their environmental output and their ESG score is so negative that we were like, nah, these coffee machines were really the problem. And then we had to get rid of all of the coffee machines. And then, boom, the demand for meatless coffee is through the roof now. Exactly. Good thing we bought in early. I got 2 of them for good. Yeah, but then again, after they put energy requirements on you, you're only going to be allowed to use half of a megawatt per day. And then the coffee machine is just, that's it. You're going to have to decide between staying warm or drinking coffee. I'm just looking ahead. We're just talking about all of it. That's all. It's crazy. Talking about futures. Now, this is just a hypothetical scenario. And then sharing some revolutionary business ideas with you guys. You know? It's an LMC. Oh, wait. I stood up, but I didn't get my resistances. My back was like, Josh, hold on. You guys got me too excited. Very excited today. We're still pinned at the lows. Think market price is in 100. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen, but I definitely think by the end of the week, you're definitely going to watch one freak out with the Fed futures. You're definitely going to watch one move where the 100 basis point odds, they're already moving now. And I think they're going to, we're going to have a debate. That's it. I think it might even be 50-50. I will tell you this. If those Fed futures, if they are pricing in 100 basis points by next Wednesday, we're raising 100. So I don't think it's out of the question. That's it. Right at this point, I do not think it's out of the question. If you asked me that for last month, I said you were crazy. Again, I really didn't think they were going to be having to go that far, but now it's already there. So it's like if the Fed futures prices it, then I think the Fed is going to do it. And that's about it. But now leading into it, we are going to have a debate as the Fed futures move. That will impact the bonds. It will impact the dollar. And that will move the market as we get ready for it. I mean, pretty much, I think volatility this week is most likely going to be generated from answering that question and as the Fed futures move. How do we position ahead of that? Use /ZQ. I don't even know if I'm up on that one. You short the Fed futures. Yeah, I'm up on it now. Woo! So I'm actually in that one already, believe it or not. But remember, I got clapped after the CPI. You remember how long I've held this trade for. So, but I'm back up on it. But this is how you'd want to do it. It's honestly not that risky because I only did one contract. It could have been a lot worse. But overall, this is the surprise one. SKYT. Skywater technology. They sound like the Terminator mixed with some like defense contracting. Sky T. Why did it show me HRG? Skype. They had a 10Q a couple days ago. I'm not seeing anything. They make government chips. They are moving up. It went up by 0.6. PPI is bad. We'd have a similar effect. It wouldn't be the worst, but it can move a lot. Sky T is still popping up. $39804. Google Skywater. They expand collaboration of open source chip design. So is that a Google deal with them? Buyers coming. I mean, this is just a big level. And again, the point is like we sold off. I think we can sell off way harder, but the problem is we are already down literally 3.98% on the NASDAQ right now. So I think the levels are going to be small or important, but we'll see what happens. Excluding Sky T WLDS fam. I'm giving a comment here regarding everything. So I'm just typing out what you pretty much heard me say on this. What's the day today? Today's Tuesday. Man. Can you show option expiration bubbles? Is this even a big expiration? But yeah. Why you guys want the bubbles so much today? I don't even. I mean, I think at this point it's just a matter of the market. I don't. I like it's just it's the level we're at with everything. Is getting ready for all of the stuff we're going through, but it's not. Do we do SPX or SPY? So here it is. I mean, these are all in the money for 3,900. There's big money about to go in there, but I honestly I don't even. It's not even as clear cut right now. There's a lot of money on 3,900, 38s. I mean, if anything, we'll probably get trapped like 3,775 unless they let this expire. But then it's like it could go a lot lower, and then there's still there's really not that many calls. I mean, more of the calls are at like 4,100, 4,200, and then like 4,000. That's just like all of it's just like right here. It's like in between where we're trading at. So kind of hard to say. Well, Bubble, that's just all of the option expiries on SPX. Isn't Friday 2 trillion? I think it might be. But even then, I mean, at this point, I don't think it's like I think a lot of people are going to be hedging to other prices right now. That's it. That's why I'm like I think it's going to be a big expiration, but I think whatever's going to be left there by Friday is whoever's trying to push it. But then everything else, I think it's going to. I think people are already getting ahead of this. I think why. I mean, at this point, if you had anything with value on September after getting that report this morning, why wouldn't you cut everything and then roll all the way to December right now, or even November for the next Fed meeting? So I don't know. I'm just getting. A lot of what I'm getting today is that there is a lot more to the story, and we have a lot more movement in store. And I don't think we're seeing it quite yet. And that's why I think like a lot of the normal stuff we'd be watching, it's kind of more, it's just kind of weird. And it's not as, I just think we're like looking at certain things and like you're watching how the market's moving and we're trying to apply it to what we've kind of seen. But this is a little bit different. And I just think we got to watch it play out a little bit more. Buy Coinbase for the ETH thing. Honestly, that could work. Yeah, we have 157 days on the yen play. Down. What was the other one? And then the SPY Butterfly. That one, I can't believe that one is even up like that, which is dope. But Viva C. We're kind of bouncing a little bit. The chips, though. The Neo Chinese data. EDF Renewables 15-year virtual power purchase agreement. Any long-term deployments? No, but I'm very glad that we haven't yet. Again, it's just we're chilling on it. I think Airbnb might be lower, but like JP Morgan, if anything, Altria. But we're gonna wait. I mean, we're gonna even wait till after Powell. But now it's not as if like it is a very high probability that we will be able to get a great long-term pickup in the next week or two, if we wanted to, and we'll have the money for it. And it was chill. I mean, I'm very excited about it. The YCS play, I mean, I brought that up a couple weeks ago. That is shorting the yen. And then I covered my yen future, and I kept the YCS as my backup play because I am expecting to re-short the yen. So that's why I had it. The yen will be volatile, so be careful with it. But That is what YCS is. BRK, Google Pop. AMD still guttered a little bit on Google. Even Tesla. Let's see. So someone sent me this Max Paint. I don't know how to use this. So I don't know what it's saying on there. Again, instead of bubbles, it's lines. But again, I think everybody has different definitions of it, but I'm not seeing what it's saying here. I'm not able to extract it easier from the other one. But even then, I kind of even stopped calling it like Max Pain. It just kind of seeing where open interest is. But I'm assuming this is saying around what, 403, 405? The bottom of the curve, so 349. R. So again, at 400, this on the chart would just be a big bubble, more or less. So 405. That's for tomorrow's. Oh, that's for 9. Let's try 916. So there you go. Yeah, I feel like it would be like 405. But again, I mean, I think it's even then, I don't think anybody after that report is going to hold too much. Again, I think people are already going to be rolling over. So even by the end of today, we'll find out. And Fed decreasing. Well, that one's still going slow. I don't think, again, I just don't think any of the, I think the only thing that matters is, and you've seen this before, you don't remember, you know what this day reminds me of? It reminds me of that day, the last time CPI came in hotter than expected. And then remember, all day, the Fed futures were jumping around. And then the last like 20 minutes of the day, the Fed futures just surged. That's what I'd be looking for. I think Fed futures and bonds are going to be the only thing this week now. That's it. And then the data will drive it, but it's just like I think that everything is going to be moving those futures and bonds, and that is what's going to get people moving. And then quite frankly, I just think we're going to hold it's going to play with these levels, and it's going to stick to them very, very well, and then just factor that in until we could get an idea of, is it going to be 75 or 100? But just remember, if people start talking 100, then that means a way more hawkish September Fed meeting than anybody was expecting. And then that could bring about its own little effect. It's good to know it's holding up. Well, that's what I'm saying, is that I don't think the option trades are holding up right now. I don't think, looking at the bubbles, the max pain, I don't think it's giving you anything right now. Just because there's other things, like, again, the dollar, the 10-year, the 2-year, what those are doing, those will move more immediately, and you will get something way more actionable watching that than looking at the open interest on options right now. It's nice, it gives you information, and it could, maybe help you see stuff, but I don't see it as I don't see it as an edge in any way. Airbnb, I don't know why. He's doing great today. He's still down, but he's doing great. Kathy said the Fed was about to pivot. Yeah. What to look for is if people are rolling puts. Well, yeah, but then that's the thing. Open interest doesn't update till the next day. So whatever action is happening, anybody rolling over now, you won't even see it until tomorrow morning. My thoughts are that the CPI was awful today. Everybody took a loss, from investors in Wall Street down to Powell and the White House, and it's showing inflation is entrenched, and every economist was wrong again 3-4 months in a row. It brings up a lot of other concerns, and the fact that if you now exclude food, energy, and the cost of housing, inflation would still be above 6% after year number 2. And after baseline effects, which is wicked. So that's the how I view it. It's negative, and I think now it opens up Pandora's box for a potentially more hawkish Powell, and then Powell is the one who's going to drive it home. And if Powell matches the aggressiveness like he did last time, and they do go higher, we could be hitting the new lows. Otherwise, if Powell finds a way to balance this out, maybe we dance around 390 for 4,000 to 390ish. But for the most part, this is not good, especially leading into midterms and everything else. Scholz, Putin 90-minute talk devoted ongoing Russian war against Ukraine and aftermath. I mean, Biden is finished. I mean, sadly, I think the midterms, they have one more CPI, so maybe, but I'm shocked they didn't. Like, why did they let this come out like that? I don't know. I mean, maybe I assume that they wouldn't, but I feel like they have before, so I'm like, I don't know. Yeah, this one, it really, I mean, it's a threat politically. This was not a good report. Again, everybody lost today. That's why I'm like, why? Like, why would you let this happen? Why would, this could have really got you bullish today. That's what I want you to understand, is that today could have been extremely bullish. Today could have changed your outlook on the last 2 years. Today would have made people say maybe transitory was right. Today could have been extremely bullish leading in, and then Powell could have pissed on the party, but the fact that it didn't, I'm like, wow, that means it was really bad. I was bullish because of the White House celebration. I feel you. That's why I'm like, I don't know why. I feel like this is not a good look. Not a good look for anybody. You're saying they should have cooked the books. I'm saying most people already assume the books are cooked. And even to be fair, I really hope you don't misinterpret me, because one thing you got to realize is from an academic standpoint, most people understand that the CPI does not tell you anything about inflation. The CPI has had its 15 minutes of fame in the last 2 years, but when it's all said and done, that number, that gauge does not tell you anything about what you are experiencing in real life. It does not really give us any leading indicator. So that's what I mean by, in a weird way, it's not even supposed to show us anything. So it's already cooked in that sense. So I'm not saying this is like a conspiracy theory. It's just that this data shouldn't have even given us anything to say it's bad. And then today, we should have got something that should have showed us maybe it was getting a little better 2 in a row, but nothing really, too solid. But the fact that all it gave you was evidence of stagflation, it's like, huh? It's a real big head scratcher. So it shouldn't have given us anything. And the fact that it has given us something to the negative side, that is where it becomes I have a lot of questions. Or it makes me assume that maybe things are really, really bad, or worse than maybe most people were probably anticipating. Target 1 billion of notes at 4.5. That's expensive. Home loans is the Fed rate. I know credit history. That's part of it. It starts with the original Fed rate and where you could borrow money at. And then from there, they raise the rate based on all the other factors, the borrower, duration, all of that stuff. Graham, the Twitter whistleblower, regulatory system not working. He says working with Warren on social media regulation. MFD up 2%. Let's see. AMD, YT, a little bit of Tesla. We did bounce a little bit, bro. That's big. That's almost the whole point and a half from the bottom. Twitter is still rocketing up. ARDX up 6. All right. So Jay, I answered the question, man. I don't know how you do the audio, but I answer a lot of your questions and then you'll repeat them. So just try to pay attention when you ask them, or if you spam them and then I answer it. I prefer not to answer the same thing like 7 times. How does Wilds go? Right down. I don't know. China is going to be wild. Again, that's the next. Even then, we have to. You want to know what the crazy part about today is, Chad? Just don't forget about Europe. Okay, it's like at the same time. It's Europe. Remember, all of the energy stuff is still in play. All of the European reset. So now we're gonna juggle a little bit. It's like we are taking control of the news right now, and it's all about America, Powell, CPI. But just don't forget, you have the yen, you have Europe, the euro, all of that other stuff now. So we might need to juggle a little bit. And then again, the 10 years is 0.7 below 3.5. Speech might kill this bounce. Nah, we need this. Again, today was the closest we've been to a circuit breaker in a long time. I know we've had other days, even Jackson Hole, but dude, your first candle, you were down about 2.75, 3%. So we need a bounce. That's why, again, I'm surprised I even caught 40 points on a future short, because I'm like, dude, we were down four and some change here at the lows, 3% on the SPY. Like, we've already moved down big. So let's see. Again, I'm saying just keep in mind a bounce. It's not like I wouldn't say a bounce won't happen today at any point, but just get ready for everything and let's see what we got here. But I will short again if we could get a high bounce. The more volatile and stupid it looks, the more likely I'm going to go for a short. But the slower and kind of more computer, I'm not going to take it. But like if you get like a hype, like again, if you just go straight up to 4,100, I would short that. SKYC again. Skype. Yeah, I think still holding up 9. Hey, my mother birthday, Shevin. Oh my goodness, man. You've been here for years. You've held it down, baby. God bless you and happy birthday. Oh, and amen. Amen, amen, amen. Let's go, bro. Let's go. Email me a track. We got to play a birthday track. Send me one of your birthday tracks. Make sure it's, like, not too aggressive. You know what I'm saying? Just don't send, like, a track where it's, like, don't send me a track where it's, like, fuck Sleepy Joe. You know what I'm saying? Like, that'd be so aggressive. So I wouldn't, you know, if you got any clean tracks, you know, yeah, tradingfraternity@gmail.com. You know what I'm saying? It'd be crazy if he was, like, you know, F Sleepy Joe. I'd be like, what'd you just say? That's crazy. It's called Charlie Brown. Well, I don't know. That kind of makes me nervous considering Charlie Brown in the Chad. But we could take a run. We could take a run at it. Happy birthday, though, brother. Honestly, thank you for everything, man. I'm glad that you made it another one. Keep adding to that long term. I know you got it, baby. So let's keep going. And the code loves you, baby. Amen. Brandon's speech is in about 2 hours. It's not a speech. It's a celebration, sir. just in the name of accuracy. You know, I don't have it up here. It's a celebration, sir. I think all oil plays are still in play. I genuinely think you need big balls to play oil. I think oil is an easy play still in the sense that is somewhere that you could genuinely ignore everything, watch oil, and you'll get a 5% move every other week minimum. But you have to have risk management and balls to play it because it is volatile. Most professionals right now, they're staying away from oil because of the volatility. That's like the futures in oil are so low right now because nobody wants to deal with it. The costs are expensive, the margin, and it's moving that 5-10% every other week. So it's difficult, but I do believe all of them are in play. I'm still in Conoco. I'm still in BP. I've yet to buy the PSX, but it's like I still do like it, but it is very it's not easy. It's you if you're not used to holding losses that will come positive and then even having to deal with bigger losses, you might get scared of it. That's it. Like that's really what it comes down to. So just watch out for it. I have a big chunk of money that needs to be allocated new to longer term. I know you can't give advice, but how would you approach it? Little by little. So take whatever amount it is, cut it in half. So if you have 100,000, start with 50,000. Then take that 50,000, start with 20% of it up front, put 10K down, and then you could spread that amongst your 5 or 6 favorite stocks. And then you take the other 40,000 and divide that by the next 12 months, deposited monthly. You still have 50% in reserves. And honestly, I've not even mentioned real estate once in all of this. I would probably go there first, and then you could really do a lot with your plan from there. But that's a great way to start. Hopefully that helps. Obviously, none of it's a recommendation. You understand that. If you have more follow-up questions, please ask them. And I'm always down to dive deeper. You could send me a confidential email with more details, and we could always dive in more. I mean, by that, I mean send me the email, give me info, and I'll talk about it on stream while keeping everything, safe or whatever. But the more detail, the better. But hopefully that helps. Try to simplify it, space it out, but I'll give you a super easy tip, bro. Like I said, just cut it in half. That's like the best way to save anything is like you're like, wow, I got a big chunk of money. I feel like I need to do something. Cut it in half. And then start with half of that because no matter what, you'll always have the other half remaining. It's uncomfortable. Tradingfraternity@gmail.com. But even then, even if it's an uncomfortable amount of money, the half rule still works always. That's what I always do. If I ever want something, I either wait 30 days or I cut it in half. And those right there, that solves a majority of all the problems. So I feel you. But if it's like real big money though, we real estate is going to be how you're, especially in this market, how you're going to be able to back it up. Why are we not taking as much? We are. We're down a lot. We're down 3.25 or 3.8, excuse me, within 3 hours. So it's not. It's just all bad. All right, I got it. We're going to run it. We'll run it if we get the PHILO or at least before then. LMT, I mean, I've said I've always liked it, especially with the defense stuff, but we'll see as they'll get, contracts and then political tensions. A 3% day on the SPY is huge bad. Yeah, it's awful. And it's not even over. And we're closer to 4% than not on the NASDAQ. It's bad. Yeah, we have circuit breakers. Even if you go on this channel, we have live documented circuit breakers, again, through March. I've dealt with circuit breakers on individual ones. I think 2015, they hit the circuit breakers in the morning on me. But, yeah, I've dealt with it. It's wild. Usually at that point, everybody is like, it low-key feels like the Titanic, like, for real. Because then it's just like, and just everything's dumping. It's wild. Yeah, this was a big flip. I mean, here's the crazy part. We're down 3.7, 3.8 on the NASDAQ now, right? That's cool and all, right? Bro, prior to the release, you were up 0.75. That means you have moved technically 4.5, almost 5% already today. Warner Brothers speaks at conference. KITT, Nauticus, Robotics, Hype Play up 60% now. How to find the video? Just go search up 7% down day on the stocks. Once you find out that date, just go to that day on the channel. And again, we have the last like 3 years of every trading day has been documented, and it's all on this channel. Free 99. God bless you. What do you think on the future? Where do you think there's discrepancy? That's just how it is, just between the futures. They're a little bit ahead because of the timing. So remember that future is based off the price at expiration. So it's pricing in just a little bit of the future. Usually there's a there should be a difference between the two. Usually if they're matched up, things would be a little more weird. The title of the video is Stocks Melting Down. I mean, that's a good title. You for real taught me the definition of grind. Let's go, baby. Amen. Amen. Every day. Every day. Throw the stone, baby. Let's go. It don't matter. It don't matter. Good, bad, up, down, circuit breaker, non-circuit. That's it. We still here, baby. Let's go. And today is crazy. On top of it, but today is one of the crazy ones. Today is one of the crazy ones. And where we go from here, God knows, man. So we are coming down. You had like a 1.25 if you want to try to take it. I'm out, bro. I'm not. I mean, I'm holding what I got. We still got shorts that are working for us. I mean, it's a good day. I've realized over like 400 already, $500 of profit. And then we still have some open trades. And then we even have a couple of like, if things get bad again, free SPY butterflies are working, YCS, and then I'm even short on the Fed futures, believe it or not. So I'm still in that trade. And technically, I mean, we could get paid now if Fed futures go up. Isn't that wild? So you remember every time I've showed you guys the Investopedia and the Fed futures, well, there's a play for it. So legitimately, that's the one that we're in, and that's what I'm saying here. So it's kind of, but I'm not going to try to scalp anything unless we get like I need a real big move more or less. But this is the ZQ. This is what I'm talking about. So this is how you could get paid off of the Fed futures. So off of any of these types of moves. Morris said the Fed hikes rates by 100, so there it is. More room to 100. Yeah, exactly. I'll probably make like $300-$400 on one contract. It only costs $1,300 of power, and even when it went against me, I wasn't down more than $200. So even if we go up to 100 basis points, I won't make a lot on the play, but also you won't lose a lot, which I do like about that play in essence. And then if you're a real psycho, you trade the futures on that option. I want to pull up the Investopedia ones, but it messes with my computer, so I could do it real quick. See, like Fed futures right now, 25% for 100 basis points, and then you're fully priced in at the other one. It's probably been 2 years since the last circuit breaker. Yeah, so with that amount, I mean, you have enough to do everything. Like, honestly, I would do half and half. I would take half of it, and that would be enough to get you any real estate. You could even pay off a house and then use that to cash flow. And then I would take the other half and start with like 20% picking, 5-6 stocks that are balanced 60, 70, 30, 60, 40, and then use the rest every month, and don't day trade with it. I know you said you had day trade experience. I would keep all day trade funds separate and just use this to make sure you never go broke ever again. And then you could sit and trade you could do whatever you want for the rest of your life. It's not as if he's not talking like multiple millions of dollars here, but like I'm saying, if you turn that into half into a long term and then half into a property that we could get as an Airbnb cash flow or even a flip, then you say you're already doing good trading, leave the trading, you're going to be good to go. So we could run with it. We're talking, I mean, like 6 figures, just a higher end 6 figures amount. It's enough to do damage. It's enough to get a nice house in certain areas, not in California, but it's enough to get a property. It's enough to even split half into stocks and use the other half, and then that's it. So you'll be good to go. I have 5K. What to do with it? It's the same exact thing. I mean, quite frankly, even though we're expecting more problems, if you have that much cash and you've yet to buy any stocks, I mean, the odds are in your favor now. Obviously, don't put all of it into stocks, but even real estate too. But granted, I mean, over the last 4 to 5 months now, the best trade in the world has been holding a United States dollar. So that's it. When it's all said and done, the point is, whenever that trade stops and the dollar comes back down, growth is gonna rocket. And then again, you could even get dividends as well too. But I would even go again, real estate, as long as you get a deal. So the best part about having cash like that sitting, and this is what I mean with real estate, just wait till a fat real estate deal comes your way. I'm not telling you go buy anything. I'm saying wait till you actually could get one. Actually, I have one. I have one now. I'm passing up on this deal because I don't think it's there. I have a house in Pensacola, Florida. It's from a Chad. And what's it called? I think it's worth around like 600, 650 if you could upgrade it and make it a lot cleaner. And then if you could make it really nice, you could get higher than 650. You could even get as high as like 800, 900. But the problem is the area is lower. But guy wants to sell it for 550. So I'm not taking it because I think, for me, I would need a little bit more of a margin. But that's it. But if you really want it, Jacob, send me proof of funds. And let me know, and I'll send you it right there. The guy already has it listed at 700,000. There's comps at that's what I'm saying. There's comps between 400 to 700, and it just depends. There's smaller houses selling for more, but then this neighborhood, I mean, he's kind of the highest house there, but pretty much he's listed at 700. He will sell it for 550. So that one, and then again, depending on if you know the area, again, it's Pensacola, Florida. It's a great area. It's right next to the water, but it just depends. I'm not as familiar, so 550, I think it's a decent deal, but I'm not in at 550. But like I told him, I said it's someone in the chat. I'm willing to throw it around there. It's a Chad family deal. I told him I'm the bad deal. I said 550. I told him don't sell it to me at 550. I said that's a bad deal. I said I think he could get more on the market, but I don't know if a flipper can get it. So I think if you want to live there, then I would take it at 550. But I told the Chad, I said I'm a bad deal at 550. I don't want to buy. I said you'll lose selling it to me there, and I don't even think I can make that much money at 550. I said just wait till somebody buys it from 550 or higher at the market. Men on the first home on recommend for income, but for the first home, it just depends. It depends what you're going to do. Holding it, flipping it, all of that stuff. AMD hitting another low. Wow. So check Tesla and Apple. Some names are starting to go down here. That's it. But if you want to, email me. tradingfraternity@gmail.com. I will send you the address. All I need is proof of funds. Just make sure it has your name on it, and then proof of funds, something that has your name and shows that you are like genuinely in the market and actually have interest in it. And I will give you this deal. I do not care. Again, I need serious people. Don't make it look bad on my name. That's all it is. That's why I asked for that. tradingfraternity@gmail.com. We will hit new low. We might. I mean, a couple of names, and then watch out for chips. I mean, just be on the lookout. That's almost 200 up now on the AMD. Remember, I was down a lot on that one yesterday. And then now I'll be within like $8 on the Tesla. Barrow benefit airplane. It might, but I think it'd be more liable to hurt them. I think it'll hurt. I think most travel will get hurt than anything. I got hit with an ad. Oh, bro. Damn, bro. We have way more follow. Well, I said with that amount, split it in half. I put half of it towards real, like you have enough for real estate, and then the other half I would put towards the long term. Start with 20%, and then little by little, and then with that other half, I would use that for a rental or just sit until you could get an easy house flip deal, and then boom, if people need money right now in the next 6 to 9 months, you'll have that capital there. But you have enough to do that, but I would definitely take advantage of real estate with that. And then, like I'm saying, start with 20%, pick 5 or 6 stocks that have a balance between 60%, 70% of the money towards growth, the other 30, 40% towards value, and then just ride it out from there. And then just, again, start with 20% of the half, and then add monthly to month, and then save the other half for property. Either get you in something that could cash flow really good now, or wait until you get the next one. I got my biggest property under contract, listing broker. Let's go, baby. Congratulations, man. That's good. That's good. Now get it sold. Yeah, Nomura forecast a 100 basis point rate hike next week. ZQ. I just want to see. That's crazy. So I could close it out with a credit right now. That's nuts. So that's the midpoint. The natural price is at 0.01. But that is wild. So, like, that play actually has a credit. Damn. Market have another 3% drop. I mean, as long as we don't do it now. Yeah, I just saw that house, Granville. It's a little expensive. I mean, if they really need the money on there to work, I'd have to do 70. But then they don't. There's like bad comps. I think it's worth 170, so I would need 0.7 off of that. It would be the price they paid. I could just pretty much give them like maybe $5,000 extra because they bought it for 119. Ask them. That's if they need the money to move and they want 2 months. I could pretty much buy the house, give them a little bit extra. They don't have to pay any agent fees or whatever. But even then, because even if they sold at 200, they're gonna be getting back 190. Yeah, so they could, if they don't need to do it, they'll be good. But I would have to be a lot lower on that one. Proof of funds, trading fraternity at gmail.com. I don't have it. If you sent it through a Proton mail or have spammed me in the past, you might be blocked. So I don't know. Yash Green. I never emailed you. Oh, I don't have it. You block Proton Mail? Yeah, because that's what all the weirdos use. I like Proton Mail if you like security, but that's what all, like, literally any weirdo who's harassed me only uses Proton Mail. That's it. That's just very simple. It's usually like use a Gmail. You could use a business email or whatever, but yeah, I know it's super secure, exactly. But that's one of the hardest to get. You like people break the law with Proton Mail, and then that's it. So, yeah. Proton is fighting big tech. I mean, I love what they stand for, but it just, I mean, I know criminals and I know bad people, and they all use it. So, unfortunately, It's kind of one of those Bitcoin arguments where it creates good, but there's a lot of bad and crime kind of embedded in the whole encryption and everything, you know? Right, FNGU 3 times lever. That's up to you. That's what you're into. It could be good. I mean, I think at the right times. That's it. Good people use it too. Yeah, definitely. I just block. I don't deal with them though. At that end of the day, I just know it's not. I mean, if you really want to contact me, you know I'm legit. Like, you know how I am. It's just you could hit me up on a normal email. Otherwise, it's not like that's all. I just prefer not to take the risk. I'm done dealing with that. WB CFO hits a subscriber bumps coming up. Start getting deals. Where are you located? But I could get we could find you some. Honestly, just start a little with the long term and like just wait. As long as you don't go crazy, then you'll be good to go. And like just kind of just keep that money for the opportunity. Or again, if you could stumble across a great a deal, you'll be good. The CPI, it was bad. It was a miss. Month over month increased when it was supposed to come down, and then core went up by double. The proof. I know. I need your name on it though. So like I said, I need that. Even if you have an account that could show like down payment, Coinbase, a Robinhood with your name on it. Again, and you could blur out anything that like ID number, any of that stuff. But I need a name. It looks good, but I mean this just doesn't have your name. And then it's a year old, but it's chill. What is it? The more is the first one to call for 100 basis points. I know. I mean, even then, just watch out. You remember that one day. It was, 2-3 months ago? And just remember, by end of day, those Fed futures launched into 100 basis points, and then it chilled up. Amid fury, save the market. Dude, we're chilling right where we closed the future. Dollar and bond. Dollar just been elevated the whole time. Biden comes on in like 2 more hours still. It's only 12:40 Eastern. I mean, we still got a lot of time left. All right, Jacob. You know, I like you, Jacob. I'm going to take a leap of faith on you. Don't fuck it up. I sent you the address there. Again, it's at Chad's house. You'll see it. It's listed at 700. I could get it to you for 550, and then I'll put you in touch with him if you're interested. That was funny the way you said it. Is it? I meant it seriously. I said, y'all laughing. These are how real conversations sound sometimes. That's it. It's just like, don't fuck. That's it, bro. That's a big rule. I'll take it for 600. Email me if you really want it. I'm not even charging a fee. Like, I could go, I'm not even trying to make money on this. This is a Chad's house, and I want him to get the best price. He wanted to sell it to me, and the price that he wants to sell it to me at, I'm at like, dude, I'm like, trust me, I think you'll get more on the market, and I think he could get I'm not even willing to pay the 550 there. So, and I don't want to give him a lower offer because I'm saying just wait and you'll get it. So, if you want to pay 600, I mean, email me. I'll get you it right there. But I'm trying to help out a Chad here and make sure that they could sell their home for top dollar. It's in Pensacola, Florida, right? It's right on the water. It's a beautiful home. It's not a bad house. It's not even distressed. I think it's just like the timing. They got it at a good price and everything, but like I don't know the area. My comps are telling me it's a wide range, and for me, it's not worth the work for 50 grand, 100 grand. Where it's like I'm not gonna live in it. I'm not gonna. That's why I'm like, let's send like. I'd say just wait. I said if you could wait 30 days, you're gonna get a way higher price, and that's it. He could Airbnb it, but they need to sell it. That's it. They want the money. They want to get out of it. So. Again, email me with proof of funds. If you don't have proof of funds, I'm not going to send the address. Again, we only want serious buyers. The last thing I want for him is to get into a wholesaling thing. You see what I'm saying? So same thing, Jacob. If you're going to try to like wholesale the property and waste his time, I would take that as very offensive. So just like we want people I just want to help him sell it at a good price because I know that if he waits, he will get it on the market. Oil futures, 85. Damn, that's a big one. Starbucks is on the high. Wait a minute. Bro, Starbucks is rocketing since Howard Schultz. We were listening to Andrew Tate the other day. He said motivation is not real dedication. He said motivation is not real. Dedication is the only thing. Be dedicated regardless of how motivated. I mean, I feel. Yeah, amen. I mean, amen. I can't deny that. I mean, you could be I've been very motivated, and then I went to bed. And then I woke up, and I was not as motivated, but, you could still remain dedicated. So, yeah. Oh, he stole that from Goggins? Uh-oh. I think Goggins would win in a fight. I do think, like, Andrew Tate could use nunchucks and shit, but I think David Goggins would just, yeah. I don't know, chart showing over, so we're pinned, though. We've been pinned from 10:50 all the way to 12. It's been 2 hours that you have not moved. Like, look at this, bro. Tell me this isn't a brand new trading day. Bro, this could be its own trading day. Right here. Its own little trading day in and of itself. 2 points. Made up my first rental apartment agreement today. Let's go, baby. Let's go. God bless you. Love to hear it. SPR update website isn't working. White House advisor. Oh, I love this guy. He's the guy who sounds like that. Okay. No, the inflation, we think that it's coming down even though it went up. Okay. So we're going to still think that inflation reduction is still reducing inflation. Okay. So we think Biden's plan is working perfectly. Okay. Oh, no, he's not the
There's
MK
a very
dude.
clear message.
They brought out the big guns today.
Have to stay at the table, and they need to resolve this, and that a shutdown is not an option. It is not an acceptable option, and this administration is trying to give the negotiators some space, but also doing everything we can, and that includes involvement from the president to make sure that we do get to that agreement by Friday. That's our message to the negotiators. Failure is not an option.
Gene, you mentioned the Inflation Reduction Act. There's going to be a ceremony at the White House today. Part of getting that deal done, as I understand it, was promising Joe Manchin, the senator from West Virginia, that there'd be permitting reform. Now pending up there in Congress. We talked to Steny Hoyer, the majority leader on the House side yesterday, who said it's going to be tough. He's going to do his best. He's going to try to get it through on the House side. Is the White House totally committed to getting this done, perhaps attached to a continuing resolution this fall?
You know, I've been at this game too long to make predictions about legislative timelines, particularly when they're tied to things like budget issues. David, you and I have all been through that.
The White House celebration is at 2:20.
The most important thing we want to stress today is on that Inflation Reduction Act, the benefits it's doing for lowering costs. And by the way, you know, as coordinator of the American Rescue Plan, I have to mention today that we saw child poverty go to the lowest numbers in history, nearly cut in half to 5 or 6%. So much of that was due to what was in the American Rescue Plan, particularly the child tax credit. Policy matters. It matters for reducing prices, reducing inflation. It matters for lowering poverty and giving all of our children a fair shot.
Gene, I'm actually glad you raised that child poverty thing because I saw that news and I didn't raise it. Probably should have. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. That's Gene Sperling. He's special advisor to President Biden.
Coming up, don't you dare forget the main talking point of today.
Right, we just talked about it. We're going to get the latest on what can be. What is struck. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television.
Literally. He's like, I got to mention the child. So even though the price of food, real estate, gas, and everything is now just, you know, constantly going up, the poverty for children have gone down. That's it. How, though? How if the cost of food at school, like that's what I'm saying, the data just doesn't make any. Either way, this data just like it's fucked up data, bro. We've been saying that, but it's like, dude, even the school, how is food at schools going up 30-40% in the last quarter? And then I don't know, I didn't see the child poverty metric, but I think that's going to probably be the talking point. But damn. I mean, I think it's just how do you I mean, honestly, you don't know to get the answer. How do you measure child poverty? How do you bring child poverty into a number? And then depending on how it's just like how they get real estate rent. You see what I'm saying? So I don't know what they define as child poverty. Let's see. BLS. Do they have it on the BLS? Let's see. Key U.S. poverty hit record low in 2021, largely due to federal aid. Reuters. How do you turn on gifts? You have to. There's a video on YouTube of how to do it. You just have to go to your settings, and you can't be on mobile when you do it. $2020. No, there's a new statistic that came out, but I don't know. I think it might even be 1 year declined. So I think they're going off of 1 year, like it comes out once a year then, because it's not like this is actually an interesting one. So because that just came out an hour ago, or that's the report, but it's saying for 2021. So I don't even think it's accounting for this year. I think that would be the easiest. Go to join, then hit the 3 dots, and it says turn gifts on. Next CPI, we got to nail it on the head. That will be the final CPI before the midterms, and then that will be the final Powell ahead of the midterm, so we'll see. Canada yields rise, erasing premium over U.S. Treasuries. Again, Starbucks was up. AMD did not bounce. Tesla bounced a little bit, but still down. Everything's still down. Data from 2000 BC. Isn't school food kind of like back college loans? Why would they increase if they will continue to get paid? I don't know. I mean, this metric is saying it's like it's like prices at food at employee sites, schools. So it's consumer based. Like, I don't know if it is like, I don't know if this is counting for government subsidies or not. But even if it doesn't, that would be one of the errors because it's like that was high. But then it's like, okay, if it's subsidized, then maybe that is an outlier. But we'll see. This just all sucks. Josh is right. Let's all retire. Well, I mean, I'm pretty much retired. I mean, I'm here for you, Chad. You know, I'm chilling every day. We're doing our but that's, I mean, at this point, it's I don't know, man. I'm surprised. Even today's data, I can't believe it's 4 hours ago already, but I'm just like, what the hell? Like, I really thought it was going down. I mean, if there was going to be anything to make this thing go, it was supposed to come down today. So, like I said, I was going to retire if that was the case. I mean, I feel. There's a 30 chance. Yep, that's bad. Again, like I said, we've seen this before. By the end of the day, you might watch that skyrocket, but we are definitely going to be we're definitely going to be debating 100 basis points in the next couple of days. You know, and that is going to be a big driver with everything. I have 3 kids. My kids' hot lunch went from $175 last year per day to $250. That should help understand. Yeah, and that was the biggest point that came out there today. Could they do an emergency? No, they're not going to do an emergency rate hike. They're just going to go up to 1. I mean, at this point, it's like if everything we saw leading into today was pointing to things coming down. And if that wasn't enough, then now they're just going to keep going higher. They don't need to do an emergency rate hike. They just need to now make sure the market doesn't get bullish, and they are just going to keep pounding in 75 or 100. That's it. Like, it's very, like, and that is huge, and that's massive, and that's not, like, again, you're going to hit a point of diminishing returns or a point now where that hits everybody at the knees, but that's it. When did it said you were down 13K? No, this was that free butterfly. So remember I did that butterfly about a month or 2 ago, and it was free. So it required, technically, I'm up 13,000 on this and then down 6,000 on here. But this was a free play. So literally my trade price is 0, and I'm up $300, 270. So, but that's just how the butterfly is going to look. That's why I had to put up buying power. But that was just the old butterfly. Last 4 hour, you just missed. I mean, if last hour nothing has happened, but it was everything just still responding from earlier in the day. We've just kind of chilled. You think Fed could talk it down like 100? I mean, yeah, maybe, but even then, I mean, it's like 75 would still be big, but I think at this point they could justify 100 without it even seeming crazy now. Like, that's it. 100 does not even seem that bad now that none of this stuff is going down. Again, for me to watch services and core, excluding even rent, hit above 6%, it's like, I don't even think you're nuts. Like, 75 is huge. Again, you've probably heard me say that. I've said it many times. I've told you. I said just don't underestimate how big 75 is, and the fact that 3 of those has not been enough, and that we're still dealing now with like actual evidence of stagflation or entrenched inflation. I think 100 basis points isn't even crazy anymore. I think 100 basis points is now, they could do 75 or 100, and I don't think it'll even have that big of an effect, in the sense that it doesn't matter how they signal it. I just think Powell needs to make sure the market stops getting over exuberant, and then they could get this solved, and that's about it. But at this point now, I mean, 100, if you told me 100 last month, I wasn't really down. You told me 100 the month before, it just didn't seem, it seemed crazy. Now it just seems like 75, 100, it's kind of just like you got to. Otherwise, I mean, even 75 I wouldn't be disappointed in, but I think 100 would just indicate how the Fed feels, and that would give us some more inkling. It pretty much, I think if the Fed does 100, they're worried. If they stick with 75, it'll be the same market reaction, but that just shows they're not as worried, more or less. That's kind of how I would break it down. I've not seen any headlines talking about stagflation. I got asked for a quote from some newspaper, and I put that in. Maybe we have to do 125. That would be crazy. It might have the narrative. It is. They have to. They have to. We've seen it too many times. This whole week is going to be all about 100 basis points, and then whatever the bond moves do in between. And everybody is going to debate. And then, but like I'm saying, when it's all said and done, we don't need to think about anything except for those Fed futures the day before Powell. If those price in 100, he's going to do it. And then that means the Fed is going to have a panic move again, which happened 2 months ago. So we'll find out, but just be ready for the debate. Be ready for the debate around 4%. The 10-year, be ready for the debate about 100 basis points, and that's it. At what yield do you find the 2 and 10 years attractive? Well, here's the thing. You know I love bonds, and I love watching them, and I love what they say. And, you know, we've been getting pretty good reads on it, but I'm not going to buy any. I'm not trying to buy any bonds. Never. Nothing's attractive to me ever. I don't like bonds to purchase. To be honest with you, I'd rather buy other things. So all I know though is that once that 10-year hits 3.5%, 4%, and it's already at 3.5%, but once it starts going to 3.74, that's the danger zone. And it really, if it goes past 3.5 with strength, it's going straight to 3.7. No news. 30-year bonds, bond auction. That's what it is. Bond auction. See, again, bonds are causing your biggest move here. Bond auction, high demand. 3.51 versus 3.53. So yields went up today, but bond auction is showing a ton of demand after a weak bond auction yesterday. So that bounces all the bond auction, TLT, coming up a little bit. So let's see. Birthday. Thank you, Kevin. It's not my birthday, but thank you. I appreciate it. Hope we did push. We did some push-ups today, actually. We did. I think we only got one set in. Might need to do a little bit more. How are bonds not attractive? New print's going to be around 8. I like the I bonds, but like you're limited to 10,000. That's fine. But like, again, I'd rather hold. You mean to tell me in this environment, if the bonds go up, like if the bonds go to a rate where I want them, if the 10-year goes to like 7%, right, or 10%, at that point, dude, the world is going to be in shambles, I would rather buy property at a discount. I'd rather go fixed income on property than a bond. I'm too young for a bond. I like the bonds. I love them. Again, it is a great macro indicator. Tells you a lot about what's going on, but that's it. Oh, if you're talking I bonds, I mean, we already maxed out the I bonds 3 months ago. Just max them out if you have that money and if you can. But other than that, the 2-year, 10-year will never be attractive to me. And the point is, once they become attractive enough, every other asset is going to be so much cheaper, and I would rather buy that. Or again, I mean, we have our dollar. Like, again, you guys should all feel very excited if you have held your long-term deposits over the last 3 months. You should be very excited. God bless you. God is good, man. Again, because now, like I said yesterday, we were looking at the long term. We were only down 10% on the long term, right? So if the long term went back up to break even, our 10% of cash would have only been 5% of cash. You see what I'm saying? But now you have 3 months of cash, and just look at now where the market, just look at the level of certainty and not. And again, everybody has been saying it, the most fire trade so far, if you haven't been shorting nonstop, it has been holding cash. And having cash now, you have options in this market. You're not as terrified. You again, and you didn't have to absorb any more extra losses this year. So we have the cash, man, and it's good to go. And that's why I mean, I hope you realize it. Find the balance with it, but we got a lot to deal with. I mean, it's at the end of the day, whether we have cash and whether the bonds do this or that, it's like we got a lot more. We have a lot more steps to take, and so it's going to be little by little. It's going to be up. It's going to be down. You're going to love having cash. Sometimes you're going to feel like, oh, maybe I made a mistake, but the point is like, dude, we have so many steps before a lot of this unfolds, and really we're just navigating through a lot of uncertainty right now, and that's it. Just don't underestimate that level of uncertainty from the beginning of the year till today. I mean, it's, if not getting worse at this moment, so that's what you got to factor in. Do you know how to help Canadians? Yeah, it's called UMAD. That's how we help Canadians buy real estate, because he's our Canadian Toronto out there running it. Twitter shareholders approve Musk's $44 billion takeover bid. So apparently they put out the vote. The Twitter holders have now approved the bid. So it all is down to the court case. See if we get a reaction, though. And then SPY are getting pretty high here. And every green candle, it just comes back a little bit. What time is it? 107, hour and a half, hour 40 till everything else. Starbucks sees 3 to 4% net U.S. store growth over next 3 to 5 years. Again, they're still killing it from that. Bonds are going up too. Remember, that caused that little bounce there. Yeah, Yash is coming back up. I like this move a little bit better. This just looks like those ones, remember, they go up, then it comes down, and then it ends up doing 200. But this play has just been fucking us from day one. So, I mean, my expectation level is just very low. But it'd be great if it came up. If not, I mean, at this point, I think you either you either have a death wish, or you got big balls to play it, or you're cool just chilling. The party is in an hour, yeah. Elon approval paves the way for the deal. That's it. Our average is bad too. Yeah, that's why it's like I kind of want to average down, but at this point, nothing about that play has played out how I expected it to when I really thought it should have, so I'm chilling. Regen again. They pushed it back to 3 p.m. Oh, come on. I'm sure they probably have to change the speech. They did, and that's it. You're going to just hear about child poverty. They're going to be like, why are you complaining? Child poverty went down. And they're right. So there you go. The 3%, 4% on the market is nothing to just, that's because. He did it, y'all. Okay, I don't want any questions. Makes you feel bad for complaining. I mean, if it was, if we had more accuracy towards it, yeah. But I mean, even at this point, though, I mean, even then, this isn't. Everybody lost. I mean, you could blame Powell, market, Biden, everybody in the world right now. Blame yourself, blame Josh, blame everybody. But at the end of the day, it's just like it doesn't. All when it's all said and done, today is bad for today. The markets, finances, and then what this says about the future is just, it's very gloomy. And that's it. So that's like whatever it is. I mean, whether the White House is celebrating or whether they're going to bring up something else, I mean, the point is everybody has a lot more work to do. And that's the problem. That means there's just so much more that is in the store for the future now. Starbucks sees margin expansion. Again, Starbucks is getting a lot of volume and a lot of guidance that is helping them stay away from any of the downside here. When will everything be back up in your time? Maybe in like 2 years. Once we find there, maybe a year and a half, 2 years, but we have to see. Pretty much, I think we're going to have a really big sell-off. Then we're going to run right back up, and then another sell-off again. I think it's going to play out like the 70s. That's it. Maybe a little bit better, but I don't think 2 to 3 years would be a crazy, unless we actually entered into like a full-on 2008 collapse. Then maybe it would be, but I mean, even then, it just seems kind of fruitless trying to find answers to these questions now. You know, when we can't even answer what is in front of us. You know what I'm saying? And that's where, feel free to disagree. I don't even, I disagree with me is what I'm talking. I mean, I think it's stupid. I think why all we should be thinking about recession, stagflation, and really China, the yen, and the global economy and energy right now. So, and we have yet to figure out any of that stuff. Literally, none of that has been figured out. So, trying to figure out the next high, the next low, without any sort of we actually have certainty on any of that other stuff. I just think all of it is hoopla. That's just talking and then looking for, people want to hear stuff, people want to talk about stuff, and that's what I think it is. I mean, it doesn't hurt to prepare and plan ahead, and that's the thing, but we do need to figure out a lot more of the shorter term. And again, pretty much I could tell you when the market's going to go up once I know when Powell is going to cut. And quite frankly, we have no indication of when Powell is going to cut, and that is the problem. Like 30-year means more tilt towards hard landing. Could be people worried about an immediate pivot, and that's there. But again, the bonds are just, the 10-year is still too low. So regardless of this auction, the bonds are still at a new low that we've set this year. So it's not enough to signal that pivot panic yet. But yeah, I just followed you on Insta. They got you, bro. You're not even thinking about kind of. I know. TLT is just ETF of bonds. It's a mix of it says 20-year plus, but pretty much it's a mix of 10-year bonds. It really shows that. Look at Yash every time, bro. The dumps on this thing are crazy. Do you think the rapture is soon? No. He will come like a thief in the night, my friend. I mean, the stock market rapture, I don't know. I think it depends. I mean, here's the thing. If they can get the quote unquote soft landing, we're good. But you have to this is the thing. And this is very real right now. If you have one more policy error, we are fucked. And what I mean by that is that all it takes is another very bad policy decision, or for the Fed to say, oh, we think it's going to be this, and then they are wrong. And then the thing that they thought would or wouldn't happen occurs, then we are going to have a major problem. Pretty much what I'm trying to tell you is that the Fed could make this worse in a weird way. Again, that's what the Fed has even been saying. So what I'm saying is not that dramatic. Again, 4 Fed speakers have said the same thing in the last month, where they've said the risk to credibility is if we make another error. If there is another error, whether it is Biden or it is Jerome Powell, that could make things worse than not. Like right now, you could still handle a lot of this. This is, again, it's a shitty environment. It's more stagflationary, or that's where we're headed. It's not impossible, and it doesn't necessarily lead to a 1920 collapse or 2008. But if they make the problem worse, then there it is. I mean, pretty much right now you have a open wound. Right now, the stocks, finances, the global economy, there is an open wound. If the government or Powell does something to infect it, that infection can make a cut a lot worse. You see what I'm saying? So that's kind of how I don't see rapture or whatever you're discussing. If you're like 1928 style collapse, 2008, I don't see that yet. All I see is a cut. All I see is an open wound, and it is kind of, it's concerning, and obviously it makes you think about it, but I'm not seeing death. I'm not seeing amputation. Like, that stuff is not, that's not what it looks like right now. However, like I'm saying, if they fuck up a normal thing that would need stitches, might lead to needing something amputated. And that's the problem that I could see in the future, but I'm not worried about it. I'm not scared of it. I'm not saying that's going to happen with certainty, but that just is the problem. Little pop then drop is decent. I mean, are we higher than higher highs slightly? Yeah, you got back to the support level, 3993, and then dropped. So, I mean, just pretty much you're in the range. Holding it to a T, bro. Takeover rumor on Brush. Be careful, because didn't they just IPO? So most companies don't just IPO and then get a takeover offer. I guess you're down 50%, maybe. So be on the lookout, but be careful. Do you not take the massive stress on the Chinese banking because how they manage it? I do. I really do. I mean, I asked that guy who has a $15 million short on it. I mean, I followed China for a long time. I mean, I've even done businesses there overseas. Like, it's just my question isn't about what they're going through. My question is about, one, will the government, when will they let it collapse? Or will they reach a point where the government can't even hide it? So I'm watching it, and I think it's there, it's definitely a concern, but that's kind of one of those things. Until I see the currency, the reserves, that needs to kind of show up, kind of like Evergrande, but I need more kick from it, because, again, like I asked this question. I said, is there a valid leading indicator for China considering their government? And there isn't. I don't believe so. I do, but again, all we can watch is those factors we listed. So I do take it into consideration, but it's an X factor, that gray swan aspect element to it, which makes it more kind of difficult. So that is where I'm saying things could get infected. That's where it's like the monster is lurking. I don't think it is going to come up, but it totally can if certain things develop. But again, don't underestimate The world has done this before, where we have been a shit show where everybody's scrambling, and then somehow, as long as everybody stays calm and they don't have anything get overly messed up, it calms down. So I don't know if you saw the markets during 2010, 2011, and then 2013 as well, even kind of leading into 2014, when Russia did invade Crimea and it caused oil to go from 100 down to 40. So it's like all of these little, like there was a lot. The world, like 2010, the world was going to shit. After 08, 09 and all of that, even 2013, the Eurozone crises, we've witnessed this. And somehow, even after 20% declines during those moments, we were able to like chill. And it, in the worst case, did not emerge, and people were terrified. And that was coming off of the recovery of one of the great financial crisis. So all of that stuff, I see it there, but it's like, there's still just as much possibility for the monster to come out as there is for all of the wind to die down, and then everybody is calm, and then before you know it, this is just kind of a hiccup, and then this was just a little problem, and then we're looking back on it. But it depends on what policy happens. What do they do? What do companies do? And then what other external events that we can't even forecast that may just be random that may occur. Seems like there's a constancy. Yeah, there always has been. And that's why I'm saying don't underestimate how easy you could get over things. But at the end of the day, though, too, it's like there's a lot of real shit you got to pay attention to right now. That's why I'm saying the monster, he's real, but we need to know when he's going to come or if he's going to come. And that's what I'm saying. Just look at the energy, the inflation, what the Fed is doing, all of that. You know what I'm saying? It's like we got it a lot. We have a lot of it. So there's a lot of good and bad, but in that same respect, dealing with this all the time, it makes sense why the S&P is so resilient, and it can be more resilient than you think. And are they adding fuel to the fire with the repos? Nah, in a weird way, the repos are helping a little bit, because if pretty much without that repo market, the balance sheet reduction, the QT, then that would have a violent effect, more or less. That's what some people have brought up. I'm not following it too heavy, but I think they've mastered the repos. So, and if they don't, I think there would be another problem. It's like that movie Vegas Vacation. If you ever watch that movie and you remember they're walking through the dam, and then like he takes one of the gum pieces, and then the water comes out, and then he chews up another piece of gum and then plugs up the other hole, and then the other hole starts popping out. I think I've given you this analogy. That's kind of how I think the repo market is right now. Where it's like we look at the repos and you're like, wait, isn't this bad? But I think it's covering up another hole where it's like, I think that is stopping the quantitative tightening. I think that's the quantitative tightening would be a worse issue. So pretty much if you watch the repos do the opposite, I think quantitative tightening would become violent and destroy a lot of the other market. So it's kind of like that scene. Snow, Labu, Meta, yeah, Chevy. I think it is Chevy Chase, yeah. Strike could bring 30% of nation's freight to a halt. So there you go. You're getting some headlines on there. Fed wants all the money they printed back. I don't even know. I think they just needed this. That's it. Everything in a weird way works. I know that sounds weird to say, but they needed a lot of money in the system. Like, that was the only way. Like, if there wasn't this much money, like, if there wasn't all of that stimulus, obviously we wouldn't be having inflation. But if we encountered another, like, problem, then it would just, the liquidity would be too low. I mean, you need that. I have so many theories with this, but it's like that money, again, whether it is to support China, the euro, the ECB, Greece, all the way down to even new energy policy. It's like, in a weird way, you needed all of this money. So I don't think they're trying to get it back. I just think they're trying to get away with what they can. I think if they could have gotten away with $9 trillion and motherfuckers not buying all the crypto and then charging more for graphics cards and any of that hype, it would have been fine. It's behavior in a weird way. If they could have gotten away with it. You see what I'm saying? Like they needed a lot of money to do a lot of things in a weird way. All of this money floating around, it has so many negative things, but at one level, you can see the silver lining that it offered a lot of support. Okay, it offered a lot of support. Okay, and that's what we're saying. I don't think the Fed wants the money back. Okay, so yeah, that's where I'm at with it. You can't print more than 100 and not have issues. I agree. But like I'm saying, I mean, and they know this. They could. Why is DoorDash going up? They could control it. Like if people's perception, or you have to think about it, if China didn't cut the supply chains, or it's like if other weird things didn't pop up, they might have gotten away with it. You might have experienced less inflation, believe it or not. It's just how things happen. And then when we already knew it was a problem, they just kept feeding it. And the Fed did nothing. And then that all of 2021 was a fucked up, from January 2021 to the end of 2021, that was the problem. In the sense that is where Powell did nothing and they didn't raise rates till 2022. That is where all of the money just kept coming in. Assets kept going up, the crypto, everybody, even the damn Richard Clarita got involved in it. Exactly. That's when it went out of hand, and that's where they lost it more or less, or they just kept adding fuel to the fire when they almost could have got away with it. Oxy, I mean, I like all the oil plays, but it's not going to be an easy ride. I think it was when Powell said he had no formula to track inflation. Walgreens is a candidate. I might just take Altria because, they both have risk of equity. I'd rather just take the higher yield on that case. So Walgreens still has risk to the downside, but it's paying 4. I'd rather take the same risk at 9, realistically. Twitter is in the green by 1.6. UNG dropping now. Here's UNG's flush on the day. You don't talk about Snap anymore. Why? I mean, if you bring it up, I'll talk about it. Just nobody, usually when the market's going down 3.9, unless Snapchat caused it, most people, oh shit. Biden officials buying oil around $80 to refill reserve. Watch oil. It might spike. They're doing it again. They're leaking the plans to buy more oil. Last time they leaked it, it went up, and then they pulled out. So watch out. Oil might go up. Yeah, so that news is coming out. I don't know why UNG dropped off of that one, but let's see. NASDAQ on track to match 2020's ugly record. So USO's popping. But yeah, if you have Snapchat questions, but again, I haven't purchased Snapchat since the year 2020. Believe it or not, we just bought it so cheap. I am down on it now. We're around break even, but With Snapchat, I need a couple of quarters of positivity. I would not buy it until then. Again, even though I love this stock, I'm not a buyer at these prices until the quarterly earnings can really prove the turnaround that they have there. And then again, that Biden oil news coming out. Yeah, UMC is just shitty management, mortgage market. But I mean, I'm kind of contemplating buying more, but we'll see. That one is still kind of. I like the company. Again, nothing has changed in regards to that. I just wish, and obviously externally with mortgages, I mean, things are not looking good. They have done good, which I can appreciate, but I still have a bone to pick with management and everything else. There is an argument for rent prices to come down. Real estate has to crash. What are your thoughts? I agree. I just think it's going to happen last, and real estate would be the last one. And right when real estate crashes is right when people are feeling pain, real pain, is the way I see it. So anything's free game right now. Not even right now, just in 9 months, 12 months, until we see when Powell is going to pivot. But everything is there. That's it. The only difference is now, like, and this is the point people are missing. You don't have cushion on the S&P anymore, and you have a little bit, but real estate has cushion. That's it. If real estate goes down 50% right now, you go back to 2020. Stock market goes down 50% from here, you're back at fucking 2008 levels. You see what I'm saying? So it's cushion, but I think real estate will hit last. If it is going to hit. If it's going to hit, it's going to happen last. Can it hit? Definitely. Nobody is safe. I'm not oblivious to what we're seeing here again, but we have a lot more things. Like a lot of people are asking me about the future and some other things, but just don't forget, we got to answer the CPI question. We got to answer inflation. We got to deal with European energy. We got to deal with global currencies fucking practically pricing in or practically having their own currency war, and then the energy euro crisis. So until we can answer a lot of those, everything in the future is subject to change every 2 months, like you've already witnessed every 2 months this year. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to get at, is that we have so much on the plate that we got to handle in the next quarter that every 2 months, every 3 months, you've watched every single thing go back and forth and flip-flop and change. So just keep that in mind when we're trying to answer anything about the future from here on out. And that's why the volatility still remains, because that translates into uncertainty. Currency wars, not front to back, but I've gotten a bunch of excerpts from there. Thank you, of course. Good question. BP jump in. Why are they telling the world their oil bid price? Dude, I couldn't tell you. I'm telling you, they did this last time and canceled it. Y'all forgot about that? Legit. I think, when was it? I think it was one of these rises and pops. They did this a couple months ago. It's a very weird policy. You could call it a mind game. It could be political, related to even, they could be trying to mislead Putin, maybe. But at the end of the day, I don't know. I genuinely, it was weird when they announced it the first time, and then they backed out of it, and then now they're re-announcing it again at a lower price, I believe. Was that the 400 level? Oh, 4,000. Damn, we already came back lower. Let's see, if we could bounce up there and it goes a little higher, I might like that. But I do want to get it at 41. Odd to say that. But, or the government, just like Europe, like I said yesterday, why is Europe trying to do all this? They are anticipating Armageddon in the future, not right now. That's what you got to think about. So if they announce $80 rebuy and they actually stick with it, then that means they expect that means they pretty much don't think they will touch $80 again in the next 12 months. essentially. That's why, again, same thing with Europe. Why do the price caps now if you're not anticipating the next 6 months to be painful? Why would you rebuy now unless you're anticipating this would be a cheap price? But again, they've missed the mark already in the last quarter on this. No, we haven't had PHILO. I got some PHILO, but I don't know, man. Today's a lot. It does bring the market up before the speech, but even then, we'll find out. Putin is winning the war. I don't think anybody is. I think this is a game of suicide bombers. That's everybody. It's just like Russia does stuff to hurt themselves, and it's like everybody is dealing with the pain. Again, we do stuff to hurt ourselves. Like, bro, it's just not even like everybody is just straight up shooting themselves in the foot at every corner. Again, it doesn't matter. Like, literally, again, you got Putin shelling nuclear plants now. Revenue is still kind of declining, but it's like things could be better for him as well too. Again, United States, everybody right now, and then literally the random emerging market countries, more likely those are the ones who are paying for everything. It's like that. Honestly, this is a game of just trying to see who could take the most heat, really. That's all it is. This is a game of chicken. Honestly, it's kind of reminiscent of France following World War II and them in the whole Bretton Woods issue and them not wanting to be a part of it after inflation started to creep back up again, leading into Bretton Woods #2. So it's kind of like it's a game of chicken. Everybody is seeing if every action hurts everybody, they're trying to see who's going to blink is the only way I could interpret it at this point. Because now, I mean, global finances are just it's just like, again, it's been a very cloudy year, and now it hasn't gotten better as we are entering into the final quarter. Yeah, it's like Bloody Knuckles. Yeah, exactly. I remember that game. I haven't played that game in a while. I don't know why we played that game. Do you remember? I played that game as a kid. I grew up playing that game. That was maybe we were just poor, and that was we played that as entertainment, man. We literally I don't know why we would play that, bro. That's actually crazy. Yeah, no, Bloody Knuckles was a real game. Yeah, man, that's wild. We were savages. TLT coming down. Oh, dude, this is just like Jackson Hole. Oh, shit. You guys remember that? This was just like Jackson Hole. And then I remember Bonds started outpacing, and then Bonds hit a new low, and then we had another. I don't know. I want to go for it, but now this looks like Jackson Hole. Just right this. These two screens are very reminiscent of that last Friday or 2 Fridays ago. Fed Timoros. Oh, if Timoros is saying 100, we're screwed. Confirm that for me. It feels like hard landing. Not yet. I'll short the next bounce if we get it. If we get a little bounce and bonds keep going, I think we're gonna fat sell off at close. But I need bonds low. I need TLT lower and the market like a clear divergence on the day, and then I would take it. Otherwise, I'm not. I need something else. But I would take that as a signal. If you see Wall Street Journal Timoros If he says 100 basis points, we're getting 100 basis points. And then that's it. So watch out for that. If you do see that or can confirm that, again, I brought him up on the watch list a couple days ago. The spelling, it's like Timiraus. I don't know how to say it, but yeah. The August CPI could lead more officials to project somewhat higher rates to previous in next week's quarterly projections. Tag me on Twitter on that one if he's tweeting that. Or there it is. I just need to know how to spell his name. Yeah, Nick Timiraus. Oh, yep. They're doing it again. End of the day. Yep. 100 basis points. Nope. 100 basis points. This is his damn Twitter. That's a lock. So, again, another large jump in underlying squashes hopes for a slow, or he could be alluding to 75. Previous in next week's quarterly projection. This is him. Clinches. Oh, no. 75. He's not going to 100. No. He's staying at 75. Again, I need the whole article. But no, he's staying at, he said, this is what he said last time.
Inflation report keeps Fed on aggressive rate rise path. Another large jump in underlying prices squashes hopes for a slower pace of interest rate increases.
I like this.
By Nick Timiraus. September 13th, 2022, 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. The acceleration in inflation last month clinches the case for the Federal Reserve to lift interest rates by at least 0.75 percentage point at its meeting next week and raises the prospect of hefty increases continuing in coming months. Fed officials had suggested they were prepared to make their third consecutive increase of 0.75 point next week, even if inflation had cooled in August, as many economists were anticipating. Some officials had begun considering how to slow their pace of rate increases on the expectation that inflation pressures might soon moderate, allowing them to raise rates in more traditional quarter-point increments by December. But the latest inflation figures make it more difficult for the Fed to reduce its rate rises this fall, and they likely squash any debate around a smaller half percentage point rate rise next week. The U.S. Consumer Price Index rose 8.3% in August from the same month a year ago.
I love her.
Down from 8.5% in July and 9.1% in June, the Labor Department said Tuesday. The slower rate of increase reflected falling gasoline prices last month. To hear the full story, subscribe or sign in.
Damn it. I have it if I go through the terminal. I just need to find it. Timiraus. Oh, yeah, there it is. So I have it. I have the whole article. I'm just going to see if he says 100 basis points. Nope. Quarter point percentage. So I have the full article. Erase their bets on half a point. The report is a nightmare. This put 1% raise rates definitely on the table. Others said the move was unlikely. We see little no chance, said economists at Evercore. The Fed hasn't raised by a full percentage point at one meeting since it began using the federal fund rates as a primary tool in the early 90s. Officials opted against larger than 1 percentage point raise at their meeting in late July when they raised by 75. They said, quote, "We wouldn't hesitate to make an even larger move than we did today if the committee were to conclude that that was appropriate." Fed officials' new economic projections are set to release for September 20 meeting, show how they are preparing to raise rates higher for longer. In recent weeks, several officials have suggested that they could keep raising benchmark rates just below 4. Officials said this could conclude should they lift to rates to 4.5 over the next year. If they see signs inflation is more persistent and driven by tighter labor market, that would sharply increase the risk of recession. The messaging from the Fed is likely to shift very quickly from a 4 terminal rate to a 4.5 and even higher, said Annetta Markoska, chief economist at Jefferies. Other recent reports have suggested price of used cars, apparel, and goods might moderate more. It's concerning that easing input prices are not yet filtering through to consumer prices, said Tiffany Wilding. That suggests companies are maintaining higher margins. Let me skim through this. I need to see, I want to see what he says about 100, because he's like alluding to it, but he's not like saying it. He's kind of hinting that it can happen, but he's not being as clear as he was with 75. He's pretty much saying 75 is a lock. However, Powell did say that if things were bad, he could go higher, and there's a lot of people who are saying it's higher. Again, if he says 100, he knows. I'm telling you, but it might be in play. Again, I'm up $100 now on that ZQ. So Fed future odds are moving. Ever since Timmerhouse, I'm making money on the future. Go check your Fed rate hike odds. Those might starting to move there. I feel like he's definitely suggesting it. I think it's there. I would like more confirmation, but I mean, it's definitely weird that he's giving another update after saying 75 was a lock a couple of days ago. Remember, it was literally on the watch list. So that's why I'm like, it is weird he's having an update after the report, but he is shying away from being as explicit as he was. Where was he? Yeah, so this is from September 7th, 5 days ago. This was on the watch list, literally. Wall Street Journal, Timmerhouse in the morning confirmed 75 basis points today. So the fact he's reiterating it, he's either reiterating it or he's alluding towards 100. It could be there. But if that's the case, we are going to flush. If 100 gets priced in more rapidly towards the end of the day here, and even if it comes in, I mean, people are not going to like that. Again, and we've seen a similar move in the past. I forgot the Biden thing is still coming on here. Banks will benefit, but they'll benefit off a rate hike, but the next problem is going to be not only benefit, it's just consumer. Will these rate hikes destroy demand, destroy the consumer, which hurts them even more than it would benefit rates going up. We don't want to gamble. Well, I have exposed. I mean, that's it. I'm just saying we could play a little flip right here if it really does flush and turns into Jackson Hole. If bonds could really start selling off, and then if we get an early jump and it looks like Fed futures are really, if it looks like 100 is going to hit heavy and it's going to hit heavy fast today, that's going to cause a move. Again, it happened 2 months ago. The exact same thing. 2-3 months ago, the exact same thing happened when Powell pivoted. About 250 UVXY for the laws. You ain't lawing. You getting scared, bro. I feel you. It happens like that sometimes. I feel you. It's okay. It's okay. You could do it for the tears. I feel you. It's just one of those things. It's like, nah, man. I'm going to buy all of this UVXY. Nah, man. This shit's scary. Oh, man. I honestly think the best quote from today is that the only person who predicted today's CPI out of the 60 qualified economists was a regional banker from Germany. That's insane to me. That's absolutely wicked. This guy was the only one. Let me see. He said, that's right. Uwe Durkop. This guy's not even ranked. I want to even see his reports last time. That's actually weird, too. I don't know. Maybe this is an indicator. Hold up. Now that I'm thinking about it, fuck at it. Maybe we're laughing, but it's like maybe the German guy is in Germany, and he's like, yeah, we're fucked. So, but look at, here are all of his reports. Here's the funny part. This was the first time that he actually was over. Like, usually his estimates would all be below. You see what I'm saying? Like, look at the green or his estimates. There's one other time in August he was higher, but like every other time he's below. I don't know, man. It's weird. Uwe Durkop, Berliner Sparkasse. Michael Burry, I'm not concerned with what he sold. My question for Michael Burry is, why did he close the bonds? So closing out everything else makes sense, but with how early that man was on the bonds, I really want to know why. You know what I'm saying? He was in the 140p. No, that I just care about the bonds. But there's no perfect trade. But I want to know why. I want to know why you would go to cover your bond short before selling out all your stocks. Or why would you sell out everything and not hold the bond short? Again, well, that would have been the only thing that could have outperformed cash, is what I'm saying. So he cut out the only thing that could have outperformed cash. He cut it out early. So that's just where I'm at. That's my question. I don't care that he sold everything. I'm kind of more interested in the order of which he sold things, as I think if there is an answer, it could provide more info. No, it did outperform cash. That's just it. Like, if you shorted TLT from when he did, you made 30% with no leverage. So if he did, but this outperformed cash. I mean, the dollar moved up a lot, but even then, even from the beginning of the year, you would have got the same 30%. And if you were like, dude, this is I wouldn't say it a 30,000% trade, but it's up there. You know, if you had leverage on it and you were early, especially, again, Michael Burry caught this move. So I'm just more concerned about the order, but that outperformed cash. That's one of the very, very few. Corinne is live. I need to go pee, so this might work. I want to hear what they say, but just watch out, you guys, because this is a scary trend right now. So we're not out of the clear just yet. The fact that it's coming down, you had oil news. We're anticipating Biden. And then, again, the Fed futures are moving up right now. Just be careful if we break, but also be on the lookout for a bounce. But just watch out for any negativity here. You could go to investing.com for the Fed futures live.
We wanted
but I'm
to
gonna go to the bathroom.
Our press team.
Let's see what these guys say
in the briefing room. I just want to take a moment to
Twitter's on the high.
And
follow me on
Instagram.
Andrew, at the Trade of Journey.
He's getting married
I love you.
This coming Saturday. Continuing that tradition. Come on, guys. And
Please do rapid response for that.
I probably am. Just wanted to say, to add to that, the love he shares for his best friend, movie pal, and partner Megan Apper is wonderful. We're wishing them the best as they embark on a lifetime of love and happiness. And so, of course, like we have done in the past, let's start this off right, or finish this off right. Little satchel, you know, my friend. Continuing the tradition. We got to continue the tradition. There you go. Oh, am I doing this right? All right.
Stand up with it. Stand up with it.
Come on, Angela. And okay, and one more thing, and with that, there is a special guest, a surprise guest for Andrew in the briefing room.
Man.
Megan Apper, stand up.
Bro.
There you go. Oh, she was right there. Andrew, did you see her?
Dude, we're like shitting our pants. all of our money's on the line. We're like talking about economics. They're chill, bro. They got pink sash. They're having a bachelorette party right now. Bro, she got a pink sash and a dad hat ready. She about to party. Let's go. There you go, baby girl. There you go. And we're like, yo, man, the S&P, the 10-year bond, and then the bond, and then the Fed futures, and now if we're at 100 basis points, you better watch out for the SPX because 100 basis points. And now what this means for inflation, did you know that inflation is still at 6%, excluding food, energy, gas, and real estate? I don't know. And they're like, and then we got a special guest. You didn't see your own wife in the background? Oh.
A couple of questions on the Ukraine counter
inflation
that they've been doing the last week or so, a couple of days. And so
I didn't even go to the bathroom. I went to go get a carbo, and I was like,
John
what the
Kirby,
fuck is
to
happening?
come into the briefing room and take a couple of questions. So I will let him do that. He's going to do about 15 minutes. I'm sure he has a topper, and take a few questions. And of course, we have the event.
Okay, let me go pee, but they're not going to talk about.
As many people as
they're not going to. I don't think they're going to talk. 41%. So watch out. Watch for the next bounce, though. But that's it. Could be the article.
There's no way what I'm about to say can top that. I have
I got a couple ideas.
To stop with one is on Pakistan and the other Armenian.
Okay, we'll go to the bathroom.
Quite frankly, and then I know there's going to be questions on what's going on in Ukraine, and I'm happy to take those. But on Pakistan, just a quick update on our assistance during this difficult time of flooding, and I think you've all been seeing that and covering that. The devastation is pretty severe. 33 million people affected. 1,400 have died. Almost 13,000 have been injured. Infrastructure literally washed away, to include almost 2 million homes and more than 4 million acres of farmland. So the United States continues to stand with Pakistan and the communities inside Pakistan, and we'll help them as much as we can. I think you may have seen on Friday last week, the USAID Administrator Samantha Power was in Pakistan to meet with flood-affected communities. And during that visit, she was able to announce that the United States was providing an additional $20 million in humanitarian assistance to support the people of Pakistan. And that brings to $53.1 million a total of our support this year just to support disaster resilience and flood response in Pakistan, with $50 million for emergency flood relief and $3 million in resilience programming. But it's not just financial assistance, and you'll probably hear more about this from our folks at the Pentagon, but yesterday a total of 9 aircraft run by U.S. Central Command delivered more than 400 tons of relief supplies through USAID's Dubai warehouse.
Word. All right, tell me if they start talking about it. Honestly, I think if those 100 basis point odds are coming up, we might have one more flush. It's a tight range. That's it. You have one, like you're in the middle here. It's like 50-50, 20 points, $100 on a mini future, up or down, really. But I think it might be coming down here. We might get the flush. If those 100 basis point odds go up faster, or if it does that end of the day move, I don't. It might be an early signal. So let's see. Again, everything's still red. Energy best performer down 1% on the day. Picking up puts. There's that. I mean, it's that if you're going to do it today. I mean, even then, tomorrow, by the time we wake up, it's just really going to depend on Fed futures. And then from there, we're going to see where it's at. But right now, if it makes an early move end of the day, I mean, I'm just speaking from what we've seen. Again, it was about 2 CPIs ago. Just remember, when people were worried about 100 basis points, or right when we did the panic 75, that's how it moved. Remember, it started off the day, 75 wasn't secure, and then literally within the final hour, it jumped up to 60 or 70%. So we started the day, 100 basis point was not priced in, then it went up to 20. About a couple hours ago, it went up to 30, and then as of recently, it just hit 40. So keep that in mind. Yeah, you're at 41% now on the Fed futures for 100 basis point. You're about to be 50-50. what's the call? The 11 at 11. Yes, we haven't done them. We've done only a couple this year. Again, we've been doing PHILOs, and then if depending on what the market's been like. And this year, there's just been a lot of craziness. Shareholders approved the Twitter buyout, but it's all up to the court now at this point. The announcement for rates is next week, the 20th or 21st. Tuesday or Wednesday. I think Wednesday. France cuts 2023 GDP forecast to 1% from 1.4. Wells Fargo to commission third-party racial equity audit. What's that? August budget came in 219 versus deficit of 170 billion a year ago. So deficit 220, up 29% earlier from year earlier, Treasury says. So, yeah, so now the budget deficit's up 29% from the year before. Any news that could push it up? Not really. PPI, that could have it. John G, God bless you. My Egyptian brother, right? I'm pretty sure. I know, baby. God bless you. That's heavy. It is, but, I mean, you should have known. There it is. You're coming to the final level now, Chad. Good luck if you want to trade it or not, but get ready. PPI, I mean, again, I think it's just how it's going to move bonds. It might add a little bit more positivity if it comes in good, but even then, though, I think, like I'm saying, the bonds and dollar right now will outweigh everything. That's it. Just to give you a context, anytime TLT has hit a new low this year, the market has also hit a new low. So every other new low on TLT had a new low on the SPY except for this one around here. So just keep in mind how those bonds move. It is important right here. Or again, the Fed futures, and if we price in 100 leading in the next week, that is going to cause more reaction than anything. The data could influence it, but above all else, even if the data doesn't influence it, that is going to take control. Vegas vacation. Good luck, everybody. It is. So look at bonds are dropping a little bit more. I want the bonds a tiny bit lower. That's the only problem here. Because last time they were up here. Yeah, overlap. So yeah, here it is. Just so you could see what I'm talking about. Again, over the last year, like, look at it. This is what I'm saying. It's like, and again, we played this. So right here, red is the SPY. There was one point where the SPY dropped before bonds, and then you'll notice the first half it was always there, and then bonds stayed low, SPY came up with it. As TLT hit a new low, SPY came down, they eventually matched up, and then every other low from there, and then now we've had the recent divergence. Tesla's actually working its way up. Costco is flushing. Biden should be on in, I think, an hour. Yeah, Tesla's actually killing it right now. Kind of odd, but kind of cool. The divergence, it's a little bit. I mean, today was a big drop. So you're saying we're going to die? No, I'm saying that wherever the bonds end by Powell, just don't underestimate that being a market leader. Just quite simply. It doesn't have to drop. Market does not have to catch up to it today. Again, if it's already running a divergence, it could keep it up. But all I'm saying is coming into Powell, the Fed futures, again, Fed futures move, that impacts bonds. So all I'm saying is that right there is just going to kind of, it'll highlight really where we're at with it. And then if by Powell, bonds are hitting new lows, I would be very bearish. So SPY, again, we're starting to flush. We're making the move now. Does the market always chase bonds or bonds? They could disagree. It could be vice versa. That's why it's tricky. So great question. But that's why it's like, you don't have to, it doesn't mean we're immediately going to come down or we have to. You never know. Things could get weird. But if you watch it play out, just pay attention. Frankfurt. Apple is bringing. I haven't looked at Apple in a minute. I'm shocked. Tesla. Oh wow, 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 wow. Apple has been plummeting, dude. Apple has just been on a tear, dude. I did not even see that. Where's Meta, Google, and Amazon? Yeah, none of them did. That was Apple individually. Yikes. Apple got a real early run on that. Credit card news. Are you sure it wasn't budget? There was government budget that came out. Again, the deficit is up 29% from last year now. Apple Card subprime risk. In a healthy market, is the TLT divergence due to money moving, but a money market flows from bonds to cash? I mean, in a healthy market, bonds and stocks would technically do the opposite. They wouldn't be correlated. So that's kind of hard to answer. You see what I'm saying? Because we haven't seen a healthy bond market since 2020 or 2019. That's it. After 2020 and especially 2021, the traditional correlation between bonds and equities broke. It got snapped. So usually that's why they used to call, like, usually if stocks went up, bonds would go down. So, and then if bonds were doing good, stocks would come down. That's why if you ever heard something called a 60-40 portfolio, it's not like our long-term where we talk 60-40. It's literally saying 60% stocks, 40% bonds. And this is what a lot of people like. This is what the, what's it called do? This is what a lot of old people do, right? So that's why since 2021 and even this year, this has been one of the worst performances for everybody because bonds and stocks dropped at the same time. It used to be where, okay, if the stock market dropped 20%, your bonds would help recapture some of your losses. Now, you lost on bonds and stocks, and that's the problem. So in a healthy market, technically, stocks and bonds should move opposite of each other, right? So if like TLT is negative, the stock market should be up, believe it or not. So in a weird way, bonds were kind of like the UVXY, but not anymore over the last 2 years. We might go back to the inverted. We have to. I mean, we will eventually. At one point, I mean, in the world of investing, it doesn't make sense that fixed income and equities move together constantly forever. That wouldn't really make sense. So I think it will come back. We just don't know when. We just have to see. We'll add that to the list of we don't know when with everything else. Fubo Pop. What do you think will reset it? All of the drama. Once when inflation comes down, policy set, after they do rate cuts, and then it kind of gets back into a normalized mode, and then that's it. Otherwise, I mean, and I don't know. That could happen in a year. That could happen in 3 years, 2 years. Who knows? But it's just a matter of if it happens or not. But, you know, thankfully, we were aware that when it shifted, at least we knew from day one that, yo, wait, again, you probably heard me tell you that from beginning of last year. I was saying it was just weird that bonds and stocks are moving together, and that's what we've been seeing happen. So it just pay attention when it breaks and then when it goes back to normal. But other than that, there's no real leading indicator. So another new low, or about to be. You're right at the lows, dancing around. Again, Apple, I don't like it, man. It's ugly. That one was weird. Even Costco now selling off pretty big. The White House still on? They might be. Will I answer your question?
Insecurity in this nation is a national security threat, and could you explain it?
I think,
No, it's still Kirby. So again, watch out coming into the low. Keep an eye on the Fed futures. That, I think, is our final driver of the day. That's really, again, since we brought up Timmerhouse, like, look at the market. I think it is kind of leaning that way. So let's see what happens. Elon Musk, my tweets are being suppressed. I feel you. Are you starting to notice the trend when the market crashes, people FOMO into small caps and get aggressive and panic? I mean, I'm noticing a lot of things. That's kind of part of it, but I don't know if you remember me saying it, and it kind of correlates with how we've been moving. I've been telling you to play defense, and again, I've been pivoting, like, in the sense, like, I'm trying to find ways that we can make money with low risk when everyone's being like this, but nobody knows anything, and that's it. They've tipped their hat to me a couple months ago. That's why I've been cautious with everything, is nobody knows anything, and you do not know who to trust. That's a problem. And if you don't recognize the value of that, then good luck to you. But it's just, at the end of the day, nobody knows. Again, everyone wants to look at the future, ask about this stuff, but when it's all said and done, this is now the third or fourth time 60 economists have been totally wrong. Again, now everybody is wrong in everything. So it's just, at that point, that volatility of you can't even find a group of people to be correct, that is showing that nobody knows what's happening. So I think that's the real big tell when it's all said and done, is that you don't see any confidence, and most of the confidence is false, because it won't click with everybody naturally. It's just people are flip-flopping, going back and forth, and I just genuinely think nobody really knows what is happening when it's all said and done. So watch out. New low coming in. They've been wrong the entire year for the most part. And again, new low right now. You're coming into it. And again, that being said, I mean, I hope you guys respect it and understand. And, like, even with me saying that, that's not me saying that I have been right. Otherwise, like, I mean, you would notice if someone has been right, and even then, that's why a lot of times you guys will ask me questions, and I will honestly tell you I do not know. And that's the thing, and that's where I'm saying it's just like in these types of markets, it's like betting on when there's really nothing to give you certainty. That is the big risk, and that is something you'll see emerge again. And that's why these trying to buy the dip or trying to get in, and people trying to rush in and take in this, that's where it starts to it hits a little bit differently. Sounds like Burry knows what's going on. Again, if that was the case, why did he close the bond short? Again, I feel you. Burry's been great. He's been early. Again, there's been people, you could call out some parts of it. You were right on this, but I'm just telling you, there is so much unknown that even I believe a real smart person would understand. They don't. That's it. Why'd they cut me out? Burry wanted to book profits. I mean, if that's the case, why sell your whole portfolio 9 months later at a lower price without the trade that would have made you double? Again, I love Burry. I agree with him. I'm not saying he has been wrong. I'm just saying, to understand the point there, is that if everybody was really knowing what was happening at every point here, there's just too much. And that is the tell of volatility. That is the tell of risk, is that you cannot find consensus that is accurate, and you cannot find it as easily as you have in the past. Again, you got to realize it was easy to make decisions in 2019, even 2018, 2017, 2016. It was easy to make decisions when you could find consensus, right? Like, it's not as if you didn't have to go too far off to find a decent trade. It wasn't like you could be like, oh, well, yeah, that's a good idea. That's it. So that's all I'm getting at, and I think that level of volatility highlights it. Happy birthday, Laker J, baby! Oh, my goodness. God bless you, my friend. We are glad that you're part of it, baby. On. Amen. 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 Let's go, baby. Your birthday is today. The day the inflation was set to be. This should have been peak inflation day. You know that today we were supposed to be riding in the wind, Chad. We were supposed to be riding in the wind with CPI behind us and the sun setting, and like we like we were riding away. Everyone's be like, ha ha ha, inflation is behind us. It's came down finally. And now you like, it's a battle. It's still here. It's not leaving. Yeah. Yeah, man, I don't know. Pope Francis having all Holy See's financial assets returned to the Vatican. Institutions have 30 days to transfer and securities from existing accounts. That sounds okay. Biden should be on in maybe like 45 minutes. It was supposed to be in 15 minutes, but they quit.
Steps by elected Republicans to put personal health care decisions in the hands of politicians instead of women and their doctors.
Speaking of
which
health care,
threatens women's health and their lives. That's what at stake. That's what's at stake right now in this
steak
country.
too.
And the
no, bro, butter
went
up 3. So
With
steak
that, Chris,
and butter. Do I feel you?
Kick us off?
Even bread.
Yes. How is the White House preparing for potential strike on railroads? Or there's the capacity through other means to move goods through the country. What is being done right now?
So let me just first say that it's important to remember that the unions and companies are still at the table, which is incredibly important. They're negotiating in good faith, as the president and cabinet secretaries have pushed for these past several months. And we have made crystal clear to the interested parties the harm that American families, businesses, and farmers and communities would experience if they were not to reach a resolution. A couple of things I would say about basically a contingency plan is what I think you're asking me here is, so we are working with other modes of transportation, including the shippers and truckers, air freight, to see how they can step in and keep goods moving in case of this rail shutdown. The administration has also been working with relevant agencies to assess what supply chains and commodities are most likely to face severe disruptions and available authorities to keep goods moving. So again, we're really working with and trying to figure out with other modes of transportation how to move forward.
President been working the phones himself? Who has he spoken to directly?
So just a couple of things on that. Look, the president has been involved in this, and the cabinet secretaries have been involved since the early days of this effort. The administration has made hundreds of calls and meetings with unions and companies since early spring. And will continue to do so. The White House also, back on July 15th, they took a step in creating the Presidential Emergency Board. And so after a careful deliberation to find experienced members who could be trusted by both sides, they formed that board, which provided the framework to restart negotiations. So that was July 15th, but they have been in constant communications since the early days of the spring.
So the president, yes or no, is personally calling
union leaders? I'm happy to share that as well. Yes, just yesterday, while he was in Boston, the president called both the unions and the companies to alert to avert a strike. And again, as a reminder, it's just the latest engagement. So yes, the president has been engaged, as I just laid out. And again, the administration has made hundreds of calls since early spring, and you have the secretaries of labor involved, you have the secretary of agriculture involved, you have the secretary of transportation have been directly engaged since the early days.
And last thing, does the president have plans to cast his ballot in Delaware primaries today?
I don't have anything to share about that at this time. Okay.
On the inflation report that came out today, the president is promising that the Inflation Reduction Act will do just that and bring down costs. But this bill does not address food or housing, prices of which we are seeing going up. So What is your message to Americans who are seeing these rising costs, and are you confident that you're doing enough to finally bring these down?
So look, the president has said for some time now, when it comes to his number one economic priority is to deal with inflation, is to make sure that we are lowering costs for Americans, for the American people, for American families, Americans who have to come around the table, once a month in particular to figure out how are they going to pay those bills. Again, this is why the event that we're having in less than 45 minutes to celebrate and talk about, you'll hear from the president about the Inflation Reduction Act, is so critical. That is why Democrats and this president did the hard work to get that done, is to lower costs on healthcare, to lower cost on prescription drugs, and also energy costs as well. Look, when you look at the data, the inflation data, we're seeing more progress bringing global inflation down in the U.S. economy, as I just stated moments ago. Overall, prices have been essentially flat in our country these last 2 months. That is welcome news for American families, with more work still to do. As you know, every day this summer, gas prices have come down. We are at about $1, have come down on average $1.30 a gallon. That is because of the work that this administration did with the leadership of this president. This month, we saw some welcome moderation in the price increases for food at the grocery store. It's moderating, which is important, and real wages are going up again for the second month in a row, giving hard-working families, just a little bit of breathing room.
Autodesk on the high again.
Say, look, but we understand that there is more work to do, and that is something that we are very, very focused on as well. The more work that we have to do to get this more down.
I don't know what they're going to say at this party now.
But this bill doesn't address groceries or rent.
Yeah,
so
they're
how
not.
long should Americans expect those?
They just went back to, I told you, the same script,
So
but
look,
still.
we're going to do everything that we can to lower
Baba
prices,
on the
but
low.
let me- But we have taken
Baidu, China stocks
concrete,
are dumping right now.
Actions to lower
Hold on,
food.
something
For
with China
example,
stocks.
there's
I don't
the
see any
doubling
news,
cropping,
but
double
they're the
cropping
ones
that
sending us
USDA
lower
is
here right now.
making it easier for U.S. farmers.
Again,
to
Yang
grow
is on the
food,
high.
lower
Something just
increase
happened.
Food supply and lower food costs for American families. There's the fertilizer, which is also important in where fertilizer prices spiked following Russia's invasion of Ukraine and remain at high levels. That's why the president took action there, and USAID has committed $500 million to lower fertilizer costs for farmers and increase supply. There's the ocean shipping as well. The president signed into law a historic reform of ocean shipping industry. All of these actions are going to help lower cost. Again, we understand that there's more work to do, but
Taiwan
we have to
lobbying
understand that
EU to prepare possible sanctions against
Inflation
China.
Reduction Act, it is a historic piece of legislation. It is going to make
Okay, so that's related
it's gonna
to
be a
Xi
big deal for
Jinping
families,
visiting
change their lives as you look at
Uzbekistan this
prescription
week.
drugs, and for Medicare
I'd watch that.
beneficiaries.
We'll talk
As
about
you
it when
look at
she's done
energy
lying.
Cost, for American families, that is still a big deal. Is there more work to be done? Absolutely.
Back on the rail talks, is any progress being made in these talks, Kareem?
Again, we, as I mentioned, the president spoke to both the unions and the companies. Yesterday, we continue to encourage both sides to continue the conversation, the talks at the negotiation table. We are encouraged that they're doing that in good faith. And so, again, the secretaries that I mentioned, Secretary of Department of Labor, Secretary of Department of Transportation and Agriculture, have been working through this since early spring, and we're committed to make sure that we are helpful here.
How damaging will a strike be to the U.S. economy, which seems to be in sort of a fragile stage at this point?
So look, I mean, we're going to be very honest. A shutdown would have a tremendous impact on our supply chains, as you all know. It's going to have a ripple effects into our overall economy on American families. A shutdown is not acceptable. That is not something that we want. It risks harming families. It risks harming businesses and whole communities. And we have made that clear empathetically and repeatedly to both parties. So we are aware of the impact this might have, which is why, again, the president put together the PEB, the board, back in July, to make sure that there was a negotiation framework, to make sure there were neutral arbiters that could help get to a solution here. Okay, I'm going to try and get around because I haven't. Go ahead, Stephen,
If I could just follow up on this question, so that the President's Emergency Board didn't just create a framework, it proposed recommendations. Recommendations accepted by 10 of the unions and the companies. The 2 unions that are talking about the dispute have not accepted these recommendations.
All right, don't trade it. I sold out of the VGK right now. I forgot it expires in 3 days. So I took it 100%.
I'm not going to get
but no
ahead
more
of the
VGK, only
conversations that are
holding
happening
EWG shares
right now.
short.
What we are saying is we want to see, continue to see the good faith. We believe that the negotiations, the conversations are happening in good faith. We want to continue to see that. They are continue to be at the table. And so that's what we're going to push for at this time.
This specific issue is a question of the workers' rights to take time off.
Apple's doing it again. Again, watch out for the China names, too.
Call in sick. Pay respects to their relatives when they want to take bereavement, and they're not able to do that. Is the President sympathetic to that? Because that's the primary issue here.
Yeah, so as you know, the President strongly supports collective bargaining as the best process available for employers and working people to reach mutual acceptable solutions. But here's the reality, and this is what the President understands, which is, he's focused on how this is going to hurt families and farms and businesses and communities. They could be harmed
50
by
shares.
this rail shutdown. So again, he encourages them to continue.
I bought 50 shares of Yang. It's small, so literally if it goes back to 15 bucks tomorrow, I'll lose like $100 off 50 shares. And then if China gets clapped, you'll have more upside on it with the shares. That's the way I'm seeing it. It's small. It's an $800 trade on shares instead of options.
Unions have worked out agreements in previous negotiations. This is not the first time, and they can do this again. So we are going to encourage them to stay at the negotiation table and in good faith and come up with the solution this time around, as they have done many times before. All right, I'm going to try and go around. Go ahead, way in the back.
I'd like to ask you about Senator Graham's bill. You just said that this is wildly out of step with how the American people feel. But throughout the years, and even recently, there have been many polls that show his bill calls for a 15-week ban. That
Yang is an inverse. It's for China stocks.
To be legal,
again, we're flushing now, Chad.
When it comes to bans at 15 weeks, 20 weeks, 24, there actually is support for that.
Again, we're coming down. I'm going to keep it on here in a little bit, but I just made the Yang trade, cut out of the VGKs. Apple is leading down. There was some Taiwan EU news. I guess Tesla's selling off, but this is it, Chad. So watch those Fed futures. But this is a new low of the day. I mean, it has some meaning when it's all said and done. Again, because now we're getting closer to the 396. Just remember what I told you throughout the day. Remember, 3953. That is the low that I was saying. I don't think we'll go lower than there, but just watch out for that. This time, bonds are coming up. I think the China stuff is weighing in a little bit, so keep that in mind. I just want to listen for an inflation question. That's it.
It is an extreme piece of legislation, and it is in line.
So we'll see. The Qs are coming up. And then you think it's a pizza party. We got 30 minutes. 397.18. You are about to go below 397. We're dropping shorts. I do want to hear Peter's question. He's going to destroy her. After hearing that first, they're not. I don't think they were prepared for this.
That's from his own.
It's just legitimately.
He wants to do
the answer that she gave to the first question. I mean, she didn't even address it, but it was like, I don't know. I don't even think they have an answer for the lack of progress today.
In the short term.
So
that was an inflation question.
Look at,
SPY new low.
The lowering costs in particular for Americans, I think that's important when you think about how inflation has increased costs for Americans. If you think about the $100 saving about $100 per year on premiums with ACA, when you think about lowering costs for our seniors, capping that at $2,000 a year instead of thousands and thousands of dollars a month, that lowering of cost as we deal with a time that is
CMRA
difficult for many Americans. Look, experts, economists have
CMRA's
said
popping.
themselves,
I don't have news on it yet.
that this would be the Inflation Reduction Act would be beneficial to that extra $300 billion in deficit. That is really important, as we have right now $1.7 billion.
Charles
in deficit
Charrington
reduction
reports
under this
11%
administration.
stake.
It would help.
But that was
lower
early in the
even,
morning.
even
That's why
more,
they're already
which
up
is
65.
incredibly important. And so, look, we've heard from Republicans and Democrats who were U.S. Treasury secretaries who said it would lower inflation. We've heard from more than 126 economists said it would lower inflation. And so I think that is also an important fact that we point to when we talk about the importance of the Inflation Reduction Act, the importance of lowering costs for American families, even as you look at the energy costs as well.
But some of the savings that you're pointing to wouldn't kick in until 2024 or 2026. So is it fair to suggest to people that somehow they're going to see some inflation reduction right now while they're hurting the most?
Well, that is actually not true. So this is just for some folks who are watching. Consumers, families, and small businesses owners can head to cleanenergy.gov as it relates to the energy cost component, the lowering of cost, to learn more about how they can start saving money immediately thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act, tax credits and rebates. That is real. Inflation Reduction Act credits and rebates available today include a 30% credit to cover the cost of installing rooftop solar, up to 10% credit to cover the cost of insulation materials and other energy efficient improvements like energy savings, windows and doors, a $300
So you save money if you spend money.
Efficient heating and cooling equipment.
I'm reading.
Like
Everything requires a purchase. This sound like, you know what I'm saying?
A tax credit of up to $7,500
to cover 10% cost.
Are available to folks.
I was reading. I'm interested. I'm trying to save some money right now.
Tax credits are available.
That's what I was like. You could save 300 tax right now. Save a tax credit for purchasing a new. I have to buy shit. I ain't got it like that.
Title 9?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, on Title 9, thank you. The comment period just ended yesterday. It was swamped with comments.
We're still at the low. Yang is going up. China stocks adding pressure.
It's going to hurt women. It's going to hurt girls.
Again, you're down 4.1 NASDAQ, 3.3 SPY. Just get ready.
Share those concerns, A, and B. If enough people oppose it, the revisions.
Literally, if we break these levels, if we break 397, we just flush to 395.
So
if we hold, then we're good. But it looks pretty ugly.
Who would have details here, the more specifics on this, but more broadly speaking, a couple of things for you. We certainly appreciate each of the commentators or commenters, if you will, for taking the time to share their views about the proposed amendments to the department's Title IX regulations. This is a critical part of any regulatory agenda process, from hearing from others, from hearing the comments that the Americans may have about the process. The department reviews each and every comment to help inform the development of the final regulations. That's how the process works. And we're not going to prejudge its process here, as we would not for any regulatory agenda that happens through various agencies just across the federal government. The promise of Title IX remains as vital today as it has been over its 5 decades, and the department is committed to its full and fair enforcement. Any more details, I would refer you to the Department of Education. I'm going to keep going. We have just a few minutes. Go ahead.
Well, an administration certainly has the opportunity to celebrate achievements like legislation. Is there any concern that there's a dissonance between the current economic moment and the kind of celebration you'll have this afternoon on the South Lawn about the Inflation Reduction Act, when today's figures show that inflation is still a great concern, when we've talked about the Amtrak situation and so forth? Is there a disconnect there?
So I think if we look at the picture more broadly about what this means, because we have to remember
that was a nice way to ask. Are you
Reduction
out of your
Act
mind?
If you think about how electeds like the president and Democrats on Congress, other Democrats for decades, have been trying to fight Big Pharma, have taken that to head for the last few decades to make sure that Medicare, that our seniors are able to not pay thousands of dollars a month. And that is a huge historic historic win for the American people. It's not about us celebrating, it's about the win for the American. And that's what you have seen. When you see costs that are going to come down for our seniors, when you see costs that are going to come down for American families, as I just listed out for energy costs, are going to come down. When you think about the healthcare costs, are going to come down. That is a fight that we have been having for some time in Washington,
Let's just celebrate
DC.
when it comes down then.
A huge win.
I'm down with
for
that.
the American,
We'll just celebrate
the American
later.
people. We understand, and I've said this many times, the president has said this many times, that there's more work to do. But if you look at the president's economic plan just more broadly, you think about the American Rescue Plan that helped put a few $100 in people's pockets during one of the most difficult times in the early beginnings of the pandemic. You think about how it helped turn our economy back on, how it helped get shots in arms, how it helped give us a historic economic growth that we have seen, how it helped create 10 million jobs alone in this president's administration, how it helped lower unemployment to 3.5%. All of that is part of the broader economic plan that this president has had. You think about the bipartisan infrastructure law that's going to create jobs. You think about the Infrastructure Reduction Act that's going to create jobs. Bring manufacturing back home so we can actually create jobs right here. Good union-paying jobs. That is a huge deal. That is what the Inflation Reduction Act does. Which is only part of the Americans' economic plan. The president's economic plan. So yes, we think it's important because this is a huge win for the American people, and we were able to beat special interest. So that is wealthy special interest. That is really important. Go ahead, Jenny.
May I ask one more follow-up on the rail negotiations? To all of Steve's good questions, one other thing that the president could do is ask Congress
All right,
to
397.
extend the window.
It's snapping a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. Watch out, because if we break 397, just like I'm saying, just 396, 395, that is in play for a bigger
this is,
flush.
Again, and I've said this already.
So just watch out. It's a little slower. We still have an hour and a half left.
Negotiations. They've gone through this process and they've come to
Keep
a
that in
resolution
mind.
in the past. And that's what we're going to focus on. We're going to make sure we encourage folks to stick at the negotiation table to come up with a resolution. This is important. This is important because of what this can mean for the American people, what this can mean for American families. Again, our administration, our secretaries have been at this since early spring. They've made more than 100 calls, as I've just laid out. They've been in regular communication with both sides, and we encourage them to please negotiate in good faith. This is incredibly important, and this is why we have been engaged for the past several months on this.
So if you don't see enough progress, let's say by tomorrow night, is the president open to asking Congress to extend that window, or are you just not getting ahead of?
Again, we're going to continue to encourage folks to stay at the negotiation table in good faith, and that's what the work that we've been doing.
Earnings plays, wait a little bit.
All right.
We got to wait till after Powell.
Okay. There's so many people, so many hands. I'm so sorry. It's just hard to.
So much
I
inflation.
wanted to ask about something a little later in the week. The president's delivering a keynote at the United We Stand Summit. I wanted to try to get a sense of his remarks or what he's going to say, but also I wonder if he's introducing any initiatives, executive orders. There are some critics that say he needs to do more than just speak out about hate.
Really quickly, just to give you a bit of a preview, this week at the White House, as you just mentioned, the president's going to be hosting the United We Stand Summit to counter the corrosive effects of hate-motivated violence on our democracy and public safety. The summit will highlight the response of the Biden-Harris administration and communities nationwide to these dangers and put forward a shared
Starbucks and
vision
DoorDash
for a more
partnership.
united America. As you know, President Biden decided to run for president after the horror of the hate-fueled violence that erupted in Charlottesville back in August 2017, Charlottesville, Virginia, and since taking office, his
Damn, UNG's
administration
climbing
has
back.
consistently taken steps to counter hate-motivated
That won't be
aggravated
good if you get
violence,
energy to
from
print
signing
green
the bipartisan COVID-19
on this red of a
Hate
day,
Crimes Act
it's
to
gonna
releasing
roar.
the first ever national strategy for countering domestic
Again, you're
terrorism,
flushing a little bit.
to
We still have a
signing
lot
the
of time left.
Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, and most significant
Again, 3970.
legislation
This is a
in
brand
3
new low
decades to
here on the
reduce
day.
gun
We're going
violence.
even
This
lower.
bipartisan summit will highlight
Again,
heroes
396.
from across America who are leading historic work in
That's
their
it. You're right
communities
here.
to build bridges
Again,
and
watch
address
for that
hate and
39530.
division, including
It might pick up a
survivors
little
and
bit. It's
hate-fueled
slow enough where
violence.
you could
We
bounce,
know
but if
that
it picks
even
up,
as our nation,
just watch for 395.
has endured a disturbing series of hate-fueled attacks from Oak Creek to Pittsburgh, from El Paso to Poway, from Atlanta to Buffalo, Americans remain overwhelmingly
just say Poway?
united in their opposition
What?
to such violence.
I
We
never
will
heard
have
Poway
more
brought up.
specifics on deliverables.
All my
We
San
wanted to give
Diego
you a
people
preview
know.
of what
That
that's
was
gonna
weird.
look like. Again, we'll have more.
She
on
said El
deliverables
Paso
for
to
you.
Poway.
Okay.
What?
All right. We gotta end this, but go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead.
one more question. I know that there's some criticism about whether the president will take his limousine to London versus other world leaders. The palace has referred everybody to you guys. I wonder what your take is.
So, look, I'm not going to comment on details around the president's security. We never do that. It's not a good thing to do, right? This is the president's security, and I would refer you to the United Kingdom government on the border logistics of the Queen's funeral. More broadly, what I can share is that the president has visited the United Kingdom twice since taking office. First to the G7, as you all know, some of you traveled with him in Cornwall, and second to COP26 in Glasgow. In the lead up to both of these visits, our team worked seamlessly.
He wasted the last question on a
with the UK
limo.
government, our colleagues there, to ensure all presidential travel requirements were met. Again, we look forward.
Again, we're coming down a
to
little lower
working
here.
again with
39675.
with their
It gets a little
team,
bit more
but
precarious
again, it
below
just would be inappropriate for me
39615.
to comment
But again,
on
I
the
just
pre-
all eyes are on 395 now.
we don't do yes or no's here. All right, go ahead.
The Census Bureau reported today that income inequality increased for the first time since 2011. They didn't have a reason for that, but do you have any comment on why that might be, particularly when inequality has been a top concern for the president?
Say that beginning part again. I missed that. Income inequality.
Income inequality increased for the first time since 2011.
Okay, I would have to talk to the National Economic Team on that specific question. Okay, all right.
Thank you, Corinne. Over the weekend, the Vice President said that the border is secure, but we're on track to close the fiscal year with 2 million encounters, breaking last year's record. In the last month alone, fentanyl seizures are up 200%, and we're on
I thought
pace
that
to
was the
break
last
that
question.
record also this year. So how is the border secure?
So we see record seizures of fentanyl at the border, so we're actually catching fentanyl before it enters the country. So that's how we see that. Look, as far as the border, we're taking unprecedented action. We had to fix something that was broken. especially by
PSTG on the low.
The last
Printing.
administration, we've secured record levels.
PSTG,
This
too
is
big
what we've
volume,
been
pure
able to do,
storage, getting
of
clapped.
funding for the Department of Homeland Security. Remember, many Republicans voted against that. Many of them who would like to invite me to the border have actually voted against that. We've made over 3,000 arrests as part of a first-of-its-kind anti-smuggling campaign. We've installed border technology and set up joint patrols with Mexico and Guatemala to catch traffickers. We've got Mexico to agree to pay $1.5 billion to improve border processing and security.
I
through
swear
smart,
she was about to
proven
say,
border
"We got him to
management
buy the wall."
solutions." And the president brought 20 world leaders together to collectively
I swear that was
manage,
coming, bro. I don't know why I
migration
thought that
flows
was.
across Western Hemisphere.
It would have been a nice
Compare
addition
that
to
the
today, I
Trump
guess. It would have threw us off.
which largely
Because they
just
haven't
tried
said
to
anything
build a
I
wall,
expected
an
today.
effective wall along the border, and couldn't even finish that in 4 years. We're certainly doing a lot more to secure the border, and could be doing even more if Republicans would stop their obstruction. That's it. I'm going to just take one last. I'm actually breaking the rule here. I'm taking one last question. Go ahead, Tam.
Peter.
Just one last question.
Peter.
Very quick follow-up. You probably do not have an answer, but
Will the president be meeting with the king when he's in the UK? And what about Prime Minister Liz Truss?
I don't have any.
All right, that's it. We're waiting. The speech with Biden is about to start soon. Again, it does. Honestly, this does not look promising. For real, I feel like if anything, the speech might be more negative than not. Just in the sense that, again, I don't think a lot of people are liking it. Even then, we've been going down here. Bonds are not moving, but you have all this stuff with China right now, and then that's it. I don't even think they're trying to spin it. They're just literally just bringing up the same stuff, and then they're not. I think it's a bad political move to address today. That's it. I just think they're better off just acting how they have been acting. At least that fits in line and it doesn't show panic. But yeah, it's been pretty crazy. I mean, that's I don't know that. And the market, again, this is ugly. You're at 396.650, so I'm pretty sure we're gonna at least test 396 flat at this point, and then again 395.30. But we are selling off Pure Storage. I don't have any news on that. Biden should be coming on here in 20 to 30 minutes. Again, there was news about Taiwan supposedly lobbying the EU to sanction China. And again, that's why we went in with Yang. But that is added to a lot of the pressure. And again, Fed futures are the big story here today. And they've dropped now in a weird way. 100 basis point drop from 41 to 30. So that one's pretty crazy. Please don't play him. Unfortunately, I'm going to be playing him. I do want to see what's going to happen, and I would like to listen to it. Again, I mean, after today's report, it's up to you to whether or not you listen, in the sense that, I like to try to get additional information, but for the most part, I'm operating off of data. You know what I'm saying? It's like we have the data, I have the reports. I mean, even with, even if I make little comments during Miss Jean-Pierre, just some stuff just does not make sense considering, we've been following this data from the minute it has came out, and just some stuff, I mean, there is questions people are looking for, myself included. So if it does frustrate you, if it's going to make you negative, I mean, this isn't going to be the place for you. But, I mean, if you want to maybe get a couple of laughs while at the same time making sure we're focused on the 3-4 months ahead here, financially speaking, then you might want to stick around. But let's see what happens. This one is definitely wild here today. Again, you're down 4.3 on the NASDAQ, 3.5 on the SPY, and 3.12 on the Dow. Fed futures go up. Shouldn't TLT go down? No, TLT going down means rates are going higher. So bigger rate hike would be higher rates, so technically it would do the opposite. And again, we have watched the bonds calm down. Ironically enough, market caught up with the bonds, but now the bonds are actually doing a little bit better. Just the big hate for Biden is weird. I mean, I don't even think it's that. I think a lot of people at this point, all Americans, I just think it's just like you want answers to these questions. I mean, it's not. I don't even blame. Like I'm saying, everybody took a loss today. It goes well beyond just Biden. But at this point, you have people. I mean, imagine somebody telling you you're winning, you're rich, things are getting better, and things are going good. But then even the data, which is lagging, can't even show that. It's just very hard to. I understand where people are coming from, but again, I'm trying to tell you, everybody feels like this in the sense that this is spreading through to Wall Street. People just, again, credibility is declining. That's the better way to put it. I don't think people are pissed off. It has nothing to do just with only Biden, but coming down to policy and the Fed and everything else related, credibility is flying out the window right now. And that is the problem. That's it. I think that's a simple way to put it. Power hour 396.39. So watch out for the flush. He tweeted wages are up. The report said wages are down. Yeah, that's what I say when the other stuff. But either way, I mean, I want to listen to everybody. I want to listen to Powell. I want to listen to Wall Street. And I want to listen to the administration because, like I'm saying, any clues we could get would be great. But it's just at the end of the day, we got a lot that we need to handle immediately here. And if we get an indication that the plan is staying the same, they're going to change. If you get any indication that Powell, the market, or Biden is panicking, that's like watch to see if anybody blinks. So that's kind of what I'm keeping in mind here. 396.37 coming into another low. Again, 3960. That's the level on the SPX, and then it goes down to 3956. Again, where that matches up is like right here. It's like 39530, but that's it. Just take a look. You are now below the Wednesday close. The last 3 days of gains, we've pretty much given back up, and now we're like at the higher point from last week or the beginning of last week. So pretty much you're on Wednesday. You're at like the Wednesday high more or less. Oh, it'd be ugly if we went down to 390. But 396.39 still selling off. Yeah, Tegna declines to session lows. And then Paramount is considering combining Paramount with Stars or with Paramount Plus or Showtime. So Power is moving off of that. Again, you guys posted Tegna. They dropped. We might break 390. I mean, it's possible. Before 390 end of the day, I mean, it's only 6 points away, unfortunately. As much as I think 390 by the end of the week, we've moved a little bit too much today. Again, we are down 4.3 on the NASDAQ right now. 396.27, you're coming lower. China stocks are still getting clapped. I think chip stocks have kind of chilled out since they're already down 7 or 8, some more than others. Watch if Tesla gives up. Tesla's actually still strong. Again, Apple is down 5 after leading. Meta is down 6. Google is down 4.8. And what's the other one? Netflix has to be down 6. Yeah, 6.5. So they're all getting clapped right now. If anything, Tesla at 3% is a outperformer right now. Like Tesla giving up, that's it. I think this last hour was half the Fed futures, and then the other half was just this China move. Again, China and that little Taiwan news, that's a weird one to slip in, but that's definitely having some impact. NEO, just less beta to the market. Just go, again, to watch random plays that are like small cap stocks and that they move up on days like today, that is normal. You will see that. We have seen it, and that's what it is. I wouldn't look too much into it. I would look at the 90% of everything else that's moving all in the same direction. Tesla. So see if that drops. China's still going. 396.27. 964. Haven't broke it. My E-Trade just went out. I don't know why. Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a leg break. Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a CPI. My platform just pooped on me. There it is. We're going. You're hitting a new low, though. Is anyone's E-Trade tripping out now, too, or is this just mine? It could be. Oh, bro, okay, we're about to enter 5% down. My E-Trade, E-Trade. I think E-Trade for a lot of people is giving up. We're back. We're back. New low. Chicle, I just saw a quote from the CEO. Yeah, Citi is seeing a slowdown in global growth. See picking up in bridge loans for corporate M&A. So bad guidance there pretty much from Citi. Again, banks are already down. Citi is not down as much. Morgan Stanley has a little bit more meat on the bone, but Citi is responding to that now. NASDAQ Golden Dragon drops 396.17. Get ready for the flush. SMMT at the high, really? Hell yeah. See, another small cap. It's even down on the day, but still, dude, Citi is dumping. I don't know if it's going to go with everything or if it'll continue, but that's actually pretty outsized. Economic growth. $395. Apple, I said $395.30. If we break below that, I think it gets even uglier. I don't know. 7 more minutes, the circuit breakers, I think will turn off for 12:30. Still got a little bit. I think worst case we go to 394, and even then that would be hideous. But we could go down there. But right now, 395.30. I've been saying that since right here. So let's just see how that one holds up. But 394 definitely would be like worst case scenario. Rate hike odds, I think they dropped back down to 30 from 40. But at this point, I think second half of this rally down is China. So again, big news kind of got slipped in there with the Taiwan thing. Yeah, I'm kind of glad to see Apple not, like, the fact that Apple sold off today gives me some hope in a weird way, because like I said, if today was bad and Apple went up, last thing you want to do is watch Apple hold up because it's this stock of last resort. So I like it. Is that 395.75? Yeah, you kind of buttered 396. Twitter, UNG, they haven't gone up yet. Watch the travel stocks. If you guys notice, they actually brought up the railroad strike a little bit more. 395.70. Again, all of these are new lows right here. Still a whole hour left. I know, that's the crazy part. That is absolutely the crazy part here. Again, see if Tesla gives up in that hour, because Tesla is still technically outperforming Meta on the low again. 394 would be bad. Just see, we've literally not had any real bounce in the last 45 minutes, and all of them were less than half a point. SSMT, SMMT. Let's go. So I'm still in it again as one of the random ones. I think it's on the screen. Yeah, I'm only down $60 on it now. Costco on the low. Watch for Tesla, though. I think I might, because, again, Apple started flushing and the market followed later, but I would watch Tesla in the near term, like immediately, because if that starts going down, we'll see. Otherwise, I think this is just everything kind of flowing down, and that China stuff going down that's definitely not helping. Yeah, today's brutal, dude. The dollar's up 1.3 right now. Where are the FXYs or the YCS? I'm surprised that one's not up more. Okay, a little bounce there, literally right at 3960 on the SPX. Again, we have enough time to test that again, so watch out. Yeah, the YCS didn't move up. Biden is supposed to be speaking any minute now. Citi drops after comments. Bloomberg is now the Kiwi is the lowest Australian dollar since 2010 or 2020. Inflation party should be happening any minute now. Yeah, they got the mute. Oh, dude, they set up. Oh, I feel bad now. Bro, like, imagine, like, setting up this whole party. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine my E-Trade. Dude, imagine you, like, set up this whole party. And then, yeah, I'm gonna get it up here for you. But, like, bro, you, like, got the flags out. You know what I'm saying, bro? And then, like, inflation just, like, totally, like, it's called Inflation Reduction Act. And the thing that it's named after to reduce actually increases. Nah, man, I feel them, though. That sucks, bro. I'd be so mad. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on. Like, have a heart. Like, you got to, for real, bro. Like, look at this, bro. They got the big flag out front. They set up. They have to go to Party City. Yeah. Patreon says it's cutting 17% of staff or 80 employees. Oh, man. Like, look at, bro. They got the guy on the banjo. Look at this guy. He don't even know what he's doing here. He's like, they hired me to come out here. That's it, bro. I look at, is that the Pope? They get a Pope lookalike. You see this white hair motherfucker? Look at him right there. I don't know what is he looking like the Pope. He like, what's up, girl? Give me a kiss. Boom. He like, you need some of that Colonel Sanders chicken? I got some. Look at, they all heard he got the Colonel Sanders chicken. He pulling up right now, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. Biden's Bush moment. Yeah, I feel. Party City. I know there's a lot going on. They planned for this, bro. That's crazy. Already got the Tesla. 3 nights coming right back down. That bounce did not last, my friend. That was your only other bounce in the last 50 minutes, and it is selling off faster than, I don't even know, faster than the Colonel fries the chicken. I don't know at this point. I'm just getting delirious because this is a wicked day, dude. You're almost down 5% on the NASDAQ. Again, most of your bigger tech names are down 5 to 7% already. SPY 3.6, Dow 3.3. Even the Russell is down 3.5 right now. I'm so serious. You already know. He's not, I'm telling you, they're not. Every single piece of early messaging, they're going to say the same thing. I mean, that's it. So I want to see, but for the most part, I mean, just don't get your hopes up. Is the best way to put it right here. But we will find out very, very shortly. Circuit breakers, I mean, they'll get cut off for the last 30 minutes. So trying to do a mini bounce here again. You're breaking through 3958 is the next level on the SPX. And then really all you got to do is just compare from the Thursday, Wednesday levels right here. But again, this is one low. That's the second. I think 394 worst case. 395.30 is the point that I said to watch out for, and we're getting activity. So let's just see how this plays out. Yeah, well, you see this video? Dude, what are they doing? They're like, sound check. What's up, man? They're like, good, Secret Service. Beautiful. Mm. 3905. 905. Is that 39? What is that? Oh, that's still all 396. Jeez. How late will he be? I don't know. I don't know. Back positive on EPV. Oh, I cut out of the what's it called too. I cut out of the VGK because it expires on Friday. So I mean, it had 100%. I just didn't want to deal with those problems. Yeah, EPV, we are back up on that one. They had nice cushion, but then it gave it up quick. And then I made the Yang play. That one's just up 12 bucks. The Yang play, I just like the risk reward on 50 shares. It's tiny. And then AMD, 200 bucks net, but I haven't closed that one out yet. And Yash is still down. I bought 50 shares of Yang about at like 1570 or 1670 right here. After that Taiwan news, I just like the risk reward. 50 shares is because it's like, even though it's up 12%, even if it comes right back down to 15 bucks, you'll lose $2 a share. You'll lose $100. Right? Even if it comes back down to 12, like $4, you would lose 200 bucks, right? But let's say hypothetically something pops off, your upside could go absolutely insane. So yeah, no, I bought 50 shares of it. I just like the risk reward. I just think even if it gets pummeled, you're on 50 shares, you won't lose a lot. But then if it does do good, you could still have a little bit more upside. It reminds me of the ZQ. City, where's City after that? City might come down again. 395.81. They're trying to wait till market close. They got an hour, bro. I don't know. I can't believe they brought the giant flag out. How can you yawn in this apocalypse? Because I mean, today is crazy, but like, I'm really just thinking about the short-term future until we could handle all of the problems that we've listed. Again, I mean, we've been documenting so much, like literally, if we were going from July and Powell hitting plays, we had stuff with the ups and downs, then the yen, then the euro, then natural gas, then oil. Like, dude, there's so much. And now on top of all of this, today just threw out weeks of perception, weeks of pricing in, all of it just went out the damn window. So I think there's going to be moves in the immediate, but like I am fully prepared to deal with this every other day from here on out, or every other point. No, I don't seem disappointed. I'm happy. I mean, we hit every trade, any short. I held all of my shorts. I didn't panic on any of the squeeze. We guided into this very, very well. I think we were very prepared. We even hit day trades in the morning. I have nothing to be disappointed out. It's just I'm like hyped, but I'm not even like, I feel like we need a lot more endurance, and there's just a lot more we're going to battle. I mean, I think it's just one battle in the event of a much bigger war right now that we're going to have to handle. So low ticker picking up now. A lot of value stocks there on the low. Hold on, Visa all the way down to Johnson & Johnson. They're all hitting lows right now. We might test again. NVIDIA, yep, everything's dumping now. Again, Visa is just hitting the lows out of nowhere right now. So I don't know if it's all of them, like MasterCard is too, but just keep your eyes out for that. Again, Starbucks is still like the only one that's doing good. Yeah, I don't know why UNG's waking up like that, but that is extremely bullish. I mean, a little move would be great, but I mean, if it goes green, just that will keep a lot of momentum alive. Yep, J. Paul next week. Our guy. Come on, Tesla. Show us some real weakness, which is still kind of weird. Starbucks with the meatless coffee for the win. I think it's worth for put PHILO to fall or average in next hard resistance. I mean, I'm going with shares. I mean, that's it. I think one of the, like, besides like little $50 or $100 plays, and even then you've noticed I haven't even made that many of them recently. I'm going for free SPY butterflies, and that's about it. I think with shares you could have flexibility, and then that's it. That's the quality of their video. The White House feed it's extremely bad quality. Joe Biden is coming out right now. You should be able to see it. Again, SPY is here at the lows. You think it keeps going up? Again, oil and energy, very confusing right now. I'll take it. If it stays green, bullish. If not, then it was kind of looking bearish at first. That's all we need. Was that Hunter? I don't know. Where's the Zantac, bitch? Come on. How am I going to celebrate inflation coming down if I can't turn up the Zantac? Come on. What's going on? Look at the S&P. Don't worry, it'll come back up in like 7 years. Who cares? Why are you tripping? Come on, I mean it. I really mean it. Come on. I'm not joking. What? Your portfolio's down 70%. Fuck out of it. What about child poverty? Huh? Come on. This is what we said. The jobs are being made. So I don't get it. It's just something to celebrate what we're going to do. So I thought we'd celebrate today. Come on. Clap, you prick. What the fuck? Start clapping. Yeah, who's that? What in the... I don't even know who that is. We're at the low. I don't even... Let's see some audio. Oh, banjo guy. Sorry, Tesla's now coming down. SPY new low, Chattadonia. You're entering the 355 zone or 395. Again, a little bit lower here. The range is just going to get mad wide. I think worst case 394. But nah, bro. After here, the range is hideous. If we break below here, it could get like really, really big. Uh-huh. This is going to be funny, isn't it? I don't know. I think humor would help you shy away from anger. I mean, I'd rather laugh than to get angry. So that's the choice is yours, though, my friend. That's control what you can control. Did Starbucks flush? Again, bro, the SPY, that's it, bro. Your next range is 14 points lower. If we break below here, I think it could hold at 394, but I mean, dude, this is a very big danger zone. And then where this opens us up for tomorrow, it does get a little bit sticky. So even Starbucks is selling off anything that was doing good. Again, I'd watch out for oil and energy. I don't know how UNG is climbing right now, but watch out. Amazon hasn't hit a low. Apple still needs to. And then watch out for China stocks if they make another climb lower. And that's it. Bitcoin drops 10%. Biggest fall since June. Let's see. Should I hold my puts into tomorrow? That's up to, it's if you want to push it or not. If we keep breaking these levels, I mean, I know we're going to have volatility. That's it. That's all it comes down to, but don't be afraid with trimming profits. I've already taken profits today. I've done it every single fucking time. I don't care. I don't mind taking a winning trade. I just know every other week we're going to get these opportunities. So it's up to you. Be smart, control your balance, and let your portfolio speak to you. If you need the money, take the money. If you've been hitting plays and you're riding it, push it a little bit. You can afford to do that. But if you could get momentum, run with it, and just understand this volatility between now and Powell, you're going to get a lot of 2, 3, 4% every other day. So that's what it's shaping up to be. NVIDIA, Apple, this party is lit. Oh no, man. What are those up? I'm looking at another place. SPY's coming down. Oh, everything's up 50%. Who's buying the dip? I guess we'll never know. Is Biden? Biden should come down. I don't want to listen to the banjo, bro. I'm got too much shit going on, man. Too much shit going on. Oh, wait, what are those priced at? Oh, damn, you're flushing again. Oh, they just raised the price on those. I can't even do my bid trick. Whoa, 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 whoa. Dude, I'm so slow. My TD is just terrifyingly slow. Okay. I bought Coinbase puts for October, far out the money. I wanted to get a little bit closer. But again, I'm playing the ETH merger just in case anything goes wrong. Or if anything happens with them as a platform. Just consider their role in all of that. Damn, they just went down right after I bought those. I'm like, in this volatility, did they just scam me? Again, that one's far at the money. I was considering the next week instead, but I figured I might as well have downside exposure till October. Again, only $150. That's like, again, I haven't made too many option trades too lately. Dude, you're flushing. 390. Yeah, you're under it, man. That's it. Again, watch for 394 flat, but now the range is huge. We could drop another 10 points coming into tomorrow. Who's that? I don't know why I thought that would be like Joe Biden's daughter or something. I'm tripping. I don't know why. I was like, I feel like this is his daughter. And he's like, let her sing. Come on. Put her up there with this SpongeBob guy. Let her fresh. She sings beautiful. Sing him the song about inflation. Go, sing it to him. Oh, say, can you see by the early lights? Yeah, fuck it. 394.90, so we barely broke below their rates. I mean, you can see bonds. They chilled out. They made most of their move. If anything, the dollar's still climbing. I think that's kind of part of the problem. Yeah. He said inflation, we good. Yep. All right, man. Just get ready. 394, latest play was Coinbase. Again, I'm playing the volatility in the range, but this one, that was my first option trade in a while. Again, like I was just saying, I've been going with the shares, but I would prefer to just grab $150 on this one. Event happens, we get lucky. If not, then that's it. So we'll see. You think Biden will cause this decline to reverse? I don't know. I don't know if that's even possible at this point, but I want to see how people take it. I want to see what the market does. I want to see how everybody is taking this, because so far everybody, today looks like exactly how I was thinking, where the minute something would come out, everyone's like, we're done. We're finished. That's it. So I want to see how the market takes it. But if it, like, literally, you saw it during the press briefing, you were seeing it here with any of the data, the budget, the deficit, it does not matter what has happened after that CPI. Everybody has just been like, we're finished. That's it. There was nothing good about today. Everybody took a L. Even if you made money on puts. Again, I could feel the same way. We hit every trade. We didn't get squeezed out of what we were holding, but it's like this was just overall bad overall. That's why I want to see now, does this actually lead into something? And how does the market take it? Or do we kind of get this impression that everybody kind of feels the same way? Is that like that credibility thing? I mean, this might be the height moment of it. This might be it. So we'll find out. But overall, I mean, somebody said it earlier, like in a weird way, and I truly believe this. I do think this might be Biden's like George Bush moment type beat, where it's like the problem is so bad, so in your face, and then you're just about to have the most like out of touch thing. But if we get a response and that kind of proves it, I think we might be able to see it. But it's just like this is it. So SPY 394, 395, mission, and we got mission accomplished. Forgive me here, but I think we came here today to celebrate inflation. On the day that inflation went up, we believe it's came down. God bless America, and God bless Texas, and God bless the rest of the world. Thank you. Now watch this drive. Well, 394 again. You're about half a point, and then you're in the danger zone. But that's all right. It's already bad, dude, and we have 45 minutes left. I don't do. They're like, yo, lady, can you sing a 45-minute song? She is about to, bro. This is about to turn into Kids Bop. I swear, she gonna have like 16 songs because they got 45 minutes until the market closes. They like, can you keep it? You can do it, right? That's it. I think that's it. James Taylor, he like, I'm down with this, bro. He's like, I have no idea where I am right now. 394.77. You have me rolling. Well, I hope you are rolling your contracts as well, because that is what everybody is doing since 6:30 a.m. But that's at this point. I mean, this shit's wild, bro. I've been I left my mic on mute. Like literally, I've just been giggling because I'm just like, dude, this is so bad. Everything about today is just. I'm like, that's why when I hear it, I'm just like, I can't. I can't. It's just I have to laugh. Otherwise, that's my only option. That's it. Look, bro, how much you want to bet she gonna come out with another outfit and another song? They have to. They have to burn another 35 minutes. There's no way. I swear, she gonna come out with a green suit on. He gonna come out with a different cowboy hat, and then they gonna be like, and now for our second act, thank you for the brief intermission. I'm like, no. Man. My cash portfolio is beating SPY 18. It is. It is. Cash has been great. Uncle's chill. I mean, we're chilling here at this level, though. It's good. I don't know if I just don't know if it's going to last, man. And even then, the volume is already disgusting. It's at 78 million. This might be the highest volume all week. I think you're going to get more than 30 million in the next 40 minutes and then by close. And then after hours. But let's see here. They're saving pump it up for the elections. They can be, but this might not poll well. That's all. I mean, unless people actually believe it, but I think it's going to be difficult. We're going to find out. We are going to find out. I'm in old UNG and Boyle. I haven't added to it. I've just been riding the wave. Up and down. Again, I'm down on them from when we had them, but that's about it. Some people will believe it. That's what I'm saying. I mean, watch for a market reaction and watching for any of the polling. But it's just the timing of everything is wild. I mean, thankfully for Biden, there is one more CPI ahead of the midterms, but that's it. You could get that on YouTube, bro. It's on YouTube. It's on Spotify. Uncle Answers, 2020 election. Mark Mason, CFO Citi, he warned that investment banking revenue would fall 50% in the third quarter. What? Did y'all hear that? I know he guided down a little bit, but damn. It's game time, bitches. Come on, let's celebrate. Who's ready to celebrate? Oh, shit, never mind. False alarm. It's everybody but Biden. Look, I think even the market's like, fuck this, bro. I just saw one old dude from like a mile away. It was damn Schumer. I thought it was Biden. And damn Nancy Pelosi looking like the damn S&P 500 candle today. That's it, just a straight red candle today. That's what you chose, Nancy? After you top-ticked all of us? Yes, look at her face. She like, fuck yeah, I did, Josh. I'm going to show up in bright red today. I don't even wear red. I'm a fucking Democrat. I ain't never wear red. The NASDAQ is down 5%. I'm going to show the only bit who trades going to show up in all red. Fucking, let's hear this shit.
All right.
Yeah.
It is such a pleasure to be here. We're here to talk about things that matter to families, lowering costs, creating jobs, and helping them make ends meet. What are the MAGA Republicans doing over in the Capitol today? Introducing national bans on abortion. Just unbelievable. Now, the day the president...
Why was he trying to, like, egg on the hate?
Democrats assumed the majority in the Senate. I promised we would work with...
He said, yeah, come on, let me hear that shit.
Facing our country. Today, We're here to affirm that the promises Democrats made are now promises Democrats have kept. And we're going to keep going. The Inflation Reduction Act, passed by Congress a month ago, will go down as one of the most important legislative feats in decades. Thanks to this bill, Americans will see their energy costs come down. They will see drug costs go down, especially seniors on Medicare who struggle to afford insulin. We're going to create millions of good-paying jobs for years to come. And we will cut emissions by 40% by the end of the decade with the boldest clean energy package in American history. To the tens of millions of young Americans who have spent years marching, rallying,
I'm glad you're realizing how funny this all is. Thank you. Instead of, hey, I'm glad you're seeing it now. Thank you. Amen.
To all of our friends in the environmental movement who never gave up, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Bro, this is worse than a VEMA MLM.
Just 1 month into
I'm telling
the
you,
enactment of the bill,
it's humorous.
companies like Toyota and Honda and LG Energy and First Solar and Panasonic.
Honestly, just watch the bonds, though, seriously. All jokes aside, laugh, don't get mad. But seriously, just watch if there is any immediate financial reaction. Again, just try to gauge opinion on this.
Right here in this country. These investments are not just going to put more people to work. They will help America stay #1 in the industries of the future. When we hire more workers to build solar panels, to develop batteries, or build EVs, those jobs will stick around for decades to come. It'll make a world of difference for our economy compared to just a few decades ago, when too many jobs had a limited life here in America before being shipped overseas. But not these jobs, no. These new jobs are going to stick around for a long, long time and keep America #1 in these industries which are so crucial to the future of our globe. And to think, folks, to think, with the challenges we face, not a single Republican joined us to make these new investments and new jobs possible. Not one. That's the difference between the two parties in a nutshell. While MAGA Republicans are fixated on their extremist agenda like a national
he loves it when
he's
like, you see, he gave a nod. He's like, I heard that, boo. Amen.
Jobs,
he loves it.
Lowering costs and bringing the country together. You know, it's been a long time, frankly, since the American people have felt Washington's capable of doing big things to meet big challenges. Under former President Trump and MAGA Republicans, it was hard to blame them for feeling that way. But the story's very different under Democratic leadership. For years, the naysayers said we could never take on the big drug companies and lower prescription drug costs, but we did, and we won. They said we could never get tough on climate change, but we got it done. And they said we never close tax loopholes for the wealthy and make the rich pay their fair share, but we got all these things done in a single bill. All of this is the results of Democrats working together. We have a lot of work left to do to help America reach its full potential, but the past few months show that when we unite, anything is possible. From the bottom of my heart, I want to thank every one of my Senate Democratic colleagues who made the Inflation Reduction Act happen. Down to the 50th member, they are incredible. Let's have a round of applause for our great caucus. In normal times, getting any one bill through the Senate is difficult. but to pass the Inflation Reduction Act with only 50 Democratic votes in the Senate over an intransigent Republican minority shows how dedicated and persistent our caucus is. I applaud you all. And I applaud our great staffs who labored day and night to see this great work through. Thank you, staff. Thank you, staff. Thank you, staff. You made it possible.
NASDAQ almost down 5%. New low.
And of course, I want to thank Speaker Pelosi and every one of my House colleagues who worked to pass this bill. It's been a long process, but the House Democratic Caucus stayed the course, worked incredibly hard, and made this moment possible. Thank you all. And finally, I want to thank President Biden. We would never, never have gotten the Inflation Reduction Act done without his steady hand. For over a year and a half,
can y'all just bring
he
it
dared
down?
us to dream big,
Please.
pushed us to aim high, and urged us to never let
Again,
go of
Fed
our
futures
promise
already
to
dropped
the
a little
American
bit.
people,
They've dropped a little since this
especially
has started.
on climate.
So
Like
again,
the
we're
rest
hitting
of
that
us,
new low of 395,
persisted
394.30.
and persisted to push this bill over the finish line. He has restored dignity, respect, and a sense of action back to the Oval Office. So thank you, President Biden, for your incredible leadership. Americans are seeing what it looks like to have a president and a Congress that's focused on delivering results to make their lives better. Thank you for being here. Thanks for your tremendous
So literally,
work.
ZQ
On to
is moving
future
more than
victories, everybody.
investing.com. So keep that in mind. Watch Citi. They had bad guidance. If Tesla slips, watch 394 flat, ladies. And dude, I'm telling you, the range is very, very low from there. So watch out. We got Red Candle Nancy coming up now.
Madam Vice President, Leader Schumer, colleagues, staff. Again, let's hear it for the staff because the staff has made such a thing.
Bro, I'm literally watching the NASDAQ drop 5%, and all I hear is cheering.
It is to be here to
It's about
celebrate
inflation
this
being
life-changing
reduced.
Legislation.
I don't know what's happening.
The Inflation Reduction
394.20.
Act. Inflation Reduction Act, so beautifully named for all that it does. As the name suggests,
Beautifully
this
named.
landmark law is cutting costs and inflation fighting and driving down costs for kitchen table items for America's working families. Mr. President, thank
This
you
is the
for
worst
unifying
session
and
since
inspiring
June 2020.
a vision of a
That's it, bro. You're
stronger,
hitting about 5% on the
fairer,
NASDAQ. All jokes
safer
aside, even S&P. S&P has
future
not been
for
this
all,
low since
for
June
our
2020.
children. Your extraordinary
This is a
leadership
key level here.
has
If we
made
close
this
around here, and
glorious
again,
day
394, we
possible.
flush hard if it breaks.
that's an
It could
applause
hold
line.
at 393, but like I said, 394 is literally worst case scenario.
Jill was applauding.
Watch out. If you watch any growth names start
And
to
let us
drop,
salute
it
Leader
won't be
Schumer,
good.
his colleagues in the Senate for their extraordinary leadership and the success in bringing this bill forward.
That's an applause line.
I join him in saluting his colleagues and
394
I salute mine.
broken.
I associate myself with most of Chuck's remarks, except, are there any Californians in the House?
I'm shamefully raising my
Are there any
hand.
House members in the House? I want to salute all of my colleagues.
393.80,
especially our
dude, it's
chairs,
buttering a
for
little
making
bit.
this day possible. This achievement is a testament to our unity, our optimism, our persistence, along with the tireless efforts.
Again, just wait to see if Tesla
of a
hits the low.
devoted
Dollars up. I think
staff.
bonds and dollars are out of it today.
You can do
Watch
it
the
again.
Fed futures, and honestly, just take note of anybody
And I
flushing right
wanna
now.
join
I would watch
Leader
financials
Schumer
after the
in
Citi
thanking
stuff.
our passionate
All of them are pretty
advocates
low
out
right now.
there, whose outside mobilization made a decisive difference.
393.80.
What-
It wants to
Whether
break,
it's our
but it's
friends
slowing
in
and
the
volume's
environmental
increasing.
movement, whether it's our friends in labor, whether our young people who are insistent on this climate legislation, thank you. And today we'll hear from our VIP, Lovette Jacobs of IBEW, and she'll tell us that this law will make a direct, substantial difference in the lives of
Dude, it's
countless
393.50. Chad,
You'll
this
hear
is
from
bad.
her shortly.
Again, next level
When
now.
President Biden signed
I
the
think it's
Inflation
380.
Reduction Act, He not only
Yeah, dude,
made
3,900.
history,
I mean, we could drop a whole
he
nother
made
37
progress.
points, or we're gonna have a bounce.
When Congress passed this legislation, frankly, we jumped for joy. This is so exciting because of the transformative difference this law would make for America's working families. Lower health care costs, the authority of the HHS secretary to negotiate for lower prescription drug cost, long sought for, finally achieved.
Dude, it's again, like I'm saying, you're selling off more during this speech than anything.
$2,000 cap.
Again, it's
on
just still
prescription drug
continuing here.
costs. This
Fed
is
futures have moved
remarkable.
up, but not investing.com. Banks are hitting
$2,000
another
cost.
low now. You need Tesla to hit another low for
the
it to get ugly, but
extension
you've
of the
buttered
ACA
394, dude. You're down a whole point after that.
All right.
We might just go straight to 390.
For 3 more
I
years.
mean, there's only 30
lowering
minutes left,
healthcare
so
costs for up to
I don't know.
$2,400
And again, if we
for a
do make it,
family
if we
of
close
4
at
for a
390
year.
tomorrow, will be ugly.
This is quite, I mean,
Yeah,
this
bro,
is
Apple is just
lowering
getting
costs,
mollywopped.
And now we'll talk about bigger paychecks. The historic achievements to combat the climate crisis.
Bro, you just buttered a
to
whole
save
point
the
from
planet
394.
Are so remarkable. Indeed, our climate action, the most consequential in human history, no country, not us ever, or any other country, made such an important progress on health, clean air, clean water, environmental justice for our children, job creation of a great magnitude, 9 million new good-paying jobs for our workers. And again, to keep us preeminent, as the leader said, preeminent, #1 in the world.
Yeah, first little
in
green
new
candle
and green
there. It's trying to flush
technologies.
393.
National
Honestly, you're either going to
security,
get your
from
first mini
energy
bounce or you're going to flush straight to
independence
392.80 right here.
lessening conflict over resources
Just watch out.
and habitat because of natural disasters. And our values. If you believe
Either
as
mini
I
bounce
do,
like
that
here
this is
or just
God's
flush. I
creation,
mean, that was a big candle
we
and
have
big
a moral
volume right there.
responsibility to be good stewards of it. But even if you don't, we all agree that we have a responsibility to our children to pass on this planet in a responsible way. Thank you all for making this possible.
Thanks, Red Candle. 39, there it is, 392.70. You flushed even more.
Inflation.
Again, it's flushed, dude. You're going to
it
390.
reduces the
I don't want to
deficit.
say we
And
are,
as
but if
the
we
chairman
close at
clearly
390
said, it is
tomorrow, we'll
fully
be
paid
ugly.
for by
Obviously,
making the biggest
things can
companies and the
change. I'm
wealthiest
just speaking in
pay
sense
their
of like,
fair
dude, this is
share.
bad. Again, even 394 was a hard level, and you have just flushed
Under
it right
the
now.
president's
So
leadership,
that's, I mean, at this
and with
point,
the
if the market's
stroke
going to
of
trade how it
President
was,
Biden's pen,
390, and
we have
again, you're
achieved
getting
a
more
monumental
percentage move
victory
after this meeting
for
has started.
America's working
I don't
families.
think people like this, or at
Indeed,
least Wall
this law
Street's not
fits
on
comfortably
top of everything.
among other landmark laws.
Yeah, I'm still in the
signed by
Tesla. I'm
president.
making my money back. All my other puts
The
or shorts I was
rescue
down on,
package put
they're all
mon-
coming positive,
And
and
not
we've already closed out of
shots in
some for
arms,
profit
money
today.
in pockets, children in school, people back to work safely. The bipartisan infrastructure bill with a commitment to
60,
environmental and economic and social justice.
We should have hit that 100 basis point Tim Rouse move.
The CHIPS
Look at it,
and
Chad.
Science
That was
Act,
it.
which supports diversity and inclusion.
We are. We're
and
down
new
5.3
people
on the
being
NASDAQ,
involved
4.4 on
in,
the SPY,
again,
4% on the
keeping
Dow.
America #1. And the PACT Act to honor the service of our men and women in uniform, which is a big environmental bill.
392.50.
Of course, this
Nah,
public
bro, this is
safety
unwinding
legislation,
fast.
which we have celebrated here.
Again, you're already at
before,
85
very
million.
much
That's
a
10
part
million in volume since this
Quite
whole
a
thing started.
package. Unprecedented.
Circuit breaker is around 7%.
Inspired.
So, I
As
mean, if we
president
move
who put forth an
1.5%
agenda
lower
of
from here,
fairness,
pretty much if we hit 390,
justice,
it will be circuit
inclusion,
breaker, but
and
circuit breakers
diversity.
are now closed.
Always.
It's 12:37.
For
So
the
no
children.
circuit breaker exists anymore.
made history,
They don't do circuit breakers in
We
the last
made
30 minutes.
progress, and together we have put people over politics. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank all of you. God bless America from sea to shining sea. Thank you.
I thought you were going to say shout out
I
CNBC.
believe it.
But I wouldn't have been surprised. All right, where's the big man though? Hold up. So we don't have the big man. Hey, bro, if that chick comes out and sings another song, you better pay me, Chad. That's all I'm saying. So we're getting our first little bounce there. Again, back to 393. I would watch 394 just on the upside. But, yeah, like, I don't know. Where's the big guy right now? I don't get it. Where is he, dude? Are you kidding me? You just had Red Candle Nancy and then fucking hyped up on Hate Chuck. Bro, he was loving it. I loved watching that, bro. He was like, you hear what they did, bro? He was loving it. He would like grin he's like, yeah, boo that shit. No, but I don't know, man. This is getting weird, but so far, I mean, the market has sold off about 3 points since they started speaking. So it's not as if there's just nothing. I think everything all day today is just a giant L for everybody, so everybody could hold it respectfully. Again, Powell, Wall Street, Biden, I think it's just today is a day of L's. Again, you are down 5% on the NASDAQ. This is the worst day for the S&P since June 2020. AKA 3 months after the pandemic and the global lockdown began. So last time the S&P was this bad, your ass was on a global lockdown. You were not allowed to go outside and go out to places, and you were still waiting in line to go to a grocery store, okay? So keep that in mind. It's like that's how we haven't seen anything like this in a long time. Again, this is it's a big day. It is a very, very big day. Last time S&P dropped 4.3, you were walking around a store following bubbles to stay social distanced. I saw those the other day, and I was like, how come we don't follow those anymore? Well, yeah, this is big. Again, and now this is all coming into Powell on top of everything. So we'll see. Watch those Fed futures. Again, ZQ started to move a little bit. The ZQ futures are up. Again, I want to see the free SPY play. I don't know. How many of you have the free SPY butterfly? How many of you are sickos? Because I want to see this one. I mean, that play has me low-key the most excited. Just because I'm like, I would love to see this hit. Oh, there. And Kamala. Oh, there she is. We're not in panic mode, but
what a beautiful day.
It's just bad. I mean, that's the scary part is that the numbers all say panic, but I don't know if it's panic mode yet, and that's why it's weird. But we have so much more data in the next day or so, or the next week.
All. President Joe Biden, members of our cabinet, members of Congress.
Literally, it starts going down right when they start talking again.
When the president
but that's also the nature of today. No bounces have lasted.
In the face of profound crises and after years of gridlock, we promised the American people action. We vowed to build an America in which every person, no matter where they start, has the opportunity to succeed and to thrive. Over the past
She's mad they
Over the
clapped on
past
that.
year and a half, because of the leadership
damn it, why is
of
that little
President
clap?
Biden,
Let me
we
finish.
are delivering on that promise. Mr. President, in the darkest days of the pandemic, you saw the tremendous challenges facing our nation, but you also saw the tremendous courage and resilience of the American people. And you knew if we gave folks a chance, America would come through
That
this
volume
crisis
is high after that bounce.
stronger than ever. And we
18
have.
minutes left, Chad. Down
Today-
5.2 NASDAQ, 4.4 SPY, 4.0 Dow,
And we have.
coming back into the 392.60
Today,
low of the day.
students are back in school. Mostly the parents clapping there. Parents are back at work. Small businesses are growing and thriving again. And for decades, leaders in Washington talked about rebuilding our nation's infrastructure. Well, we are doing it. And I'll offer you an example. Earlier this year, I met a woman named Deanna in Milwaukee. Her son, Aiden, had been hospitalized twice for lead exposure. The second time for 2 weeks, just for drinking water from the kitchen sink. No child should ever have to endure that. No parent should ever have to endure that. And that is why I am proud to say that we are on track to remove every
Yeah, even
lead
Amazon
pipe in
flushing a little
America
bit. Watch
in
for
10
Tesla, I'm
years.
telling you. If Tesla looks like it's going to be in the lows by the time we flush here, it could get hideous. But again, 390,
And
I don't know if that takes
we
us
are
down to 7.
gathered to celebrate another historic step forward for our nation. The Inflation Reduction Act will help millions of Americans build a better future for themselves and for those they love. In a moment, the President will speak about the many ways this law will benefit
Yeah,
our
chips
nation.
are flushing now too.
I'd like to focus
UNG
on
green,
one.
that's awful.
For my entire career,
As much as I
whether
want it
was
to go
District
green,
Attorney
that's
of
awful.
San Francisco, Attorney General of California,
392.40,
or United
new low has
States
been set
Senator, I've
again.
worked
And
alongside
just get
so
ready.
many
Again,
advocates
Tesla's starting to
here
feel the pressure.
and leaders to protect
And then
our
even
communities
TLT's
from the
finally coming
climate
down.
crisis.
That was been on a climb
And
since
in
this.
that time,
So
I
watch
have
out for that.
seen
Remember, there was a strong
what we
auction
have all
today.
seen.
And then dollars
For
still near the
decades,
exact
our
high.
nation has failed to meet the climate crisis
Yeah, even Yang is breaking
with
out
the
too.
urgency it demands. However, today, because of you, members of Congress, state and local
UNG
officials,
back, because last thing you want right now
labor
is the
leaders,
NASDAQ to drop 5%,
climate activists,
and then oil and energy is
community
going up when that's
organizers,
the problem. And it didn't offer a
because
solution
of
on the
our
CPI.
president,
So
Joe
like last
Biden.
thing you want everything down if it's gonna sell off. You see what I'm saying? And you mean to tell me gas is going
America
up
is
while the
leading
NASDAQ is
on
down
climate,
5%? That's not a pretty
just
sign.
with declarations, but with action.
New low are about to. Exactly,
Mr.
the nightmare is
President,
commodities
over
coming
the
back
past
up.
year and a half, you have reminded us time and time again that there is no challenge too big for America. You have reminded us just how much we can
bring the inflation
accomplish
down,
when we
please.
work together. On behalf of the American people, thank you for your vision, for your leadership, and for your unwavering faith in the possibility of America. And it is now my
392.35,
honor
Chad.
to introduce a leader
Oh,
who
my
is
goodness.
helping turn that possibility into reality, a proud union worker and fifth-year electrical apprentice at IBEW.
Again, the next level is 3,900 flat, Chad, and then back to the 380s. So just we have 2.5 points here, and you have 14 minutes left, and I don't know if Biden's going to make it in time. Honestly, this is getting weird. 392.30 again.
Madam
Watch
Vice
Tesla
President.
coming towards the low,
It's such an
Chad.
honor to be
Honestly,
here
you
to
should
speak
be
to
thinking
you all
about
today.
tomorrow right now.
My
Just
name
when
is
it's all
Lovette
said and done.
Jacobs,
Again,
and
don't
I'm
go
a proud
aggressively
member
because even then by
of
morning,
the
they're
International
literally
Brotherhood
we
of
could go a
Electrical
little lower
Workers.
in the morning and bounce,
home-
but overall,
Yes.
just keep in mind tomorrow now, and then watch those Fed futures. But this is it.
I love you too. My home base is Local 103 out of
Jeez,
Boston,
bro.
Massachusetts.
Even Netflix down at 217.
Go Pats.
Dude, this is hideous.
My career with the IBEW has positively impacted me. It's given me endless opportunities.
Yeah, everything's dumb,
that
dude.
have in
Even the
turn changed
IYTs
my
are
son
coming
and
back
I's life for
positive.
the better.
That's crazy. I'm about to go positive on that one. That's a slow mover, but everything just had the final day flush right there. And it's
So,
not looking pretty
you can
again.
only
If
imagine
commodities
how
go
big
back
of an
up,
honor it is right
that
now
could even be a
to
play for
introduce our
tomorrow,
next
but just
speaker,
think about that.
A true friend of the IBEW.
392.16, you might butter
plenty
at
of promises
391,
are
my
made
friend.
around election time. Sadly, many of those promises aren't kept, but not President Biden.
Again, it's just like the thing.
In April of 2020, yeah, round of applause for that. In April of 2020, when the pandemic was on the rise, I got a chance to have a Zoom conversation with the president.
39204.
I told him how I lost my job due to COVID and explained how
Again,
tough
Tesla's
it was
near
to
the
be
low
laid
of the
off
day
so
here.
suddenly.
Watch where that flush is.
During that
Getting
conversation,
a little bit of bounce here.
not only did the
391.
president give me encouragement, he also let me know that he understood how valuable our workers in the country are and how important it was to take care of our workers. When he got elected, he put those words into action. Mind you, the IBEW was one of his earliest supporters when he decided to run for president. So believe me when I tell you, I remember those promises that he made. He promised to reach across the aisle and invest in rebuilding and modernizing our
Okay, little bounce. 2 minutes till 10-minute rig.
to
Get
bring
ready.
back American
That can
manufacturing
move a lot.
so that we could get back to building things in this country. During the campaign, I remember and repeatedly heard him say how he acknowledged how unions built the middle class. Here we go. And he also stated that he would be the most pro-worker president that we've ever had. He made it clear that he believes a pension is a promise, and as a president, he would do whatever it takes to protect the retirement security of union workers across the nation. He also promised to be a jobs president by putting blue-collar America to work to rebuild our economy.
Yeah, UNG is going crazy. That's
2
not,
years
dude, that's a
later,
bad
I
sign.
think we all can agree.
Again, worst nightmare.
Promises were made,
Inflation not coming
promises were
down,
kept.
commodities coming back up, especially on a day like this. Just imagine how much selling pressure there is, and UNG is going up. And again, it doesn't help that the White House said they're going to buy oil at 80.
Pull our economy out of the hole created by COVID-19.
So I guess so too. Factor that in. I forgot about that.
Millions of hardworking Americans.
10-minute
and
rigged,
ensure the security of
5
my own
seconds.
retirement. The bipartisan infrastructure law won't just modernize our economy. Thanks to President Biden, I had to catch myself. Thanks to President Biden, a $62 million federal investment from the bipartisan
Wow, little bounce.
infrastructure law
10-minute
will put
rig, little
millions of
bounce. Hold up
Americans
here,
back to
Chad.
work,
Watch out for it.
including hundreds
Because it's
of
either
my
going to be a
local
big one
103
and
brothers
sell
and
off in 10
sisters
minutes,
at the
or
Terminal E
that's it. We're done for the
modernization
day. But
project
just
at
watch
Boston's
out.
Logan Airport.
Yeah, why is Yosh still going? I mean, watch out for just one of those crazy
The
red
CHIPS
candles.
Act will make America a global leader in advanced manufacturing again, ensuring that semiconductors crucial to
There you go,
today's
AMD
technology
bouncing a
are
little.
made right here in the USA, not China.
Market
The
on
Inflation
close
Reduction Act
1.2
won't
to
just
the
lower
sell
energy
side.
costs.
So you're
It will
bouncing
create
now,
an
but we've
untold
seen this
number of
come in
energy
later, so
jobs.
just watch out for it.
It also comes with some of the strongest
Market on close,
worker
1.2 bill to the
protections
sell.
we've ever seen. Because President Biden knows that we don't just need more jobs. We need more middle-class union jobs.
Bro, she's going to talk until the market closes.
Joe Biden
This is
kept his
crazy.
promises to work
I don't
in
think
America.
Biden will not open his mouth
If
today
that-
while the S&P is trading.
say thank you.
And the NASDAQ is down 5.12 right now. Worst day since June 2020.
With that being said, I'm proud to introduce the greatest champion of American workers.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh!
46th President of the United States,
'Kay.
President Joe Biden.
8 minutes left. 8 minutes left. My E-Trade is going out. Wow. Yeah, you guys ready to turn up? Ah, let's fuck this inflation up.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Hello, everyone back there.
What the fuck is up?
What a great crowd. And I tell you what, if I thought I could have ever spoken as well as you did when I was your age, I'd have never thought of being president. Oh, really? Thank you. Please have a seat. With your
Okay.
permission, I'm going to take my coat off. That doesn't mean I'm going to speak any longer.
Oh, I was going to say, fun fact, coats went up like 4% this month
Folks.
based on the CPI.
Welcome to the
Fun
White
fact.
House, everybody. And thank you, Lavette, for this. This law is for you and for the millions of people like you, good, decent, hard-working Americans. And how about James Taylor, a voice that heals our soul and unites a nation and a good friend? I don't know where James is probably smart enough to be under the shade of the tree over there, or I've taken off. But James, thank you, thank you, thank you. And we're joined by many champions for the American people. The first one of my best champions, is the First Lady, Jill Biden. I thought she was teaching, but she's here. Vice
the
President
suits went down
Harris is not
2.3.
only a great vice
Okay, that's
president,
good
but become a great
We
friend.
saved on
And the
suits.
second gentleman, as well as Speaker Pelosi.
That was close.
And Leader Schumer and Joe Manchin. Joe, thanks for sticking with what you said you'd do. Appreciate it. And the committee chairs who worked for almost 2 years to make this law real. And all the House and Senate Democrats who stood together and never, ever, ever gave up. This couldn't have happened without every single one of you, and that's in the literal sense in the Senate. Every single one was required because the other team didn't want to play. And all our distinguished guests, CEOs, advocates, activists, thank you for joining us. And what a great day. Exactly 4 weeks ago today, I signed the Inflation Reduction Act into law. The single most important legislation passed in the Congress to combat inflation, and one of the most significant laws in our nation's history, in my view. I said it then, and I'll keep saying it. With this law, the American people won, and special interests lost. Say it again. The American people won, and special interests lost. Folks, we're going to lower prescription drug costs, lower health insurance costs, lower energy costs for millions of families.
Pfizer is still up 50%.
I want to take the most aggressive action ever to confront the climate crisis and increase our energy security. Ever in the whole world. And that's not hyperbole, that's a fact. We're going to build a future, the future, here in the United States of America, with American workers, with American companies, with American-made products. And after years of some of the biggest corporations in the United States paying zero.
Honestly, do we hold the five handle or no on the down day? That's it. 5 or 4 or 4 on the down too. That's it. Last 5 minutes, all that matters is where we close. If you get 5% down or 4% down.
And the promise of America is real. It is real. It is real. This is an extraordinary story being written today in America by this administration as I step all over my coat. Good thing my mom's not around. But look.
That sounds like a Nesquik commercial.
There are an awful
line.
lot of brave allies out there in the Congress.
I don't even know.
Let's
Go 3 minutes or 4 minutes.
And by so many determined advocates and activists all across the country. And as I look out on this lawn, I see leaders who made the government of America begin to work again. Work for the people, not special interests, for the people. Folks, look.
The claps are getting
Elected
quieter.
officials who stood up to the millions of dollars in attack ads from special interests, business leaders who were willing to endure the criticism of many of their colleagues, and so many people who fought for years to lower prescription drug prices and tackle the climate crisis. This is your victory. This is your victory, and that's a fact. And you deserve a huge round of applause. Give them applause, all these people who stood up, every one of them. And let's hear it for the workers in the labor unions, mayors and local officials, environmental activists, students and young people, advocates for senior citizens and families. This is what it looks like.
Amex is going up
when
5%. That was a
government
farmer
works
runner from
for the
earlier.
people.
YCS is moving now.
When we tell the powerful
Take a look at
interests,
travel
no,
again.
you're
You
not
got
gonna
4
get your
minutes,
way.
Chattadonia.
This time,
We're not going to land the
not
plane.
this
It's going to
time,
be all Biden.
Not now.
Again, I'll even keep this play until after. But again, watch some of these
Some of my
plays and
colleagues
travel
have been
for the
around
rail
long.
strikes
How long
tomorrow.
have you been fighting for 'em?
Finalize
How
your
long have you
plays
taken
and
on
keep
these
it in mind. Again, we are going to have a little bit of a move in the first 2 hours, and you have
720 years
PPI.
ago. I'm serious. Think about it. Let's be honest. Passing this law wasn't easy. I proposed it as soon as I got here, basically. And I've said that day that I was determined to work with Republicans. And I've done that on historic laws like the infrastructure law. Republicans came across the aisle and they've worked with us, and we got it done.
394. It looks, if
Over
we close here, it won't be a 5% day, but SPY's still holding 4.
This nation's infrastructure. The CHIPS and Science Act and the PACT Act for veterans and their families. In fact, I think it's fair to say we've achieved more bipartisan agreement in these nearly 2 years in my presidency than anyone thought was even remotely possible when I entered office.
I did not think oil could go that high.
Stood up.
You're right.
And I'm proud of it. It's been good for the country. But I believe Republicans could have and should have joined us on this bill as well. After all, this bill cut costs for families, help reduce inflation at the kitchen table, because that's what they look at, how much of their monthly bills and how much do they have to pay out for their necessities. And it gave them just a little more breathing room, as my dad would say. This bill will lower the deficit. This bill alone is going to lower the deficit by $300 billion over the next decade, because it's going to pay less for prescription drugs. And that's on top of the $350 billion we reduced the deficit my first year. $350 billion.
What about year
reduction.
number 2?
And for this,
So watch your ears, Chad.
Year, $1.5 trillion reduction in the deficit. So I don't want to hear it anymore about big spending Democrats.
Let's go.
We
Bring it
spend
home,
what we
Chad.
pay.
You already know.
Ladies
You're
and
back to
gentlemen,
5% on the NASDAQ.
The last guy had this
Let's go.
job.
We're still going to listen to this till
Well,
after, but the market is about to close. You can still
let me
trade
put it
after
this way.
hours, 30
This bill
minutes. I
finally
would even
delivers
watch
on a
for,
promise
is
that I've
Oceans
made
in
to
play
the American
today?
people for decades. But Republicans choose not to join us. In the end, every single Republican voted against this historic law. So it fell to the Democrats to meet this moment and deliver for the American
That's
people.
it. You're selling off coming into
And
it. You
that's
might sell off into a low,
exactly what we
Chad.
did.
Less than 10 seconds.
We
Finalize
pay
it.
more for our
4,
prescription
3,
drugs
2,
than any
1.
developed nation in the world. Let me say that again. In America, we
That's
pay
it.
more
Market
for
is closed. I'm going to turn on
drugs
extended hours.
than any developed nation in the
jeez.
world. And there's no rhyme or reason to that. For years, so many of us have been trying to fix this problem. But for years, Big Pharma blocked Medicare from
Yeah,
negotiating
GG, Chad.
lower
Let's go.
drug
Everybody, drop your GGs.
prices.
I'm
This year.
I'm listening now at this
Not
point.
this
There's a
year.
lot to process.
This year, the American people won.
Good game, Chad.
And
I love
Big
y'all.
Pharma
Let's go,
lost.
laggers. Let's go. Let's go. I'm going to get you the music
Now,
afterwards. But
Medicare
amen.
will have the power
Amen,
to do
baby.
what so many Democrats and Republicans in the past talked about
Dude,
doing.
I'm just like trying to GG,
Lower
and there's like a
prescription drug
90-year-old like
prices.
yelling over me.
And seniors
Sorry.
will see their out-of-pocket costs for the prescription drugs limited to $2,000 a year. They cannot pay a penny more than $2,000 a year, no matter how high their drug costs are, whether for cancer drugs or other drugs that can raise up to $70,000, $80,000 a year based on need. A maximum yearly cost of $2,000. And if you're on Medicare and you have diabetes, your cost of your insulin will be $35 for every insulin.
For every what?
And we wanted to cut the cost for insulin for everyone, including the hundreds of thousands of children with type 1 diabetes. I'll not ask for a show of hands, but I bet a lot of you out there have diabetes or your children do. But Republicans blocked limiting that cost to $35 for children. It only cost $10 for the prescription to be made and packaged. $10. And drug companies charge families about 30 times
S&P
more than that
4.3,
for every
lowest
vial of
day
insulin.
since June 11th.
Look, I'm deadly earnest about this. Imagine being a mom or a dad. Looking at your child, you know the needs of insulin very.
Yeah, did he
to
really
live,
just,
to
he's
live,
like, I bet you all got
and
diabetes.
not having the money to
What?
pay for it. Not a joke.
up,
Think
bro.
about it. Think about what you'd think about at the time. Think about how you'd feel if you didn't have the insurance and didn't have the money. It's wrong. It's not who we are,
It
and
is.
we're going to fix that
I would think
too.
about it. I'll be like, I have to pay for gas, rent, food. I have to pay for all these other things that have tripled, and then I have to pay for the. I feel you. I feel you. Amen.
We're going to come back at it and lower the cost of life-saving insulin for children and families.
Just think
as
about
well.
it. Just
Last
think about
year,
it.
A family of four saved
really think about it.
$2,400 through the American Rescue Plan, which I've signed into law. And this new law also locks in place the one we passed a month ago, the one we're here for today. It's going to lower health care premium costs for families and get their coverage under coverage under the Affordable Care Act.
Apple's biggest one-day loss since September 2020. Microsoft's biggest loss since September 2020. Bro, this was hideous. Dude, we are not in a global economic lockdown. Like, I don't know if y'all feel me on this. Dude, this was wild. I can't believe the market's even closed right now. Again, nothing's even happening post, but shit.
Nobody can deny there's a crisis. I have flown in a helicopter with governors of 5 states over this last year over the fires and the burning tundra, the burning forest. And guess what? More land, Gov, has been destroyed in the United States of America than the entire your state of New Jersey from top to bottom. That's how much land has been wiped out. And we have drought. The Colorado River is becoming a stream. So much is happening that nobody can doubt. Nobody can any longer doubt that the climate crisis is real, and we're beginning to respond to it. But folks, nobody ever in history, nobody this year, the American people won, the climate deniers lost, and the Inflation Reduction Act takes the most aggressive action to combat climate, as the speaker said,
they're clapping
ever. Over $360 billion. Folks.
They didn't even care. They're like, you don't have to finish it.
It offers working families thousands of dollars in energy savings with tax credits and rebates to buy new and efficient appliances. Weatherize their homes, saving hundreds of dollars a year because they're not going to have the heat seeking out through the windows or doors or the air conditioning. It provides tax credits for purchasing heat pumps, rooftop solar, electric stoves and ovens, and so much more. It gives a tax credit up to $7,500 to buy
imagine if you had
a
to
new
pay for
electric
insulin,
vehicle or a fuel cell vehicle
and then you had to
made
go buy
in
a new air
America.
conditioner to get a tax rebate.
And for the first time, you can get a tax credit if you buy a used electric vehicle.
That's all.
American automobile companies and American labor are committing billions of dollars and a great deal of hard work and ingenuity to make electric vehicles and batteries. Because of the infrastructure law, we're going to have 500,000 electric charging stations on our highways across America installed by the IBEW. And they're all going to be made in America. This law will create good-paying union jobs.
He is gradually
increase
getting
energy security. By the way, I keep talking about union jobs. I'm not anti-business.
Bro,
I'm a
NASDAQ
capitalist.
100
But here's the deal.
has literally left every stock in the red today.
It's because of the
Bro,
most skilled labor in the world.
Every
At the end of the day, no, I mean,
100 of 100 of
At the end
NASDAQ
of the
stocks
day, you pay a
closed
little
in
more
the
to get
red
the best, but the
of
lasts
the
a lot
NASDAQ 100.
longer. It's a lot more certain.
First
and
time
it
since
does
March
things that
2020, bro.
Nobody else can do.
Nah, this is
And by the way,
fucked.
when I hear people say Biden,
This was
about
it.
union and, what
Like,
about
low
all these
key,
people
bro,
going to
like,
college?
think about
Guess
it.
what?
You don't have a global lockdown.
The IBEW member that introduced me.
Look at
5 years
this.
of apprenticeship.
First time since March 2020.
5 years, like going back to college plus a year.
Other than
5
that,
years.
you've never had any other point
Getting
where all
paid,
100 dropped,
but
or
you're
at
not
least this
getting
is
paid
going back.
A regular
Can I
salary.
max this out?
Takes 5 years to
No,
qualify.
they won't. Even then.
So, folks, let's give them credit for what they deserve. They're not only good at what they do, they
I think
work like hell to
2003.
get to be able to do what they do. Look, and this legislation is going to help us triple wind power. Unleash American manufacturing to own.
Why
the
is this
global
happening? That's a good
market on
question. I mean,
electric
again, I
vehicles.
think it's all of the
We're
energy
gonna fight
stuff,
the environmental
and then
justice
just,
for
dude,
environmental-
that report
environmental
today was
justice
so
to create
unexpected.
clean energy
That's why
jobs
it
and
just,
apprenticeships
it
and
now,
frontline, fence
dude,
line
2.5
communities
months ago, some
that have
people
been
are like, oh,
smothered
maybe
by the
Biden's
legacy
plan will
pollution.
come in when,
Tommy,
things
Senator
and we
Carper.
need it. Now it's like, no,
I was
inflation is not even
going
pulling
around
back in
today
any
meeting the people
capacity
that a lot
after
of people
three
out here
75 basis point
inside.
hikes, and even the
one
lag
woman
data
said, "I'm
is
from
still showing no increase
Remember Route
or
9.
no productivity
Tell
out
me
of that.
what
That
Route
it
9's
just
about.
again, I mean, it's a weird day today, man. We'll talk about it once this guy's done.
I grew up in a little town called
No, but
Claremont,
that's
Delaware.
weird, dude. You shouldn't
When I
have
was a
had all
kid.
of these things today.
And it's right on the
This
Pennsylvania
shouldn't have
state
been the
line,
biggest
the
down day
largest
since
refineries in the
June.
world.
There's no way
refineries
the last time, like the
in
only other
that
time
area,
every
they were
NASDAQ
pretty
100
much
stock has sold off was March
Mom would drive us to
2020.
school going to
Like,
third
look
grade,
around.
Holy Roses.
It's not March
Turn on when
2020,
there was a
which
frost
is
on the
wicked
window.
to think about.
Literally, you turn on
Because
the
that took
windshield
a
and there'd be
very
an
big
oil slick
external
on it.
event to create that.
That's why we had the highest cancer rates of any state in the nation for a long time. Folks, they're the people. They're the people under my leadership who are going to get help first. They're going to be the people helped first. And look, this is about a future made in America. And I mean it sincerely. For decades, the biggest corporations in America fought to block a fair tax code. Under my predecessor, there was a $2 trillion tax cut, not a penny of which was paid for. And it mainly benefited the wealthiest 1% of the American people and the biggest corporations. 55 of the Fortune 500 companies made $40 billion and then 2020 and didn't pay a single penny in federal income tax. But this year, even though some of the biggest companies in America flooded capital with lobbyists and money, they lost and the people won. No corporation will have to pay, they'll have to pay a minimum tax of 15%, just 15%. The days of billion-dollar companies paying zero in taxes is over.
I thought you were going to say the
you.
day of billion-dollar companies are
Folks,
over. Say no, stop.
Let's be crystal clear about something.
Okay.
No one, I said when I was running, I said when I got elected, and I've said every month since then, no one earning less than $400,000 a year in America will pay a single penny more in federal taxes as long as I'm the president. That's a commitment I made in the campaign, a commitment I'm keeping. This law is going to make a big difference for middle class and working class families. Finally.
I don't even care
giving
about
them
the
a little
tax,
bit, as
dude.
my
Just
dad would
keep
say
the
again,
food
breathing
price or
room.
the one thing stable for
It's a big
6
step
months
forward for the country.
or a year. Just give me
But
the fucking gas
it
at
won't
$5,
surprise you to hear
$4,
that many
and we'll call it a
Republicans are
day.
saying, what's their platform when you ask them? You hear the Republican leader saying, undo everything we've done. The Republican leader in the House has already said the number one economic priority if they win back the House is to repeal the Inflation Reduction Act. Number one. The guy in charge of electing Republicans in the Senate, Rick Scott of Florida, proposed a plan. I wish I had enough copies to hand, but go online and look at it. I really mean this. It's serious because they're going to make it hard for you to believe. Proposed a plan requiring Congress to vote on the future of Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid every 5 years. It's up for reauthorization. And I want to remind you, you paid for your Social Security. Every single paycheck from the time you were a kid, you paid for it. So every 5 years, Congress gets to vote, change, cut, reduce, or eliminate the entirety of Social Security. And it's not just Social Security. Everything as Senator Scott wants, everything in the federal budget to be up for 5 years. Nothing permanent. Nothing. That includes veterans benefits, Pell Grants, everything else. Look it up. It's hard to believe. I would think I'm exaggerating if I didn't look at it myself. And then along comes Senator Ron Johnson from Wisconsin. As my mother would say, God love him. He thinks 5 years is too long to wait. He wants to put the vote, Social Security, Medicare on the chopping block every single year. Let me remind you all again, you paid for Social Security. You paid for Medicare. It's taken out of every single one of your paychecks. These guys never give up. Well, guess what? We're not going to give up either.
All right, man. I'm going to give him 5 more minutes. And
We're
then I need to
often
take a
told
dump.
there's nothing you can get done in
I'm
Washington.
about to go NASDAQ on my
Too
toilet
often.
right now. But
We
I don't
confuse
know if I could
noise
even dump
with
that hard,
substance.
low key.
Too often we
Today was
confuse
wild.
setbacks with defeat. Too often we hand the biggest microphones to the critics and cynics who delight in declaring failure, while those committed to making
Bro,
real
Chuck Schumer
progress
was
through the hard
literally
work of
just
government.
cheering on failure
Making
5
progress
minutes
in
ago.
every country as big and complicated as ours is difficult. It is
You're
not
handing
easy.
the mic to these guys
and it
sharing
never has
failure.
been. But I know with conviction, commitment, and patience, progress does come, and it's coming now.
Amen. Amen. Let's see. Amen.
And when it does come, people's lives are better off. All people. The future becomes brighter. The nation is transformed. Look what we already accomplished together. The historic American Rescue Plan has taken us from economic crisis to economic resurgence. Jobs are up. People are back to work. Since we came to office, we've created nearly 10 million jobs, a record for any presidency up to this point. 3.7% unemployment, nearly a 50-year low in this country. More small business credit than any time before in our history. And American manufacturing is coming back. 6,680 manufacturing. Where's it written that says America can't lead in manufacturing? Where is that written?
I don't know.
And guess what? For all the criticism I got and the help you gave me for gas prices,
Yeah.
bringing
Yeah, this is it.
down more than $1.30 a gallon since the start of the summer.
Fuck yeah.
We're making progress. We're getting other prices down as well. But we have more to do. But we're getting there. We passed the once-in-a-generation infrastructure law.
So today literally showed that nothing came down, even though gas prices did.
Water, high-speed
But
internet, to every
I'll take it.
community,
I'll take it.
Eliminate every lead pipe over the next 10 years, go in every home, in every school. Look, I signed the first meaningful gun safety law in nearly 30 years.
30. Why did he sound like Andrew Tate right there?
You did it.
He
I
said
signed
30 years. Like
Guess
Bugatti.
what? I'm not stopping here. We are going to ban assault weapons. There is no godly
I thought he was
reason
about to say
for
we're going to
them.
ban money. I was like, oh, fuck. Fucking where's yelling?
We just passed one of the most significant veterans health care pacts in a decade, the
Oh,
PACT
man.
Act.
I just don't know what to
Providing
expect
veterans and their
anymore.
families who
I'm
live
really just, I'm just
exposed
watching the bonds,
in
dude,
the
and then
area
like,
in
even then,
Afghanistan,
I mean,
Iraq,
the
and
bonds
other
told us
places,
there was a
exposed
divergence
to
at
burn
this point,
pits,
but shit.
8, 10 feet deep, size of football field, with everything from jet fuel to other pollutants to sometimes human bodies in that pile, breathing it day in and day out, and so many coming home with cancer, so many not coming home. We made a sacred commitment. I made one, and you all did too. That whoever we send into harm's way, we give them all they need to do the job when they're there. And we take care of them and their families when they come home, and we're going to do that. We're going to do that. We just passed the groundbreaking chips and
Oh
science.
my God,
Act to
dude, just get to
ensure
the
that the technologies. of
Why
the
did they
future
bring out the
are
party
made
and flag
in
to
America.
say the same speech now? Come
At
on.
least 10,000
We need to
jobs.
get this
These are
going.
good-paying
Let's get this
jobs,
moving.
by the way. Decent jobs. And what we're talking about
I really
here,
want to not listen,
know,
but then I really want to
it used
listen,
to
but then
be-
the
I
market's
know my
closed,
colleagues
and then
are
I'm
tired
like,
of
dude,
hearing me
this is.
saying it, but we used to invest almost 2% of our entire GDP
2 more
30
minutes,
years
2
ago
more
or
minutes,
longer
2
in
more minutes.
research and development in America. That's why we led the world. Now we're doing about 0.7%. We used to be number
Bro,
1.
I'm just
now we're number
laughing,
9.
listening. I'm not even.
China used to be number 8. Now they're number 2.
That's what I'm saying. Half the
rest of
time
world's
when it's
coming up.
unmuted, I like you got to
Now,
realize it's just
the
like
Inflation Reduction Act.
I'm just
All
cracking
this
up. I'm
progress
like,
is
how is this real?
declared a failure before it was a success when we introduced it. We didn't give up, though. We kept at it. We had a vision, a plan, and we stuck to it. And the result is we're getting the job done for the American people, and we're just getting started. Together, we'll champion investments that lift all American working families, provide for the future
Unlock
for our
tells
kids.
CNBC to buy
I know it's
long-term
been a hard
treasuries.
few years in this country. The challenges we face are among the most difficult in history. But I have to tell you, as I stand here today, and a lot of you know me well, I am more optimistic than I've ever been in my entire life about America's future. You just have to remember who we are. We are the United
This guy
States
lived through
of
like a
America.
bunch of
There's
economic
nothing,
booms too, so
nothing
I'm worried.
we've ever set our mind to. Nothing that we've not been able to accomplish.
This guy was
Nothing
alive
beyond
for the
our
Industrial
capacity.
Revolution, and he's saying
so
he's
just
more
remember
confident now.
who we are.
Hold up.
We stand together. There's nothing
He was there when
beyond
they
our
invented the
capacity.
wheel, and he's like, I'm more
May God
optimistic
bless you
now
all, and may God protect our
about
troops.
this Europe
Thank
energy.
you, thank you, thank you.
And massive runaway inflation. Oh, there it is. That's it. Yo, that was crazy. That was, bro. That was just wow. So there it is. Oh wait, he dropping more lines. Yeah, get me the fuck off this stage. Yeah, come on, shake my damn hand. Who's coming? Yeah, what's up, baby? Come here, I got you. Come on, yeah, let's go. Come on, say what's up. Joe, where'd you go? Hell, hey, you're not Jill. Come here. Hey, Jill. Oh, Jill, follow. Hey, what's that? Come here, let me hold your hand. Oh, that's Kamala. I didn't see you far away. Yeah, come on, bring him up here. Come on, let's go. Everyone can come on here right now. It's fine. Say fuck yeah. Fuck. What's up? What the fuck is up, America? I'm optimistic as hell. Hell yeah, yeah, let's go. Oh, look at Nancy. Red candle Nancy, bro. Wow. Wow. Wow, bro. Wow. So, Chad, that is the day, man. That is the day. GG, we didn't have our music. Okay, maybe let's get some GG to, let's see. We're going to play Seven's song. What you got, Seven? Is this like GG hype music? This is Seven. Ooh, this beat hard, bro. Wait, I've heard this beat.
Yeah, you see me trying to elevate. You shut it down.
Let's go, baby. GG. I'll take it. Let's go. That's a different vibe, but I like it. GG, baby. Shout out to Chad. We made it. This is how we ended 5% with some Chad music and some crazy.
Yeah, girl, it's always loving.
It looked good to the Biden speech, though, honestly.
Looking for another way to find some common ground.
Let's go, baby. God bless Nicole. Made money, lost money. I know you learning something, baby.
With the luck, though, and they wonder why I've been so cutthroat. And she wonder why I ain't never tripping like them other guys, cause I got a bunch of eyes front row. I see you trying to take what I want. See you laying in the grass. What's a snake to a hawk? I be praying on your ass just to walk in the park. Got a little shot to keep it on my cardio. Yeah, I been coming harder than the cardio. Go to the y'all.
I need this beat, bro. I need this track right now.
Nobody else.
This has been taking everything in today.
Yeah, now I'm coming for the belt. Now I ain't about to fail a dog. Started with a dollar bill and look around without a bill. Still I find a way to stay alive. A piranha shit. I started living life a little different. Found my light, now I'm shining on these bitches. I ain't even got time. It's just business you to find by how you live. I've a play mine to the minute. See a melody to me, it's like Popeye's finish. Bet $100 and I end up in the top 5. Even in my whole next album is a pop fly finish. Bet they never cry my image. Got them looking at me like, what you talk about with us? Lately I've been all over my feelings cause it costs more time than the money I was spending. You don't wanna see me shy, you would rather see me sitting. Now your voice just made me sick, so when you talking I don't listen. You been limiting my output with your input. You don't even chipping. All this waiting on you and you ain't even tipping. Time to get something more efficient. Trying to elevate, you shut it down. Yeah, girl, it's always love and hate. Like I'm Charlie Brown, you been looking for another.
Wow, Chevy, that was fire, bro. Honestly, I think I needed that. I'm glad we had such a crazy day. I'm glad that you emailed that one earlier and then coming back, bro. Like that is a after listening to all that, bro. I needed that. I needed that. That was fire, bro. Let's go. Wow, but Chad, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Oh, Carissa, we miss you. Are you been doing good? If you need anything, reach out. We love you, Carissa. That's what they let me know. We were like, hold on, our morning gang. There you go. The berry's coming in, babe. Let's go, Carissa. Horna. Oh, yes, that's good. I've been sick. All right, man. If anything, you let us know. We can notice when Carissa is gone. I'm just saying, we need them berries in the morning. You know, that positivity, that light. You know what I'm saying? That's good, though. I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to hear, baby. Amen, amen. But, Chad, that's it. Don't get me yelling. I don't want to even yell right now because yesterday I straight up lost my voice and all of that, bro. And just like, oh, my gosh. Chad, that's the day today, man. That's it, bro. Honestly, I don't know what is going to happen tomorrow. I hope you recognize the gravity of today. I'm telling you, this is one of the worst days since 2020. Some of you have been here. And that's it. My voice sounds a lot, bro. We were just in the game today. Like, I'm telling you, I didn't even have 1 second to, like, my voice couldn't even mess up today just because it was like, bro, there was action all day today. And I'm just telling you, man, like, for real, I hope you understand the gravity of today. Like, for real, go watch the watch list. I go listen back to what happened, but it's just like, you got to realize this was one of the most gigantic surprises ever. And it's just wild. Ken Starr, prosecutor in Whitewater died. I thought it said Ken Griffin for a second. I was like, what? Another one, Ken Starr. That name is very familiar. Oh, my gosh. But no, it's, dude, today, that's it, bro. That CPI was borderline black swan. Again, just like I'm saying, the last time we've dropped like this, there was a lot more problems in the world that were very apparent. Are you following? So I know we just watched the celebration, but again, I really hope you understand how wild it really is. It's not only did we get a really big flip in the CPI and that data, but it's just like the last time the stock market has reacted like this. Again, it was obvious what was happening. It was obvious there was a lot of issues. Legitimately, the economy was grinded to a halt. So, this time around, it's a little different. That's what I'm saying. It's just that we just went through this, but it's happening where it's like, yo, you're not watching emergency rate cuts. You're not watching the economy slow down. You are not watching people panic. You are not watching, there's so much things that are not occurring, but the market action is. You see what I'm saying? So that's crazy, bro. This was a wild day, Chad. So get ready for tomorrow. I have no idea what to expect except for, holding it down again. I mean, if anything, in days like today when it gets crazy, I'm just sticking to what I thought. Again, we held all of those puts and everything else, and that ended up being very, very good. It's not like yesterday even scared me to the upside, but what I'm trying to tell you, we got to get to the end of this week. We got to see where we go by the end of this week, and then you have Powell next week, okay? So after that, then we could really see if we're going to freak out, but all in all, though, who knows? Maybe if Powell goes 100 basis points, that might be taken as things getting the Fed panicking more or less. So, Viva C, man. Viva C. That song is Chevin. Chevin, and it's called Charlie Brown, baby. Amen. Amen. You may have seen the name in the chat. Here, I'll show y'all. Dude, what a day. Powell is next Wednesday. Here it is. There you see. That's Charlie Brown right there. Right there. Chevin, baby. You even got a topic. Let's go. Run him up. Run him up. I know he dropping some new ones. So let's go, baby. I was fired, bro. I needed that. I needed that at the end of the day. I'm telling you, that was just smooth. It was like smooth and twisted at the same time. But Chad, today was crazy, man. I don't even know what to say. I don't even feel like the day is over and we didn't land the plane or anything. You know what I'm saying? Do you think the admin had this and they knew the number? I don't know, dude. I'm telling you, this was bad. There's just no other. I'm saying, trying to answer this or trying to look ahead, but all I know is that it's shit. Does that make sense? It does. And now that it's all said and done, we waited, we sat through, we were here an hour before everything. You know what I'm saying? We watched every single second, every single minute, and now to end and culminate to a 5% down day, there is a lot I do not know. But what I do know is that today was absolutely awful, and these days do not happen out of nowhere. These days do not occur simply because of a bad data set. It's very rare that one set of bad data has caused anything like this, considering the only other time was 2020, and we are talking about some of the biggest data misses ever. Because you shut down the economy. So all I know is that market action like this, a rug pull of this size is that is negative and that is a problem. And now it's just we don't know everything else. So I don't need to know. And I think we're going to have a lot of uncertainty. But a lot of today was just, dude, this was one of the wildest days we have seen. Honestly, I would argue this is wilder than COVID in a weird way because, again, we knew what was going to happen. We knew what was happening. Right now, we're flying blind, and you just watched the plane drop 5%. yeah, that's it. You're flying blind, relatively speaking. So obviously we know what to watch for with Powell, but realistically, I just think, I mean, listen to my words right now. If Powell does 100 basis points, we might even start to interpret that as panic. Honest, at that point, I think it would be the Fed borderline panicking because I think 100 would be justified. But at that point, it's like, yo, they are speeding it up and things are not chilling out. So we'll see. We got a lot to talk about. But Chad, that's the day, man. That is the day, bro. I'm out. I did a bad. So honestly, like the video. Thank you guys for being here. I really hope you learned. I hope you got information before anybody else. I hope I was able to provide an experience where you were able to laugh, but hopefully you were able to learn something too. We covered everything from why commodities are bad, the bonds. Again, if you've been watching over the last few days, I feel like you have been prepared. Again, even watching in some of the trades. I mean, we didn't really panic on anything. We got to take some day trades here today, but hopefully you've been paying attention to what we've been saying about bonds and the dollar and UNG and the Europe and all of that, because it's kind of coming all together here. But for real, I just hope you've been learning. I hope you're involved. And honestly, man, I hope you keep the hope, and I hope your attitude is in the right place and that you're ready to handle the markets. You know, we're going to deal with a lot. So if your mindset is not in the right place, I hope that it is. And I hope we can help with that, because that's all we need, baby. And just get ready, because we are going to have a crazy end of the week. And then we still got next weekend Powell, baby. Hey, man, so GG, for real, though, thank you. Thank you if you liked the video. Thank you if you share the video. Again, we have suffered a lot from, you know, keeping it straight up and providing this all free. Again, we're going above and beyond, so if you share the stream, it helps out. But at the end of the day, man, all we appreciate is being positive and respectful. So if you contributed today and you kept the conversation going and you did not try to troll or be negative or kind of take it away, again, like, this is why I'm here, man. Like, especially when it really matters, bro. This is why we want to be here, and you see the power of the community, man. So just thank you for contributing and making this possible, because, again, without people who really treat it the same way I do, it doesn't work the same way, man, and it's just awesome to see. So God bless you and thank you. Thank you again for liking. Thank you again for sharing this stream. And hopefully we see you. So second link, nightly watch list and main channel. Again, I'm telling you, if you look at any leading indicator, bro, we have talked about it all. We even went over the keys. Again, we said core is it. Again, I said if headline comes up, that'll be even worse. But for the most part, only X factor is core, and both of the worst things happen, bro. But I'm saying, like, just process all of this. We have a bunch of other ones, but check it out and follow along. God bless you. Oh, 2.5 thousand likes. Oh, let's go, Chad. God bless you. Thank you. Oh, my goodness, man. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. I feel, dude, they are still out here partying on this, man. Oh, have someone I'd look up to? So, no, man, that's just good music, bro. Even then, fuck out of here, bro. It's happy birthday, but that was good music, bro. We love it, man. You've been a part of the cult for a while, bro. Thank you for everything, man. We see them badges, bro. We see them ponies, and we know what a good attitude looks like over a couple of years, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Hard and happy birthday, baby. Amen. Man. That's crazy, bro. That is crazy, bro. Yeah, man. And dude, RIP the fellow Chaz, bro. Everybody. And I'm serious though, man. I need everyone's head in the game. I need you to have some hope. I need you to be ready to go no matter what, all right? And that's it, bro. You guys got to play. Y'all got to play, and just, honestly, I had it for you, man. I had such a good philo, so just relax. I hope you never let anything, just, you control the pressure today, okay? Chad, I'm telling you, we're in control. It's very simple. That's it. Just, if you don't let the pressure get to you, you're going to stay in control. That's all. Just notice today, one of the worst days since 2020. We called out everything. We've gone through it. We're able to react, do all of it. You don't need to get crazy with it. Again, you could balance between cash and not. We watched 3 months. It went up. We have cash. Now you're happy you have it. Again, just don't let the pressure get to you, and don't be moving where you shouldn't be moving because of pressure. Calm down. Absorb the markets. Again, like I'm saying, we have a lot more steps we're going to take. So just get used to this, but let's go, baby. Slow the game down. You're in control. I'm telling you, for real. That's it. There's a lot of fundamentals, there's a lot of things to watch, and I'm telling you, you see how exuberant and you see how irrational things can be. You have a lot more control than you think right now. Again, especially if you're playing smart, if you're going slow, even if you've taken losses, again, you have your opportunity, but you have to stay in control. Don't let this market get the best of you, and let's go, baby. It's game time. Hey, man, and God bless you, Troy. No, Troy, we love you for the news. Don't ever worry. Don't worry about anything. You don't got to tweet that's it, bro. Just keep working hard and all of it, man. We never expect anything. You know what I'm saying? It's just hard work, and that's it. Keep providing the news. Let's help out as many people as we can, and let's go. Let's just keep getting it in there, Chad. That's it. Everybody, man. That's all, bro. That's when it's all said and done, man. It don't matter about anything because we already know. I think if other people show up, great. But I know we have our core of people who are going to be here, so let's go. Let's hook up as many people as we can. Let's stay in control. Let's stay above the game. Let's keep it positive, bro, and that's it. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Again, we can't freak out because it's like, dude, we have so many more events, and that's what I'm saying. Let's just stay on top of it, approach it relaxed, keep our endurance, and we're going to be good. I feel, you know what I'm saying? We're going to be good, baby. Yeah, I know. And shout out Jesus, too, bro. Jesus has really been really been out there, too, man. Y'all got to show love out there. And again, you see it, man. Everybody in the chat, I hope you know we see every name, and and even if nobody says anything, man, I hope you realize, you got your fans, everybody. You know what I'm saying? You got your fans in here because it's like, bro, everybody in here could spot something that's useful. That's it. I know every single person who's really playing today, or every day, they will jump on anything useful. So honestly, man, if that's you and you're posting good stuff, thank you. For real, let's go. But everything, let's raise the standard. Let's raise everything, but stay in control and let's keep playing, baby. Amen, amen. Tomorrow, another potential bloodbath is on the way. I will tell you the positive thing about it is that we did not dump after hours. So that could have totally sold off really, really big. Andrew Tate is actually live on YouTube.
I've adopted something from popular culture and I've adapted it to try and quickly explain. If I try and sit and explain that most people are being used for their resource.
Yeah. All right, man, Colt. That's it. We just got to hit him with the Colt. I'm just going to spam it. Wait, why am I not on my account? That's it. Colt, attack. I'm not going to get banned. I'm just going to say Colt. Let's see. Waiting on Colt. Be careful. I mean, if they're going to ban Valuetainment as well too. That's all I'm saying, man. If they really want to ban everybody, I mean, they could be my guest, but it's pretty simple there. That's that again. Colt, baby. There you go. Look at the call. Hey, man. Hey, man. Hey, man. Hey, man. All right. I don't even know if they're going to say anything. I'm out, though. We'll copy that. You go, everybody. Just get them all into the cult. Do what you need to do. Do whatever. But that's all. And, dude, today was wild, man. So, Chad, thank you guys for everything. Again, everybody who really held it down today. And I hope you're excited. And for real, though, I really hope you've been prepared. If you have any questions, just let me know. If I could give you better content, if we could dive into stuff. Again, I feel like a lot of this stuff has made sense. There's been a lot of unknown, but we've been preparing for the unknown. But like I'm saying, if you're not following along, just shoot me an email, comment on a video, and let me know, and I got you, all right? Super simple, but we're living through history, Chad. But that's the day, man. I'm going to end it right here. Go like all the videos. Check out Second Link, membership, merch, all of it. You know what it is, man. We here for these days, bro. This is what we're here for, so you know what it is. Follow me on Instagram, all of that. Check out the option tutorials in the description. fill out the prayer request wall so we could pray for y'all in chat. Please pray for everybody, man. And that's it. And like I said, man, you know who you got in here. You know the real ones. There's people who come and go. There's people who not really with it. You know what I'm saying? People for all this. But you know you got the real ones, man. And just show love. That's all you got to do, man. So show love. Pray for everybody. And call it a day, man. And just keep encouraging. And like I said, bro, there's enough for everybody to go around. And that's what it is. If it can't flow through you, it won't flow to you, man. That's all. Colt going crazy. That's it. There you keep going. I don't even know. I'm not even watching. I just wanted to say what's up. And then that's it. Maybe y'all could promote to them a more positive Colt. That's it. That's it. You know what I'm saying? But honestly, Chad, God bless all of you. Keep praying for everybody, man. You know I'm praying for all of you. You pray for me as well, too, baby. And let's go, man. Keep supporting your brothers and sisters. And just have some love every day, man. And let's go, bro. Like, this is what I was saying, man. I'm telling you. I remember I was telling you a couple weeks ago, I was just like, dude, everything going on. And I'm like, just remember, I'm like, the last thing, I'm not going to be sitting here where everyone's like, oh, when this was happening in the world. You know what I'm saying, man? So I'm very honored and impressed to see that everybody was on point today when, again, believe it or not, this day was the worst day since March 2020 or June 2020. And that's wild to me, Chad. That is wild. That is wild. That is wild. That is wild. So, Chad, I love you. Have a wonderful day. But before we head out, man, you know what it is. You know what it is, man. Where is it? Where is it? I need to find it. I can't find it. Yeah, baby. What's up? It's a code, baby. Treat this like my first, treat this like my last. Anything could work, it happens slow or fast. Smoking on that hope, I'ma need an ounce of that. Our back was on the ropes, but we kept on bouncing back. Treat this like my first, treat this like my last. Anything could work, could happen slow or fast. Smoking on that hope, I'ma need an ounce of that. Our back was on the ropes, but we kept on bouncing back. Treat this like my first, treat this like my last. Anything could work, it happen slow or fast. Smoking on that hope, I'ma need an ounce of that. Our back was on the ropes, but we kept on bouncing back. Shout out to my rhymes, it helped me do this right. The Lord control the fire, but you can roll the dice. I care more about the ownership, I don't care about the price. You think I was a loner, I just don't really waste time. Nah. Comment, I commit. Take some notes and grab a pen. Money don't make you a man. Lose some friends, think you the man. People love to play pretend, love to play the middleman, love to say that they your friend, but where they at when it's the end? I know everything I do would never be enough, but that ain't stopped me from developing and always showing up. They always love to say what's up before they ask me for some stuff, but I built this shit on love and I ain't never expected none. There's a lot of things I should be showing off. All in God, this a war. You should see my battle scars. Trying to be the richest man of Babylon. Tag along. Hope you say that 10% and bought a home. Gone. Oh, I need one more. Sorry, I need one more, bro. And they are still partying. Wow. Noble. God bless you, my friends. For real. Look at that. Make sure your gifts are on. That's what I'm telling you, Chad. Look at even Colt Merch got it. Oh, they man. Look at that. Wow. Wow. That song's out. You could get that on YouTube, bro. It's called Diamonds. Diamonds. It's all yours. Free 99. Look at the Wheaties cover, bro. The Wheaties. Uncle, bro. Just don't forget about Uncle and the Wheaties, bro. You know what I'm saying? Stop playing with me, man. I'm just saying. It's just, we out here, baby. We out here. Just give this history. He's like, I'm tired of living through history. Dog, we ain't living through history. We making history. Oh, my goodness. They don't feel me. They don't feel me. They don't fucking... Bro, today was so crazy. Look at Biden. Whoa, Biden can run? Oh, you see that shit? Nah, run that back. That motherfucker ran, dude. I ain't never seen him ran. Look at this shit. Hold on, bro. He about to... Look at... Oh, the glasses came... Oh, dude, he high as hell. Yeah, fuck it. What? You got any good... You got the Kush? You got a hybrid or is that EV hybrid? Smoke that gas. Yeah, fuck you. I'm putting my glasses on. All right, watch. He about to look at him, bro! Oh, yeah, dude. It only lasted for like 4 steps, but that was a run or a quick jog. I didn't even expect that. Dude, you see that? What got him on? Oh, never. I see why he was running. Now, I'm not going to say it, but I see the reason why he ran. I see the reason why he ran. Okay, that being said, Chad, I love you. Have a wonderful day, a wonderful evening, and I'm going to see you in the morning. All right, guys? And just don't forget why we're here and why we keep going and why we in the game and why we understand, bro. You need that endurance all day, and faith, hope, and love ain't going nowhere. And this is why you got to keep that hope high all the time, baby. Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, Chad, I love you. I'll see you on the watch list tonight, and I hope you're there in the morning. You're going to want to be here. You're going to want to be here. Again, same time. I'll see you there, baby. But have a wonderful day. Thank you for everything, and peace out. Oh, Chad, wait, I want a historical pony. Okay, bye. Love you. I'll tell you what's going on. When I was president, S&P would drop 4% when they'd close the economy. Today, it drops 4% when they celebrate inflation. I'm telling you, when you need Truth Stock Market coming live now, I'm going to release it. It's going to be called the NASDAQ Truth. You could join the NASDAQ Truth 100. That's what we're going to be offering from here on now, but you have to sign up for Truth Social first, and then we're going to get it to you. This is insane. I'm telling you, I met these guys. I know them. I know all of them. All of the guys on the NASDAQ. They all know what's happening. But it's still, we need the Truth 100 coming out now to a theater near you. Fuck AMC. What? Stop saying that, Josh. Okay, I'm sorry. Anyways. Fuck you. Fuck Trump. Fuck the guy. Fuck all of it. You know what we did today? Huh? I'll tell you what we did. No, I mean it. Come on. Stop. I did a lot. We brought you know what I did to the deficit? I brought it down, then I brought it back up. Huh? What do you got to say to that? I want you to really think about thinking about it. Huh? How are you going to pay for insulin if it costs you fucking 90% more to rent a house? So we got an insulin, huh? I'm telling you, I know how to save you money. You spend money, I'll save you money. So if you have no money, then come on, you know what? We gotta help. Okay? So I mean it. Stop. Come on. I'm not joking. I mean it. It's not hyperbole. We're gonna help them out here. It is progress. I brought gas down $1, bitch. Okay, Chad. I'll see you in the morning. Okay? Have a wonderful day and happy Kwanzaa. Good morning. I'm out. I'm arriving. Fuck.